नमस्कार
नमस्कार विष्णु सर
ओपनिङ
सबैले त देख्नु भएको
I can see myself but
not necessarily
हैन हामी तपाईले देखाएको
हुन्छ नि क्लिक गरेन हजुरको आफ्नो स्क्रिन आउँछ जस्तो छ नि हजुर हेर्नुस् त त्यो चाहिँ
at the bottom
आइरहेको छ
गर्नलाई
I am there.
यसमा क्लिक गर्नुस् त स्पिकर्स भ्यू भन्नेमा माथि त्यो थोप्ला छ नि 9 वटा 10 वटा हजुर त्यहाँ क्लिक गर्नुस् त हजुरको फुल आउँछ
ए आइराछ त
ए ल ल गुड
नै आइरहेको छ
फाइनली आज हजुरले भ्याउनु
यो पनि हाम्रो मिस्टेकले हो
केही छैन मैले सरलाई लिंक पठाइदिए थिए पछि असुजीले
त्यसैमा चाहिँ हेमन्त सर पनि आइपुग्नु भयो
हिजो तिमीले पठाइदिएकै हो लिंक
बाटो खोल्नु भयो
त्यही हो लिंक
ल
कहिले काहीँ टेक्निकल एरर धेरै आउने कि स्वागत छ सर नमस्कार
ल मैले अब भिडियो अफ गरे सरलाई डिस्टर्ब हुन्छ
सर नमस्कार हेमन्तको स्वर हो तर देख्दिन मान्छे
हेमन्त सर
अफलाइन गर्नु होला नि भिडियो स्टप गर्नु होला
मैले उहाँलाई स्पटलाइट गरिदिन्छु ल
ए देखेँ
हेमन्त सर
आमामा कस्तो भाइब्रेन्ट
देखाइदिहाल्छु नि चिन्तै नगर्नुहोस्
कस्तो भाइब्रेन्ट देखियो
Getting younger during lockdown, officer.
So it's
सबैजना यङ देखिँदैछ
बुढाहरूलाई यङ देखियो भने पर्छन् अरे के भण्डारी सरलाई सर कस्तो यङ हुनुभएको आज भने मक्ख पर्नुहुन्थ्यो अभि स्पिक्स द ट्रुथ भन्नु So is everything fine? All of
Yes.
all of us.
Yes. Yes.
एभ्रीथिङ
Had a great meeting.
विश्व सर मलाई चाहिँ म्युट नगर्नुहोस् है म आफै गर्छु हेर्नुपर्छ असुजीहरूको फेरि प्रेजेन्टेसन होला त्यही भएर
So I speak for how many minutes?
अब 1 घण्टा बोल्नुभयो पनि हुन्छ 40-45 मिनट बोलेपछि फ्लोर ओपन गरिदिनु न सर
ल हो त्यसो
क्वेसन आन्सर धेरै बोल्न मन पराउँछ मान्छेहरूले
ए ल त्यो I also like that.
पार्टिसिपेन्टहरूलाई हैन उहाँहरूलाई पनि त मौका दिनु पर्यो नि त
I like to interact. म त नबोली इन्टरेक्टै मात्रै झन् राम्रो I like that. ल यहाँ अब विष्णु नेपाली
हेरिरहेको छु सर गुरुलाई स्वागत छ
देखिरहेको छु चिया पनि खाँदैछ इफ यु डोन्ट माइन्ड
राम्रो सर माथि गुराँसेको चाहिँ टाउकोमा जाँदाखेरि मात्रै चिया मात्रै खानु भयो अरू केही खानु भएन
तिमीले के खाँदाखेरि तिमी झन् मुर्छा परे हैन काँक्रो खाएछन् र झन् मुर्छा परेछन्
पहिलाको हिस्ट्री बताएँ नि त मैले सरलाई
beautiful valley
सुर्खेतमा
Surkhet Valley. From the hill you can see the entire Dailekh.
Yes sir.
The entire valley, such a beautiful geography.
Thank you sir.
You start whenever you need to and then I will count my...
So, we are in informal talking, sharing and courtesy maintaining.
Just an informal. You can see the picture, Rabindranath Tagore's picture behind me.
Tagore, yeah, I was wondering. Okay.
That's Rabindranath Tagore.
Yeah, I can read Tagore, the last line.
That's a wonderful photo. He's a powerful translator, actually. I've been writing about translation just now.
Okay.
A long essay and all this. Lockdown has given me great opportunity to work.
Sir, I say no boy.
म त यही थियो अरू सर दयरा सर लाई नमस्कार कहाँ हुनु गोविन्दराज सर अञ्जना म्याडमलाई पनि देखाएको थिएँ लिस्टमा मनिरा भीम
पार्टिसिपेन्ट बढ्दैछन् बल्ल 25 भयो।
आज अलिकति ढिलो सुरु गर्यौं हामीले पनि यो र अशोकजीकोमा बत्ती गएछ त्यसले गर्दा टेक्निकल फेरि आज पनि सुरुको टाइममा म्यानेज गर्यौं अनि अहिले बल्ल भयो।
Arun Nepal is there from Far Eastern part of Nepal.
वेलकम सर अरुण सँगै भेट्यौं अमेरिकन कर्नरको प्यानल डिस्कसनमा सँगै भेटघाट सर नमस्कार वेलकम।
It's a good gathering from Far Eastern part of Nepal to Mid-Western and Far Western.
Thank you sir. Yes sir.
चर्चित लिम्पियाधुरा टु
Yes.
Sandakpur, yes.
Rajan is also around.
Hi, Bindu ma'am, you disappeared for a long time. I just saw you.
नमस्ते सर सबैलाई नमस्ते।
नमस्ते
नमस्ते।
के समुद्र छ नि त पछाडि
यो भर्चुअल ब्याकग्राउन्ड बनाएको छ
भयङ्कर समुद्र खालहरू आज त यतिले पुग्दैन भयङ्कर आँधी पो छ
आएको छ हो उडिसा र वेस्ट बेङ्गलमा त खतरा भइसक्यो।
इट इज हिटिङ द कोस्ट
नेपालमा यति आउला भन्ने हो सर।
Namaste. I'm Bindu from Italy.
Hello.
Bindu Prasad from Italy.
Bindu, come from the ready zone. Bindu, के छ ठीक ठाक छौ?
ठीक छ। नमस्ते।
नमस्ते भोलि म त्यहाँ इटारीमा पनि जान्छु।
ए हो
भर्चुअल टुर
भोलि लिटरेरी कन्फरेन्स छ। लिटरेचर एन्ड पेन भनेर रामजीले त्यस्तै ठुल्ठुला शब्द हाल्छन् नि त। लिटरेचर एन्ड पेन
कति बजेदेखि सर?
भोलि होइन सन्डे छ सन्डे
हजुर यही समय हो सर?
सन्डे चाहिँ नि कति बजे पो भनेको छन् तिनले
9 गते र 10 गते हो सर भोलि र पर्सि हो 9 गते र 10 गते
मैले मलाई चाहिँ राखेको त्यो सन्डेका दिन राखेका छन्
ए
यस्तै थियो रामजीको त्यो बजे त्यस्तै सडकलाई हो कि अझ अगाडि हो बिहानै छ।
नमस्ते सर पनि आउनु सर नमस्ते।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते सर।
जरा सरको आवाज सुन्यो ओहो ऋषि
नमस्ते
ऋषि तुल्य अनुहार चाहिँ देख्नु
नमस्ते सर। नमस्कार नमस्कार। बुढो भइएछ हो सर। सुरजा नमस्ते।
Hello everybody, namaste.
It was very hard to.
Oh Bindu ma'am, namaskar इटरी।
जयराज सर नमस्कार।
आराम हजुर?
हजुर ठीक छ।
यहाँ अभि सर म कहिले छोड्दैन इटरी आउँ कि त्यहाँ बसौँ?
अब हामी
त्यही त
पहिला सर मैले दाढी पालेको थिएँ धरानमा हुँदा कालो दाढी आउँथ्यो।
मेरो पनि थियो सर पहिला कालो थियो अनि सेतो भएछ।
धर्मयुग भन्ने पत्रिका निस्किन्थ्यो धर्मयुगको कभरमा एउटा फोटो निस्क्यो त्यसमा तिनी चम्बल घाँटीको डाकुको फोटो रहेछ
My
ठ्याक्कै म
God.
जस्तो
Oh, the same will apply to me. मलाई पनि त्यही भन्ला हेमन्त सर नमस्कार
तुरुन्तै
Sir, namaskar.
कालो
It was very
बहिनी नमस्ते
अविसरलाई नमस्कार, अविसर अवस्थी सर सबजनालाई नमस्कार, हेमन्त सर
नमस्ते सरहरूलाई
ओहो रमेशजी नमस्कार हाउ आर यु
यहाँ पो आउनु पर्ने रहेछ त
You look so handsome Rajanji you look so handsome oh
very clean.
Rajan he always moves with the flood.
yeah that's true He always
tidal waves follow him. He's like
राजनजी
हजुर सर
होस्टहरू नआउने हामी मात्रै पाउन आउने हो नि त
जोड्दैछौँ सर सबैलाई जोड्दैछु यहाँ कनेक्ट
तपाईँ त साह्रै ह्यान्डसम देखिनु भयो राजनजी के खानुहुन्छ
होइन
केही खास छैन त सरको आशीर्वाद के होला सर
भेरीको माछाले हो कि क्या हो नमस्कार
सर सबैजनालाई नमस्कार सबै गुरुहरूलाई सबै सरहरूलाई म्याडमलाई नमस्कार है
नमस्कार है गुरुजी सर इटहरीमा कति छ हौ जाडो गर्मी पानी पर्दैछ भन्ने सुनियो
सर पानी पर्दैछ अनि घाम लागेको छैन अलि ओस्से जस्तो छ गुम्म परे जस्तो छ सर अहिले
वार्निङ छ तपाईहरुलाई एकदम
चक्रवातले असर गरेन गुणराज सर चक्रवात आथ्यो नि
चक्रवातको हल्ला ठुलो थियो सर अब असर गर्छ भनेर सतर्क पनि भयौं तर आइहालेन ठुलो सर
हजुर अहिले त छैन
सर नमस्ते
झोक्क यहाँसम्म आथ्यो चक्रवातको हिजो बादल सादल लाग्थ्यो
एकदम भयंकरै थियो
लेट मी सल्युट एभ्रीवन
गरिसके इट लुक भेरी थ्रेटनिङ यो त
कसैले त अनुहारै देखाउन मान्नु हुन्न नि त
के हो अब लकडाउन बनाएको लकडाउन
सर अब हाम्रो घरमा बसेपछि कहाँ बसिया हुन्छ के हुन्छ भनेर होला नि त्यो
कुञ्जर सरले टोपी सम्हाल्दै हुनुहुन्छ नझरोस् है तपाईको टोपी
नमस्कार सर सबैजनालाई सरहरू
नमस्कार ओहो
गुन्जर सर गजब पोजिसनिङ लाग्यो है गजब
कुञ्जर सर नमस्कार
बुझ्न सकिएन
होइन यो साँच्चै प्रकृति गंगा सर र कुञ्जरजीको यो नेचरमै हुनुहुन्छ कि यो बाहिर पछाडि फोटो हुन् गंगा सरको वजुद छ यहाँ
गाउँ हो सर म जन्मस्थल मेरो घरको ब्याकग्राउन्ड हो सर यो
कुञ्जर सरको त चब्बलका घाटीको जस्तो देखियो है
येलो सिके डाउन लकडाउन रहेछ
अरुण सर नमस्कार इलामलाई
सर मैले अघि गरेँ सर नमस्ते
नमस्ते अनि गुणराज सरलाई पनि
नमस्कार
राजकुमार
नमस्कार
हजुर सर नमस्ते
म्याडम नमस्कार
सबै गुरुआमाहरूलाई
नेल्टा माउते नाइकन चाहिँ नेल्टा
यस्तो एउटा 1 घण्टाको सेसन गरेर अनि कुरा गरेर अनि बाइ बाइ गर्नु सबभन्दा राम्रो हुन्छ
हो सर मैले
एक्ज्याक्टली सर
अस्ति मैले चाहिँ मेरो 2004 को ब्याचसँग चाहिँ यस्तै गरे 3 घण्टा सबका छोरा छोरी कति नाति नातिना सब खोज खबर गरिकन बिदाबारी गरे मैले आशीष सर नमस्कार अनि डाक्टर रामजी तिमीसँग सरलाई पनि नमस्कार
रामजीलाई मैले बिहान खबर गरे
है सर
अनि आफ्नै काममा व्यस्त छन्
ओ काशीजी हाय काशीजी
नमस्कार सर
नमस्ते
सबैको अनुहार देख्दाखेरि बडा आनन्द आयो
1 घण्टा यतिकै चलाएर अनि फुर्ता नै हुनुहुन्छ
हेमन्त सर हेलो विनोद भट्टजी नमस्ते फ्रम महेन्द्रनगर
इट वाज भेरी
एउटै स्क्रिनमा यति धेरै गुरुहरू देख्न पाउनु गुरुआमाहरू देख्न पाउनु
नमस्कार अध्यक्ष महोदय गणेशजी नमस्कार सदा हाँसी ओहो सर नमस्कार पौडेल सर ओहो
नमस्कार
एकदम खुसी लाग्यो सबै रुद्र सरको सँग पनि भेट भयो
सरहरुसँग भेट हुने भयो भने सर नमस्कार रुद्र के छ हिजो त पाउँ पाएन मैले त
होइन हुनुहुन्छ सर हजुर
रुद्रको हिजो थियो
त्यही मैले सुने हिजो राजकुमार शर्मा सर नमस्ते।
गुरु नमस्कार।
भइसकेको छौँ नि त हामी त।
हजुर ठिक छ। सम्पूर्ण गुरुहरूलाई मेरो नमस्कार, हार्दिक नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सबै गुरुहरूलाई नमस्कार प्रणाम।
अनि यो चाहिँ सबभन्दा घाँटी जस्तो देखियो। हेलो भीम सर नमस्ते। ल सबैलाई नमस्कार टुङ्ग्याइयो।
1 घण्टा जति भयो भने सबैलाई भ्याइने रहेछ।
परदेशको कन्फरेन्स तर अडियन्स त उही हुँदो रहेछ क्या हो फेरि?
जहाँ गए पनि त्यही।
यो रिजनल भने पनि नेसनल भन्दा बढी नै भयो।
इटरीमा बिन्दु म्यामको चाहिँ बिहे निम्ता छ है छोराको तपाईहरु सबैलाई।
प्रेजेन्टरले रिमाइन्ड गरेर प्ले गर्न पाइएन।
अब 1 नम्बरकाले हामीलाई बोलाएन, नत्र बिन्दु म्याडमको चाहिँ छोराको बिहे हेर्नु हुन्थ्यो भने।
एकदमै सर म सबैजनालाई बोलाउँछु नि। अब खै लकडाउन त हुँदैन, मङ्सिरमा गर्ने भनेको
होइन। हामी जहिले पनि आइपुग्छौँ म्याडम, जहिले पनि आइपुग्छौँ।
होइन अहिले लकडाउनको बिहामा मान्छे धेर हुँदैन नि।
अहिले बिहा
लकडाउनमा त अफिसर लकडाउनमा त बिहा नै हुँदैन नि। बेहुला बेहुलीको पनि त डिस्टेन्सिङ हुनु पर्यो।
नमस्ते नर सर।
ई म्यारेज कन्डक्ट गर्नुपर्ने भयो।
इटरीका 3 जना विद्वानहरु भेट भयो।
होइन के छ यो दारीको केही बुझिएन सर।
यसको एउटा प्रेजेन्टेसन हुन्छ सर।
नमस्कार छ है।
ऱ्यान्डम स्याम्पलिङ गर्दा
हजुर
के देखियो?
अभि सर मै छिमेकीले त बुझेको छैन, अब अरूले के बुझ्नु?
ऱ्यान्डम स्याम्पलिङमा के देखियो अफिसर?
यो ग्यालेक्सी चाहिँ हटाएर नाम राखौँ न मित्र।
ग्यालेक्सी
Yes sir, this is our request.
Galaxy M30s, please write your name.
Galaxy M30.
Galaxy M30, please write your name.
So
नाम लेख्नु न हो।
यो डिजेबल हुन्छ, च्याट डिजेबल हुन्छ सर।
मोतीराम
यो ग्यालेक्सी
नमस्कार सबैलाई। अघि भनिसके कुञ्जजीले चिल्लाउनु भएछ।
म्याम यो अप्ठ्यारो लागेर लाज लागेर आज यस्तो भएको कि यो बिग्रेछ के भएछ कुनै बिहानैदेखि आज यो, त्यसैले अलि मिलाउनलाई टोपी लाग्यो म्याम।
कुन्दरको एलओसी के डाउनलोड लकडाउन
गर्नु पर्यो कि बुढीलाई काट्न लाउनु पर्यो? म त आफै काट्दिन्छु, हस्बेन्डकोमा आफै काट्दिन्छु, आफ्नोमा आफै काट्छ।
अब अहिले कहिले काहीँ बत्ती पनि जाने हुनाले यसो बनाएपछि मेन्टल सेन्ट्रलको काम पनि गर्ला भनेर चिल्लो पारेको म्याम मैले यसलाई आज।
कुञ्जर सर त्यो ब्याकग्राउन्डसँग बहुत मिलेको छ है सरको।
हो यो
ब्याकग्राउन्डसँग मिलेको छ
सर। यो टाउको सक्कली ब्याकग्राउन्ड नक्कली सर, के गर्ने यस्तो परेछ।
झुलकुमारीको बोटहरू जस्तो छ।
हजुर म्याम यो नक्कली हो।
होइन देखा छ भर्चुअल। हाम्रो सबैले त्यो समुद्रको यताउता
मेरो चाहिँ
मोती म्याम अब हाम्रा गुरुहरूलाई विशिष्ट अनुभव सेयर गर्न दिउँ। अब कार्यक्रम कति बेला सुरु हुन्छ?
We are supposed to start because we are
yes fine exactly to God.
Thank you.
सुरु गर्न विष्णुजी टाइममा गरौ है, राउँदै गर्छ।
Yes. 12:10 start 12:10. Welcome to all of you. Good morning to our gurus and respected all the NELTians and NELTA experts, ELT experts, our gurus, gurumas, and all the NELTA professionals and practitioners, ELT professionals and practitioners. I would like to humbly welcome to all of you to the second day early in the morning. I would like to request to our General Secretary to proceed the today's session ahead. Mr. General Secretary. Mitra Kesi sir, are you there?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vishnu sir. Thank you very much for giving me this responsibility. Good afternoon, everyone, respected professors, all the paper presenters, and my dear NELTA colleagues. Welcome back on the key conference on ELT organized by NELTA Karnali province. It's day 2nd, and we expect that we expect that the schedule of the day is in your hands. Today we are going to have 6 sessions. So the first session will be of our honorable professor, Professor Dr. Abi Subedi sir. This will be a very interesting session. Yesterday we couldn't get our sir. So today we have Dr. Abi Subedi sir. So I would like to request sir to just facilitate the session.
Should I?
Abi Subedi sir.
Okay, should I start speaking?
Oh, Abi sir, please, welcome to session, please.
Thank you.
Welcome, Guru.
Thank you, President of the NELTA organization, Moti Kala Subhadevan, one of the founders and a very respectable Jairaj Avasthi sir, all the erstwhile presidents, President of Surkhet Karnali NELTA, and General Secretary, and all the office bearers, erstwhile presidents, all the participants, and everybody. The topic that is given to me is transforming ESL pedagogy in other contexts of Nepal, in the context of Nepal, which is a very broad topic. One can discuss on this subject for hours actually. But here I want to recall one communication that Jairaj Avasthi sir, somewhere, I don't remember where, he said to the young NELTA people that it is your time to teach us. We sit there and learn from you. That's what he said. In certain context, I forgot the context, but I read it in one of the very recent email communication. So that is exactly what I would like to do myself, because things seems to have changed a lot, not only by this situation that we are in now, not by the lockdown situation, but also by the general atmosphere, general situation, the challenges, and then achievements at the same time. I have already spoken about the achievements of the NELTA and how it came into existence, so that I don't want to repeat that. I just would like to go straight to the topic. I will speak for about 40-45 minutes, and then I would like to wait for your feedback and communication. The question of model is a very tricky subject. This subject, we have been bandied about this terminology for so many years, for several decades now. Search for the model. Which model is the best to teach in Nepal, and how to handle the different models that are available to us. The most important point to remember at this stage is this model and how to transform the model into our Nepali context. That has always posed the question. That posed a question to us when we are teaching, and that seems to be posing question to you. The challenge is how to transform any model, any syllabus that exists to make it very workable viable, and then pragmatic in our context. So the two words that strike me at the moment are ESL and the context of Nepal. I'm I had to think quite seriously about this concept of ESL, because there are two categories of English language teaching, ESL and EFL. We are, I would have thought, we are in an EFL situation. English as a foreign language, not as English as a second language, which is reserved for the learners of those countries where English is the major language. ESL teaching, the syllabus evolved to teach the immigrants English, or the people who go to live in the country, English-speaking country, they are taught English, so they are prepared to fill the forms and then apply for the job and so on and so forth. So ESL evolved out of that. So the countries, the people, the learners who live in the English-speaking countries are the ESL learners. That is how I understood, because English as a second language. We are in the context of English as a foreign language, where we learn English not among the English-speaking people. We don't live in an English-speaking country. We live in countries where we speak other languages. So dealing with in that situation, that makes a whole lot of difference. Learning English in Nepal and learning English in, for example, Canada or an English-speaking country is very different. But the linguists have also made a distinction between, included India also as one of the EFL country, because they use English as an official language. But I don't quite find that very useful. I only want to make a distinction between ESL and EFL in the context of the topic that we are going to discuss. So if there is no other important point we're going to miss, I think the most appropriate terminology would be the EFL pedagogy. We are working in the EFL situation. So then talking about the model, recalling all these syllabuses that we have been using since the past up to the present time, one important point we should remember is that is the review of the achievements. What achievements have we made? People from my generation and Jairaj Avasthi sir's generation, he's a little younger than me, by the way. From my generation to his generation and later to others' generation, those of you who belong to this generation now, who are giving leadership to the NELTA belonging to a middle generation. From our generation coming to your generation, even the younger generation, the one point that we have always been discussing is the using the model to suit to the Nepali context. That has always been the model. But it is time to review who actually have been making all the models successful, who are adapting the models into the Nepali context. My own experience and perception shows that the learners themselves, the students themselves have developed the model over the years. Because why I say this is because we introduce certain model, very flashy model, very colorful models that we learned in Britain or in other places or here in Nepal, and introduce those models with the students, and tacitly, without imperceptibly, the students rejected those models. That's my experience actually. Students have rejected the model. Why did they reject the model? Because they found the model very exotic. They found the models very formal. They found the model very kind of full of jargons. That's why the learners rejected the model. How did they reject the model? I think they rejected the model by not accepting them, by not applying them actually. But where did the English teaching go then? Those of us who have been teaching the model, where have we moved? We have willy-nilly moved to where the students were. What model did the students choose? So that model is the practical model, the pragmatic model that works, that has been working. So then I think I'm quite in touch with this discussion through NELTA and by attending some of the sessions and so on, what I have seen is that the models are very productively discussed. Some of the teachers have made very productive use of them. They have taken them into the classroom, and I've seen them. I've attended some of the sessions and taken them into the classroom, tasted, and then wrote papers and published in magazines from different regions. But even then, still then, some of the models have worked, especially those models that teach about writing English, speaking English, and so on. The basic models have worked. Otherwise, the flashy models, the very ambitious models, don't seem to have worked. So that is the first problem I have seen in this context, that of using any model in the context of Nepal. And the other one is we should be very clear about these two expressions. I don't know which expressions model we are going to use it. And then I'll come back to this. The recent challenge about English language syllabus models is posed by how and who uses the English globally. That is one point we should be very careful about. When we use English, do we use it to use Braj Kasru's terminology? Are we using teachers in the inner circle, middle circle, and the outer circle? In Braj Kasru's model, we belong to the outer circle because we don't use English natively. Neither do our students use English natively. That is why we don't form the inner circle of the English teachers. Neither the teachers nor the students form the inner circle. So we are using English in the outer circle. That is, English as a foreign language circle, actually, not the second language circle. So that is why whenever we discuss this topic, like transforming ESL pedagogy, I don't want to call it ESL. I want to call it EFL pedagogy. If you ask me which model I would think appropriate, I would call it transforming EFL pedagogy, not ESL, because we don't teach English in an English-speaking country. We teach English in a non-speaking country. So we should take this into context. The context is that we have to take into consideration the English. What is good? What is the model of English? What is the standard of English? Let me speak a few words about the standard of English. What is the standard of English? Do we use as the dogmatically they say the RP model, receipt pronunciation, the British English pronunciation, GA model or the General American Accent model? Which model are we using? This is one important question. The answer is neither. We are neither using RP nor the GA model. We are using kind of local model wherever we are working. That's why we use the model. So that's why this is a very important point. That means English doesn't follow a certain model. Just like when we are students, when we taught, we followed the British model, and some of our teachers taught students in the classroom to speak English just the way the British speak English. Oh, no, you are not putting stress on the right syllables. You should put stress, secondary stress there, and the primary stress there. No. We even said no. We use the vowel system also in a British manner. It sounds a little artificial to me when we consider about that. So that was following a model. And some of our colleagues went to America to get exposure to this English training, and then when they returned, they brought the American model and so on. So these students are very confused. Which model were we using? But now, happily, those days are gone. We don't have to bother about the right kind of pronunciation and so on. My point is that as we are English teachers and teaching students whose English is not, whose language is not English like ours, neither is my language English. But if teaching can help the students, we can at least teach a few things like, for example, retroflexion. We can tell the students about talk about the retroflexion. We can say the native speakers don't have the retroflexion. They can't pronounce DAW. The retroflexion doesn't exist in English. And we could ask students to try not using retroflexion or recognize the retroflexion. And also some of the pronunciation system like bilabial, labiodental, by using bilabial, for example, labiodental pronunciation of fa, for example, we are not aware when we are using the labiodental pronunciation or a bilabial. Most of us pronounce pa and pa in the same way, bilabial pronunciation. So if we can teach the students, and if we are honest about ourselves, if that is possible, because that's not a very difficult concept, at least we can give some information to the students in the classroom. This is retroflexion. This doesn't exist in the sound system of the native speakers. The bilabial and labiodental pronunciation makes a difference in meaning when we are talking with the foreigners. When we are pronouncing fa, we should make it labiodental, not bilabial. Bilabial with puff is like pa, Nepali pa, and so on. We can at least teach that. But there is one but. The but is that if the students are not willing to learn that also, I don't mind very much. If they are not willing to learn that, okay, as long as they can articulate, as long as they can write, produce an acceptable composition, that is fine. As long as they can communicate, that is fine. Because in the world, people speak English in a number of ways. So the first point I want to make here is that we don't have any fixed model. So when we are using an the syllabus, English as a second language syllabus, we should be very clear about which model are we using. What are we teaching the students? Is the English as a second language model is very, very necessary if we are teaching students in a situation where everyone speaks English and the learner doesn't speak English. And then if the learner doesn't learn properly, he will not be able to communicate with others because they will not understand her. That is why it is very, very important to follow the native speakers model, pronunciation system, and so on. But in the context where nobody speaks English, in a country where people don't speak English, let's say, except in certain areas, tourism and then also intercommunication and meeting seminars, and so on, contacts, the extensive contacts nowadays evolving. Even in the pandemic times, the contacts are increasing. People have been using language. We need English even in pandemic times. So if that is the situation, we don't have to worry too much about the pronunciation system as such. But then I just want to come to talking about the first pronunciation. I think we should, in our Nepali context, if we want to write the syllabus, include certain components where you can at least viable, teachable components we can teach the students. In some cases, not in our style. In our generation, we were we didn't mind going artificial all the way. We gave one teacher to write the book of English pronunciation who never pronounced one single English word correctly. But he wrote a book about how to pronounce English properly, and we tested the students on the basis of that book. So such was the system we developed. And the fellow who wrote the book, or I don't want to name, he is a very good, respectable person.
We know that.
Person. He didn't pronounce, he didn't bother about the secondary pronunciation, articulation, or labiodental, or glottal stop, or nothing of that sort. He spoke like a rattling sound of a rifle, straight without any intonation, without any intonation contours. He didn't have contours rising and falling. But some of us had too many contours, too many rise and falls. No. What did you say? Say again. Type of English we use. So both models were artificial actually. But who rejected those models, I tell you at the very beginning, this is my very hypothesis. My hypothesis is that the students themselves rejected them by not using this. So let us, when we are rewriting TESOL, I would say EFL. I wouldn't say TESOL because we don't teach TESOL, we teach EFL situation. When we are writing whatever TESOL, EFL, whatever you are using, as sir says, probably you know better than us, and we will learn from you if you come up with certain findings. When you are teaching this, adapting, writing syllabus in the context of, in the Nepali context, then the one component about the speech and pronunciation section should be very carefully, practically designed. Practically designed in the sense that if you want to use certain audio methods, because now audio methods are very easy. There is one option. One option is that if you want to use certain audio system, some of the teachers could perhaps use them, the articulation, the pronunciation, and so on, and record and use that in the classroom. And or also maybe the native speaker's tongue also could be recorded. Could be recorded. We should not be conservative about that. Could be recorded. But if the students prefer the teacher's pronunciation, the teachers themselves should kind of record their voice and then create one textbook actually for that. If that is considered viable and effective only, you should have more discussions in some of the NELTA meetings and then discuss whether using this component in the EFL syllabus is necessary at all or not. Then the next step would be adapting the context is moving directly to the structural context. Structural context, it has also been a subject of great debate. When the communicative grammar of English was written, published by Oxford, and we used communicative grammar of English as a holy Gita, Bible, actually for many years. And the students who didn't use, have you read this book, page number 47 to 53? If you have not read, go and read, then only you can write better English also. So the models, the grammars, communicative models were very productive, but we use them in a very conservative style. We use the same model as we used from the time of the J.C. Nesfield's grammar of English down to the present times. Our teaching models were static, not dynamic, not fluid. So we stuck to the teachers, didn't change the models. So whatever the syllabus came, whatever syllabuses they wrote, their favorite method was a kind of a teaching method and directing method and structural method. They didn't give up. So the best thing now, perhaps with a lot of experience with so many people in the leadership, you are doing tremendous work under the leadership of Motikala Subhadevan and others, and Hemanta Dahal and others, and Jairaj Avasthi sir is the founder, and Gangaram sir and others. Gangaram sir has been in wide contact with what is happening in Nepal and outside in the educational context and so on. I didn't want to name people because I might leave out some very important names, but the point why I mention the names is that the expertise and experience of the professors, teachers is available now. There is one very important achievement that's available. So by using this availability of the experts, teachers of different generation with the flexibility, hard-working, painstaking work of Motikala Subhadevan, who spends day and night. She says she doesn't even have time for herself. She has been working so hard, and her entire team is working so hard. In this situation, actually, we are in a good position to discuss how to develop a syllabus in the Nepali context. So the first, I said, the pronunciation system, we should be liberal, flexible, and practical. We should not go back to the time when we introduced spoken English syllables, segments, and phonetic and phonological and components and so on. We even tested them and nothing worked. So the component about the speech should be very practical and so on. That is my first point. Second point is that when we come to writing the teaching of the units, the segments actually in the syllabus, the segments, the one important point to discuss about using segments is working at the different units actually. We should not plunge ourselves into the old model of like morphological level, lexical level, and then syntactic level, and sentence into a communicative model, Hallidayan model, for example. Halliday was a little tired of that, and he developed a concept of coherence in English. He said sentences should be brought together and should see if there is a texture, if they can cohere. Different sentences, if you put it in a paragraph, whether they cohere or not, if they work together or not. So they developed this model. And something like that in this other section. For example, the debate could be, how do we go about the units? Do we select the texts? Do we select different texts for different units and then pick up the lexical items or the different small, not too heavy grammatical composition items, and also the comprehension items? These are not old-fashioned yet, because they have proved very effective in the past also. So there's no need to drop them entirely. For example, like selecting text and picking up different components from the text and giving exercises to the students, making them more communicative, usable, and then exchangeable units, and so on. And now audio methods are also available, certain components, so students can watch the video, you can watch the YouTube, and also can interaction. So the unit that we select could go into the printed book, or could be referred to as an online kind of audio system. But then the students, the exercises developed out of that should be teachable, should be actually teachable and very practical. So this is one very important point that we have to consider when we are rewriting this, when we are designing syllabuses in the EFL context, Nepali context. But one important point that we should not forget is the global context. The global as well as the local context. The global and local contexts are overlapping, actually, moving together. It's kind of a development happens global and local, which is a kind of a challenge. And then instead of resolving the challenge and drawing the binary, the drawing binary was not found very productive. So people combined the word and made it global. Global and local put together. It's a global context. So the point is that the global context is always present in the local context. We should not forget about that. It is just like pandemic, one piece of communication that information that arises, comes out of in one corner of the world, affects the world immediately. And also the availability of the system, all the cybernetic systems and so on. So the global context is always an energy, a force. But that force, if the students, many students, we should remember, make themselves, avail themselves of the opportunity of, in an old English, avail themselves of the opportunity of using this system, cybernetic systems, with the guardian's knowledge or without their knowledge, they have been using in English, and using for communication and so on. So the syllabus writers, what they should do, designers, they should capitalize, cash on that global context. The global is always there. And students, young people especially, are always trying to adapt the global context into the local context. Whether the teacher is giving them certain clues, teaching them or not, they're all the time doing that. That one reality that I have noticed in my long career. I'm still with this system, working with a number of groups still in different contexts. That is a very, very recent, very powerful phenomenon. So the teachers who are designing the syllabus in this context, EFL context, I don't want to say ESL, I'm sorry about that, because we are talking in an EFL context. When we are designing syllabus in the EFL context, we shouldn't ignore this fact that the global and the local are working. There is no such hard boundaries between local and local. That's why The global context is very important. What does that mean in terms of the selection of the text? Whose text is the standard text for use? So this is another subject that NELTA has to decide and discuss now. NELTA is in a position to talk about certain models because NELTA has greater challenge now. I think the government's units and syllabus units and the people independent, we don't forget that there are so many textbooks writers. Some are like ghosts, some write books like ghosts, some books write books about like angels, you know, all are not ghost writers, but they are writing. People are producing books. There are some different groups who are writing textbooks. And then they have the cloud. They go to the government syllabus units and organization and say, put a leverage on, they have a leverage on them to select their textbooks. It's a question of money, you know. It's not just a question of teachers designing syllabus in the meetings and syllabus committees. It's the question of money. Who writes the textbook and who sells the textbook? Who sells the textbooks? The selling is important. So now one irony that is working in today's world is that people write, produce the text first, and then impose on the students what they have written to learn, and then this is one a kind of a retrogressive steps. Though the materials are maybe progressive, wonderful, but the method is very retrogressive, regressive method. Regressive in the sense that in the past we did the same. We brought the books from Britain or America, or also the books which are printed in Muzaffarpur, Bihar, and the books which didn't have any copyrights, and use them and then we prescribe them. So we imposed the books to the students because they were written there, because they were available, because certain publishers had the cloud, the networks to sell them. So we prescribed them. We use those books. Now, after so many years of experiments with syllabus writing, all these teachers whose names I cannot mention just now, their painful, painstaking effort, they have set up a system and established a system. And after that, coming in recent time, without taking into consideration the students' needs, their possibility, their ability, actually their need, without considering their needs, we bring the book and prescribe them. This prescribing culture has not gone away. It has come in a new capitalist system, bazaar system, with a greater vehemence. The capitalist English teaching has gone into the market, capitalist market. In the capitalist market, the book production, because such a large, lucrative population, there are so many hundreds of thousands of students. It's a huge market. So we shouldn't forget that while we are talking about writing syllabus in the EFL context, there are already books which are being produced by the groups, by the clouds, by the people who have access to the agencies and so on, and then prescribe books. You have no choice. Students have no choice. They have to accept the books, and the book writers, whether the book writers are qualified or not, whether they have ever bothered to discuss about the feasibility, viability of English language teaching, whether they were ever interested in English language teaching at all. But then they suddenly become textbook producers and write and so on. So that one thing we should consider. So I don't know how to resolve, but when you are writing this ESL context, English as a second language context syllabus, you should be very selective. You should know what to select for the students, because it's not only what the teachers select or suggest that the students read, but also what the companies select, what the market book producers and what the capitalist people select. They also make inroads into. But there is one thing I don't want to sound too conservative. I want to say, however, that if the materials produced in that manner are okay, If they can meet the needs of the students or the communicative needs of the students, okay. But they should be selected. There should be selective body. And my idea is that I don't know how we can prevail upon the government ministries and organizations that people appointed, selected, recommended by the NELTA, actually, should be the members of the, or some of the members of those bodies. That my suggestion is that NELTA should actively take up this issue. And then they should say that when you are selecting books, prescribing books, English textbooks, to judge whether the textbooks are produced properly or not, there should be in the committee of experts people who appointed by the NELTA. That is my suggestion to, as Zaira Savasti sir said, new generation. How you go about it, the new generation. Moti is there. I don't know how long she will continue whether to lead this organization. Others will come, but everybody has to think about this very seriously. And then another point that I wanted to make was that the point I just wanted to make is this question of pronunciation, then question of structure, textbook selections, and so on. So, as usual, the syllabuses should not be something that is written separately from the texts that are written separately. That is the practice. Definitely, there will be more textbooks that the students have to read by following the syllabus. But the syllabus should be so explicit. When you write the syllabus, you be explicit in your writing of the syllabus. Define the context and define what the learners need at different levels and where should they go and what material should they expect to learn. So my question towards the end is, I'm questioning myself, is the situation the same as it was several years ago when English teachers had to clash with this very difficult situation, whether what we teach in the class is the same as people use outside. A group of my students made a survey of the use of English outside and how much they were informed about the English teaching methods. It found out that they were developing independently. What we taught in the classroom didn't match much with how it was used outside, let's say in Tamil or other places, or public working places and management and so on. That is one very important point to consider. So the English teaching syllabus writing process should not be too specialized. It is specialized because it's syllabus writing. But the English syllabus writing should also take into consideration one or two other factors. The one or two other factors are, for example, I gave some seminars to some management schools. I was invited to talk to the students who were sitting there. Those students are, my God, very, very, very sophisticated. Their level of English is very good and so on and so forth. What they were trying to learn, what they were expecting me to talk to them was to use the language in a context which makes it communicative, not in the sense of grammar, but in the sense of communicative, dialogic, also pragmatic. Those were the expectations. So this was the School of Management. So the School of Management, people who are developing text and writing books to teach management, they are using English tremendously well. So the use of English, if you are designing syllabus under the Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences or Education, there is no need for you to close your gates to the management and English being used in other fields. It doesn't matter. You don't have to go to them and collaborate with them. Whatever textbooks you are producing, syllabus you are writing, incorporate those texts that tomorrow the students would find it usable, viable tomorrow. When they use it, use them, include in your syllabus. You don't necessarily have to be very, very specifically humanistic and the literary. I have already spoken about the teaching of literature while talking to the NELTA of Sudur Paschim Pradesh, DN Doshi's Pradesh, whatever. So I don't want to come to the literary component here. But then syllabus, if you are writing syllabus, don't make it too specific. I want to recall one other question. And then I just would like to close and expect people to talk to me. The last point is, in the process, there was one time towards the 70s, late 70s, 80s, even 80s, that the English textbook writers and syllabus writers, especially in Britain, made tremendous transformation, a lot of achievements. One of the achievements they made was that they developed ways of writing textbooks for specific purposes. That was a great success, very successful project. English for science, English for management, English for science, specific purposes, they said. That didn't work. How far did that work? I don't know. I don't have much information. But at some point that even failed in certain contexts, because when different disciplines started merging, and the discipline that were defined, oh, this will be the discipline, that will be that discipline, they will never merge. That perception did not work. The boundaries collapsed. In language use, in, especially in education, the border lines are very fuzzy. They collapse. And collapsing is good. Let the boundaries collapse. So when we are teaching English at a time when the boundaries collapse, so interdisciplinarity is evolving. So we should also learn from the English for specific purposes, special purposes that were used at that time, and then they need not be entirely forgotten. They have made tremendous impact all over the world. But we should remember that the boundaries are merging. So when we are writing EFL syllabus, we should not be very, very parochial. We should not be very parochial. We should not limit the context. And we should not be too ambitious. Syllabus should be such that in a little program, it should open a door to a kind of a flexible learning. We should not be ambitious. If you ask me, I have learned the lesson, very hard lesson, trying to become ambitious. We made a contribution, of course. Lots of trouble. Zaira sir is there somewhere around there with his gray beard. And others may be participating. Anjana madam must be somewhere here. Anjana madam and Govinda sir, he may not be listening. There are teachers who are, we did some very, very important work and we kept the English teaching going in this country. But that doesn't mean that. To quote Zaira Zawasti sir again, you have the wisdom, we will listen to you. But if you want to ask about our experience, like I've been telling my experience is my generation's experience, how that could be effective. I'm telling my experience, sharing my experience. The experience is that even today, I'm very actively working in different fields. I'm still dealing with the text, writing text, producing text, and communicating with people. My knowledge, and also even at the level of research and postgraduate PhD level, people are doing research, and my knowledge says that we are at the age of interdisciplinarity. Texts, English, used in one context, do tend to cross the boundaries. So when we are writing ESFL for the students of the school level, don't be too ambitious, but don't be under ambitious. That you should remember, you're writing the syllabus in a context where students will use them and use them in the society, use them in the context, use them in life. That is the kind of experience that I want to share with you. It's a big subject. And with this, I just want to stop here and wait for you to come up with your own ideas and suggestions on this subject. Thank you very much. I have just stopped here, and then I want to expect you to raise questions.
Thank you very much, Professor
Avi sir, for your excellent presentation. We are so much grateful to you. So now we are entering into the second session.
No, just minute.
Till then, if anyone wants to raise any question.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, Vishnu sir, just a minute. Could you please open the floor for 2-3 questions, please?
Yes.
Before we start another session.
Dear General Secretary, we have time again. We have already committed that we will have some interactive session ahead. Therefore, could you please?
The floor is open
for
the questions to Dr.
Yes. So it is very selective because we have a time limitation and we are supposed to say, I think we have 10 minutes remaining.
Okay, 10 minutes, that's fine.
Please, share some ideas from the ground, and Professor Subedi will, Avisar will conclude the session later. Technically, could you please manage for that, Navraj sir and Betendra ji? Those we are in to share their ideas, or just
let me share. If any participants are interested to ask questions, you can raise up your hand. Okay, going to reaction. Okay, sir.
Okay. Management.
So, sir, shall I ask my question?
Okay.
Dear Avi sir, it's always a pleasure listening to you. I have one curiosity.
Yeah.
We studied English in an environment where we didn't have to speak much in English. And we never heard audio video kind of thing in our generation. And that generation of English teachers still suffers when it comes to speaking. And if teachers are not well versed themselves, how do you think teacher can help a student improve their speaking skill? So your thoughts on it, and what do you think teachers can do to improve their English speaking? Because you talked a lot about competence, communication kinds of things. Thank you.
That's a very good question. Good question means difficult questions. Because I learned this expression when I first entered the class in British University. When the teacher said this is a good question, I thought that's a Gotilo question, but he meant difficult question. Your question is very difficult question. The question that I always faced in my life, because I didn't learn English through audio-visual methods. None of us did learn through audio-visual methods. That's why in my presentation, I stressed on the contribution of the teachers who, despite their training, without not being exposed to all this audio-visual system, could nevertheless manage to teach English, and they have taught English. Your students, even though you were not exposed to them, but your students are exposed. You don't have to worry about that. Whatever you teach, as I said earlier, we appointed a teacher who couldn't pronounce even a single word correctly to write a book about pronunciation, and we prescribed that for 6-7 years. But we worked, that function, that worked well. So we don't have to worry too much about whether we are trained or not. When we are teaching the students themselves. That's why I said, as much as we can, let us give a space in the syllabus for students to enter into that. And whatever we can manage, we can at least manage the tools. Even though we didn't use it, but we can manage the tools. So whatever the teachers have been teaching, they are doing well. That's my confidence. When you are speaking English perfectly, brilliantly when you are talking to me just now. So that is the point. So we should start from that point. Teacher is the great facilitator in that context.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
There's one question. I think I said that there's a nice question. There's a question I always think that people who are doing this NELTA organization, who are involved in English teaching, who are a little bit of access to the people in power, like Vishnu yourself, you know how to tackle the people who are in a position to talk to the people who are policymakers. they should always try to find some way. At least my suggestion is that make NELTA active in that sense that you should prevail on the government agencies, whatever educational agencies, to require it that in their expertise committees, syllabus committees, people appointed by the NELTA should also be appointed. They will suggest ways to do that. And NELTA's one great strength is that this is a non-partisan grand organization. That's the greatest power of NELTA. Even today, those of you who are listening to me maybe belong to so many different parties. You have your agendas. You maybe some of you are very cool, or some of you are maybe very ugra, whatever. But working together, NELTA has that power. So let's use that power and say that there should be a committee. The committee should kind of include experts and have open discussions. That is one good way.
Arun sir, you can ask.
Thank you, this is the last question. Arun sir, question will be last.
Arun Nepal.
Hello, sir. Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar, Arun.
So my question is, our nation itself is a multilinguistic and multicultural country. Then you discussed about the local curriculum, local syllabus, local situation. Then in this context, how can we develop local curriculum, sir?
Local curriculum?
Yes, sir. No, local curriculum, local.
No, local curriculum is, local is there. In local, the second word is local. Because since we are teaching English, we are already having an access to the global question. By learning English, we are reaching out to the global context, because English is a global language. So by learning English, by making our students learn English, we are reaching out to the global. But we are reaching out from the local context. That is the local. That's why local is not outside. Local means adapting ourselves, managing to learn and teach and learn English that is suitable for our context. That is the local context. So local is a very local, but not too limited to the local context. And you raise another important question. The question is, there is a multilingual country. Multilingual countries, this is another, we should keep another paper for that. Does the mother tongue variations of the students, does it affect the English language teaching at all? You should keep this topic for discussion and ask somebody to speak on this question. This is a very important point. Do the local variations of languages affect the teaching of English? This has not been discussed. You raised a good point. Then I don't want to talk too much about that. This is a big subject. But then we can still productively, local means our local context. Learning a global language.
So thank you, Professor Avi sir. I think one more question. Any concluding remarks from Professor Jairaj Awasthi sir? Could you please speak if you are here with in relation to Professor Avi Subedi sir's presentation?
Thank you, Vishnu. Avi sir has already said that our generation is waning generation and yours coming up. So therefore, whatever he experienced, that's I experienced too. Though a little bit different, that there was a hippie culture. Now I used to study at Mahendranath College, which was at Hanuman Doka. So once you go outside of the classroom, you had got the hippie English all around. That's one. Second thing, I still remember, the teacher who wrote the books on this pronunciation of English. He taught me English myself. So therefore, this was that generation. But as Gunakar sir said, we have a lot of exposure now because we learn from the student. We learn of the student. Therefore, the students can teach us. As Avi sir said, there is no question of pronunciation because these days I say that my ideal speaker is Kofi Annan because everybody understood him.
Mine too.
Yeah, we don't have to go to President Trump or whoever may be. So therefore,
Trump doesn't pronounce well.
Yeah, so Therefore, Kofi Annan is the best speaker for us. That's the model. And regarding the Arun's question, globalization, Abhisar has clearly mentioned it. And I was just analyzing, say, this basic education from grade 1 to 3. Just now it is on my table. You know, when you look at the syllabus of English, Nepali, or maybe our surroundings, they talk all about the local things, but they are in the language which is not spoken here. They address English, but the content is the local one. So therefore, language is international, but the content is local. So this is what Abhisar mentioned, localization. And then we have to address local thing, then we can go to the community and beyond, and then outside this country also. So it is wonderful to listen to Abhisar all the time because he has got say big experience, his bundle of experience that he shares, and therefore, you know, you could always see that whenever he speaks, whatever he speaks, there are hundreds of students listening to him, hundreds of teachers. They love him, and we always love him because Abhisar is our ideal. He is our guru of gurus. So therefore, salute to him, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you a lot, Professor Dr. Jairaj Awasthi, sir, our guru. May I request Motikala Subhadewa for her remarks and greeting to Professor Abhisavedi, sir, for his compliments or anything, Chair.
Thank you, Bisnuji. Actually, we don't have much time. Anyway, that's very, very nice sharing, very, very insightful sharing about this kind of language and local and global. I like the ideas about that contents should be local. So maybe the language is, yes, global, as Jairaj sir also mentioned about that. So this is very interesting. And maybe in future, I'm thinking about that. These are the days now we are conferences and trainings through this virtual kind of thing. And maybe in future also, the government, if they are going to ask about some of the trainers, okay, in our country, maybe the NELTA will take the lead because all these participants who are here leaders, okay, they be one of the kinds of trainers or leaders in every offices of the government. So maybe this is a kind of a challenge, or maybe NELTA is taking a lead. So I am very hopeful we'll do this kind of thing. And thank you so much, Abhisar, for your presence. And you accepted our invitation due to other technical problems. We couldn't bring you yesterday. Anyway, we are here. And thank you very much, sir. The participants also. It's our pleasure.
Thank you. See you sometime next time.
It's our pleasure. General Secretary, would you please
okay, sir. Okay, thank you very much, Vishnu sir. Thank you very much, Vishnu sir. We are so much grateful to our senior professors, Abhisar and Awasthi sir, and I'm very much thankful to Motikala ma'am as well. So we are in the second session now because we are in time. So we have to start our second session. The topic of the session is writing skills in 21st century, and the facilitator of the session is Professor Dr. Anjana Awasthi Bhatrai. I would like to request Professor Anjana Awasthi Bhatrai to facilitate the session. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
I'd like to thank you for inviting me in this session.
Yes, we are listening, ma'am.
We are hearing you. Yeah, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am.
We hear you.
Okay, fine. Then I have selected the topic of writing because I thought that, I experienced that when our students, they were there to write their thesis, they always wondered whether they learned writing in their school level or not. So it pushed me to think about all those things. All of us know that writing is a very big term, very big skill. It is out of the four skills, and we know to be able to write means we have to achieve or we have to learn so many sub skills. The sub skills include selecting appropriate words, appropriate phrases, using them in proper places, then selecting the cohesion, coherence, use of correct spelling, punctuation, all these, all of us are familiar with all those things. Then for writing, we have to follow a certain process as well. In the beginning, we have to generate ideas, then which is known as brainstorming. Then those ideas should be ordered in a systematic way which gives the meaning. And here we use other sub skills as well. Then the just writing is not enough. We have to go through it again and again for editing. Sometimes we alter the word, sometimes we change the punctuation. This goes up to the end of the writing. This is, I have just mentioned the process. Then we have the types of writing. Copying is the first phase of writing. All of us are familiar with it. Then we have guided writing, which is also known as skeleton writing. Then we have free writing. Free writing can be genre-based, it can be literary writing, academic writing. So many types of writings are there. And this is 21st century, and this century is the era of research. All of us are very much familiar with this. Without having writing skill, research cannot be completed. So students have to be encouraged and inspired for producing written text from the beginning of their life. This is where I would like to emphasize. In the context of Nepal, most of the teachers teach it with the help of product approach. This is the one which we have practiced, our students are practicing, and still it will go for long, I suppose so. Product writing. In this case, students write, they are asked to answer the questions which are given in the text, and they produce the answers, and teachers just without giving individual attention, he can write the correct answers on the board, and students are supposed to copy them and reproduce them in the examination. So far, writing is limited only up to this kind of practice. My focus here is not to how to motivate, encourage, or inspire teachers and students for teaching and learning writing skill. I am concentrating at micro level, that is localization of global knowledge and practice. For the first point, or the important factor, is teachers have to be motivated. Unless and until teachers themselves realize that writing has to be taught, it is very difficult to take part to happen in the classroom. So in the beginning, the teacher have to be very much positive to develop their students' writing, not following the product approach, but using the process approach. My suggestion is to use this process approach. First, the teachers should be collaborated. Collaboration is the key term. Unless and until they collaborate, they cannot spare time. If they collaborate, they can divide the time among themselves and take responsibility and move forward. Teachers who intend to teach writing, they have to be collaborated so that the writing can be started from the very beginning. In the beginning, as I have mentioned, copying is enough. That is up to grade 1 or up to nursery level. Students are asked to copy, that is just reproducing the alphabet, words, or simple sentences. That is the beginning part of the writing. In this phase, if the teachers of upper grade, that is higher secondary level, they collaborate with the basic level teacher, then they can make the students write, and they can identify which students are taking interest in writing more. So they can select them and they can upgrade their writing.
Are you, ma'am, Anjana ma'am, are you sharing the screen?
Yes, the screen is here, but
Okay.
I wonder.
So, okay, ma'am. Again, please stop that and share again.
No, Bidindraji, it's okay. She's not making a PowerPoint. That's fine. Please.
Okay.
Should I start?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Can you see me?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Continue.
Okay, we are confused. Thank you.
Please continue, ma'am.
So I have mentioned that this is teachers' attitude. Unless and until teachers change their attitude, students should be taught writing. It is very difficult to bring the change. It is very difficult to make students write, to produce something. First, teachers have to be ready to take the responsibility. They have to start teaching writing following the process approach, not only product approach, which is really difficult and it demands a lot of teachers' time. All of us know that. The first step for using process approach, in my opinion, they have to establish a collaboration. They have to start collaboratively. If primary teacher, the basic level teacher collaborates with secondary level teacher and higher secondary level teacher, then gradually the students, they are promoted by a level-wise writing phase. And say the primary level student, they become able to write sentences. Then secondary level teachers, they can make their students write small paragraphs, short paragraphs. Then higher secondary level teachers can make them to write from outside world as well. This is what I think. So the first activity from teacher side is to collaborate with teachers. Then second collaboration should be with school administration. School administration should also be very positive. They should inspire their student, they should inspire their teacher, they should encourage their teacher to go ahead in involving students for learning writing. Then third collaboration can be with governmental organization and non-governmental organization. If they collaborate, then the teacher can ask for programs to help them in organizing programs, writing programs for students, sometimes workshops, sometimes seminar, and sometimes even the competitive programs as well. So students become motivated, and this collaboration will help teachers and a student, and the organization also become aware something is happening around the students and around the school, and students are learning something new. Teachers collaboration, intra-school I have talked about intra-school collaboration. Now they can collaborate inter-school as well. That means the teachers of catchment area, they can collaborate and they can share this responsibility. In this way, their time and their effort will be divided among themselves. So little effort can put for individual teacher, there will be a little effort. that is from teacher's side. I emphasize that first teachers have to be motivated, then only they can motivate students. So students' attitude has to be changed. First teachers' attitude have to be changed, then students' attitudes have to be changed. The teachers must let them know that writing is necessary for them. Unless and until they learn writing, they cannot express themselves for others. And students may be wondered, as we also used to be wondered, why should we learn writing? Because this is very difficult in the beginning. So in that case, students have to be told that they can take part in different programs. This is a kind of motivation. Not only taking part, they can share they can share their ideas, they can invite other students to share their ideas. So the first encouraging point for students is they will be able to take part. If they become able to write something, that written piece will be sent to different programs. As the teacher collaborates with different organizations, they will organize programs and students take part in this program. Obviously, when they stand in front of others and they read their writing, they will be happy and they will be motivated. The second one, this is for secondary level student and higher secondary level students, not for lower level students. They can be motivated saying that they can work in tourism. So tourism is growing business in our country. Students might have seen some of the tourists and they can be motivated in that way also. Their writing will make them able to take part in the business of tourism. So teachers have to be able to convince their student writing is part of their life, and without writing it is very difficult to move ahead. And how to motivate students for writing? Teacher can now, here we have the importance of e-sharing. Some material, they can show the children written pieces of children. Children have written so many pieces and they can find those pieces in the website. They can share them, they can show them. The children who are like them, they are writing and posting all those things there. This is one way. And teacher can say them, write a diary. If the students write their diary, what type of topic? The teacher can give the topic. Today you write about your garden. Next day you write about your cattle. Another day you write about your sibling. Another day you write about your friend. This is localization. The teacher should select the local topics, those topics in which student can focus and they can find some information. Sometimes there should be trip programs also. The teacher can take the students to visit some local areas and students can be asked to write about those places as well. So for writing, the topic should be given by the teacher, or the teacher can give different options and students can select any one option out of them and they will write on that paper. Now, how to evaluate? This is another problem. For this, I think teacher can activate or mobilize senior students. If the school runs from grade 1 to grade 12 and senior level students can be mobilized to correct the writing of lower level students. In this way, teachers' burden is little bit taken by the senior students and the teacher can just he can take charge of overall responsibility. Students will be be sharing their ideas and they are helping one another. This can be effective way, I think. Another way for getting resources for writing, students have to be encouraged to read as well. As all of us know, reading and writing are two sides of the same coin. Reading always complements writing. Reading and writing should go together. If they get opportunity to read, they can form some idea, and those idea can be expressed by themselves. By writing, I mean in the beginning for up to grade 12, not academic writing and all those. If the students are habituated in writing those kind of things, automatically they they become curious. When they visit some new places, they become curious, they become interested to write something about those places. And writing, nowadays writing is becoming writing is becoming a kind of hobby as well. People are writing for their pleasure also, so students can be motivated in that way also for creative writing. If they are interested in poem writing, if they are interested in story writing, if they are interested in describing some places, so writing is our job. As a teacher, our job is to push them for write. If they write, then automatically they can move forward. They become interested to read other people's writing as well. So for reading, what kind of books are relevant for them? For children writing, I found, when I went through the cupboard, I found this one, Bhakta Prasad Bhagato. This is written by Kanak Mani Dixit, and this is very funny type of story. If they read these kind of things, they become imaginative as well. And so imaginary, they can produce imaginary stories as well. So in my opinion, writing should be taught. This is my first point. So far, we are using only product approach. We have to go to process approach. And while going through process approach, teacher alone cannot do. This is another point. Teacher alone cannot do. He has to collaborate with his colleagues, with the organizations, governmental organization and non-governmental organization. Here, when the teachers collaborate with governmental and non-governmental organization, they can ask for not only organizing the program, but establishing library. In the beginning, maybe library in physical way, then maybe e-library, so that students are motivated to go for reading as well. And this kind of reading habit automatically leads them for writing habit. Then group students can, the teacher can form a group. The students, when they work in a group, they become share their ideas. When they share their ideas, they can correct one another as well. They learn how to collaborate as well. This is not only students improvement in students development, but this is teachers professional development as well. Teachers are making students able to do something. Always our teaching English is, our students say when they come for a study, they say that we were taught in Nepali. Of course, it is not it is not that we should avoid Nepali. We can use Nepali or other mother tongues as well when we are teaching them. So in this case, I suggest, or I think, collaborate with other language teachers as well, whether that is Nepali teachers or other mother tongue teachers, and they can collaboratively push their students for writing. This is what I think. writing is a kind of expression, and expression can be in any one language. But as we are English teachers, we are mobilizing our students for writing in English. If they can write in Nepali, we can suggest them to translate it. Translating is another skill which can develop alongside. And when they translate in English, they can be bilingual as well. They can write in Nepali at the same time they can write in English. Writing leads them to be imaginative as well. When they start thinking, they only limited to what have they read, but they can aid from their own side also. They imagine, they write, they in that case they can share their ideas. Nowadays sharing is very important, and it is helped by this our e-technology. Other students, when they write, teachers should encourage them to post their writing as well. To share their writing as well. So writing becomes wide, and that is shared by other students, which makes them happy. In my opinion, writing skills should be started from the basic level, and for that teachers have to push the students. It is not just that ask them write and just then the answer should be given by the teacher, but teachers have to make them write, produce at least one sentence, two sentence, three sentence, then gradually the number of sentences will increase, and they learn from by themselves how to move ahead. So for that, one teacher's effort cannot bring the change. If they collaborate, if the number of teachers start doing this, then there will be a change as well. The teachers, not only the teachers of a single school, teachers of the catchment area, teachers of the district, gradually they can widen their circle. In the beginning, it can be limited to one area, then it can be broadened to other areas as well. If the teachers collaborate, they can create a wonder. Students will learn from them how to collaborate. They learn the skill of collaboration and the skill of writing at the same time. For writing, the resources or the motivating factors or the subject matter, they can be used from the local area. As I have already mentioned, their home can be one day material for writing. Their crops can be another one. Their friends can be another one. So if we pick up the local themes, then they will feel easy in the beginning. Gradually, when they read, they have to be given a lot of reading materials. They have to be able to review those materials also. The teacher's task is to give them the points, what should be reviewed. Maybe in the beginning only the characters should be reviewed, then the theme should be reviewed. The teacher's job is to inspect them, to guide them, activate them, mobilize them. Students must be mobilized. All of us now in the training, in different types of training, we talk about student-centered technique. What is this student-centered technique? The student-centered technique always encourages students to work. Not only listen, to work as well. So students work means the teachers have to push them, and students think themselves and they start writing. Writing can happen when they work themselves. If teacher gives the prepared write-up paragraph to study and to reproduce, that is not writing. For writing, students themselves have to take part and they must produce themselves. In the beginning, there are a lot of problems. Problem of correction, problem of expression, problem of vocabulary, problem of punctuation, and teachers' task here is to guide them, to show them, to make them able to consult dictionary. If students are encouraged to consult this dictionary, they gradually learn how to replace the word. Dictionary, thesaurus, these are the materials which will help them to correct their writing themselves. The students, we have to activate the students. For activating students, the teacher can give one topic and the students write, then they can exchange their writing. If the writing is incomplete, then other students can complete that way. This is the process when the students are involved themselves. Teachers' task is to encourage them, to inspire them by providing them different kind of materials and different kind of techniques. For techniques, the teacher can use in the beginning to write very simple sentences or short sentences. Simple and short sentences. So simple and short sentences help them not to make a lot of errors. Then gradually they learn cohesive devices. Then they will be able to use them. Teacher's task here is to provide them the list of cohesive devices, then show them how to use. The teacher himself may not, it is not possible to write himself. He can bring the material from other tasks, other materials, and he can share them with the students. If he become able to share and he become able to show the use of cohesive devices, students gradually learn how those cohesive devices are used in certain paragraphs, how the sentences are linked to one another, how the paragraphs are linked to one another, how coherently they can be written, what are the devices of coherence. Teacher's job is to show them, to bring with the help of different materials, to show them those way of using those devices. Students become eager. The teacher's task is to make them eager and to make them right. Then if they share and if they get compliments, they become attracted or motivated to writing, and gradually they can become a writer for others, or for others also. They can inspire other students also. So here I wanted to say that teachers' task is to motivate students for writing. For this, teachers themselves have to be motivated. They have to change their attitude. Writing should be taught. This is the first thing they have to keep in mind. And to teach writing is not that easy. We, all of us realize this is a complex activity. Complex in the sense a lot of soft skills have to be mastered to be a writer. In the beginning, the grammar, vocabulary, punctuation, these are important. In lower level, basic level, the teacher should teach them those kind of stuff. Then they have to be made to use them properly. The second thing, teacher alone cannot bring change. A single teacher, because he has to complete the course, he has to prepare the examination, he has to do a lot of things in his profession. I know that, as we are also the teachers, But if they collaborate, then the task becomes easy. One day, one teacher can take the responsibility, another day, another time, another teacher can take the responsibility. This is the way how they can go, how they can activate or they can motivate their students for.
Please mute it all. Energy.
You give a mute.
Sit ahead. Could you please sit ahead?
Please, ma'am, please.
Wanted to say that writing should be taught. This is the first point. The second is to teach writing. Teachers have to be collaborated, not only intra-school but inter-school, and they have to be collaborated with governmental organization and non-governmental organization so that they can take help from them for organizing programs, establishing library, and making students take part. Then they have to they have to make students aware. They have to be able to change the students' attitude, making them aware that writing is important for their career. They can take part, they can win other people's heart by writing. And another point is they can contribute in the professions like tourism, mass media, and others as well. Not only teaching. Teaching is already there, but apart from that, these are other areas. Then how to make students write? That is the point. For this case, I have listed the local type of subject matter. If they select from their territory, their local area, students will be interested to write, and for correction, for evaluation, they can the teacher can mobilize the upper grade students for lower grade students. And this is how you can go for making your students right. I think this is what I wanted to say. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, respected Guruma, Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai. I would like to request to open the floor for I think 10 minutes, and if there are any queries, we will share to our Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai ma'am. Could you please technically manage Betanji and Nagarajji for those who are interested to raise the questions or any curiosity that participant would like to share to you here?
Yes, sir. If anybody is ready, we are ready to let them floor to speak.
Yeah, Arun raise the. Okay, so if he's interested to share anything else.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir. Namaskar, madam.
Namaskar.
I'm Arun Nepal, madam. I'm speaking from Ilan. Yes, I'd like to thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, madam. But I have a few very practical problem I have been facing. Then I have been teaching the course, bachelor first year compulsory English course for 5 years. And I think you yourself have designed the course. And you have prescribed a textbook there, effective academic writing. And there are given 4 processes of writing. Stimulating ideas, brainstorming, developing ideas, and editing, I think. And when I follow this process, students can enjoy, no doubt. And as you have suggested, we can involve them in very local content also. They can enjoy. But my problem is, I have to teach English for the new millennium also. 60 texts are given there, and about 120 classes. And this teaching writing, following this process, that requires much time. And if I teach following these steps, and I need about 250 more classes. But my bitter experience is that we can hardly take 120 classes in a session, not more than that. And but process writing requires much time. Then how can we manage time in our context? This is very challenging, ma'am.
Thank you. This is the crucial question, and I have already mentioned that if you collaborate with other teachers and take responsibility, once you take the responsibility, another time another teacher, that means this is you can share online classes, you can share and you can make them right by sharing, by collaborating. This is the only way. If you do by your own, it takes a lot of time. But if you collaborate with other teachers and you involve all the students at the same time, so you can take turn. One of you will teach some days and another of you teach another day. So I think I have not tried, but this is my suggestion. I have thought on this and I have suggested earlier also. This is the only way. I think collaboration is the only way. You collaborate with other teachers, involve their students as well, and so take turn in teaching them. This will be fruitful. Try, I can only suggest, try once and see what will be the result.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Ma'am, namaste.
Namaste.
I would like to ask a very short question. You have said that there are different types of writings as stages of writing, copying, guided, and that free writing. So what do you think about controlled writing, ma'am?
Yes, control writing is, of course it is there. I might have forgotten. You people remember. Good, that's good. Copying, control writing, then guided writing, then free writing.
Okay, so do you think that only we can use only the process of writing, or sometimes it can be the product writing as well?
Look, we have used product writing a lot. Product writing means teachers is active, students are not active. All of us understand that. If you use product writing, then that is not for students, that is for teacher only.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So just one more question.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I am here, sir. Yes. Namaste, ma'am.
Namaste.
I'm very happy in today's class because you have raised a genuine issue. Because either in school or college or in university, that teaching writing and teaching reading, these are very crucial things. I think we should not take them in a light way. That's why I think she has addressed very interestingly. And what I think, I'm just expressing my opinion. So while teaching our students, first of all, we have to make plan for whom we are teaching and what is their level. For example, reading can be for information. If we are teaching something just for information, we have to teach in that way. And some reading can be just for understanding. And another reading can be for reading a process or critical reading. And in higher level, reading for discovery or for enlightenment. And I think in school level, especially, I think especially in school level, reading can be taught for information or for understanding. But in bachelor level, especially reading critically, we have to think very seriously. Critical reading is very, very essential in bachelor level. But in master level or MPhil level or PhD level, I think our reading must be advanced. For example, that nothing must be taught, analytical must be taught, logbook must be taught, and reading primary text must be taught, and reading synoptical reading, how to make synoptical reading must be taught. I think there are so many ways of reading and writing. So I think our professors, most of the professors I have seen here, they have to think very carefully and they have to prescribe different courses, different books, and what books are essential for which level. Especially reading must be taught, writing must be taught. And another interesting thing I found in Anjana ma'am is that she's focusing more for diary writing, but it can be for basic level. And if we focus on Govindaraj Bhattrai sir, he focuses on another level, journal writing. I think that journal writing is also very, very essential, very, very important. For example, we can connect Govindaraj Bhattrai sir's ideas with the ideas of Krishnamurti, because Krishnamurti says we should not run just in surface level, but we have to think on object. We have to meditate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think it's not the just complimentary remarks to Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai ma'am's idea.
It's okay.
Right. So I, on the behalf of NELTA Center, our Professor Dr. Binod, yeah, are you there, Binod sir? Is he there, Betanji?
Binod.
Binod Little.
Okay. No.
If he's not there, it's okay. So I think who is there from NELTA Center?
I'm not seeing Binod sir here.
Yeah. Who is there? I could not see from here. Let me check. Any questions? Noraji, could you manage? Anyone from yes. Okay.
For beginners, as I have already mentioned, this is copying. Copying letter first, copying words, then copying sentences. For the beginning, their own writing, we cannot make them write. One of the participants here said that writing should be learned, not taught. Yet, of course, writing is learned, but the teaching means which teacher should show the way, how to learn the writing. That ways should be shown by the teacher. That is my point. Teaching means not starting lecturing, but showing them the ways how to learn. And for the beginners, it is always copying, maybe from grade 4. We can start teaching them. I am saying tentatively, grade 4, 5, or 3, tentatively, they can be asked about writing themselves, their own family. This is the beginning. If they are asked to write about themselves, they can at least produce some words, and teacher can help them to make the correct sentences, and gradually they can develop in this way. For beginner, from word to sentences, giving very simple subject area, so they will move ahead. That is what I can say.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Ashokji, are you there? I would like to request to Ashok Sapkota sir to share on the behalf of NELTA Center, Treasurer of NELTA.
Thank you so much, Vishnu sir. It was wonderful sharing, listening to Anjana ma'am after a few years again. And regarding the problems, regarding the real problems of students in writing and reflection, and many queries came up. Thank you so much, ma'am, for we are hearing you, and to the participants of 234 plus. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashok sir. May I request Vasudev Karki sir on the behalf of NELTA Karnali to express words of honor for presentation over here. Vasudev Karki sir, our advisor, NELTA Karnali. Navraji, could you please make him access to share? Okay, welcome. You can speak.
Can you listen me, sir?
Yes, yes, of course, sir. Proceed ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Vishnu sir, the chair of NELTA Karnali, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words of thanks. First of all, I would like to say namaste to all the participants there. I am present today, and I'm very glad that our teachers, gurus, have presented their programs, the given topics in an excellent way. And I would like to thank Professor Dr. Avi Subedi sir for his idea of globalization, because it is really for we people that the language, as my teacher Jairaj Avasti sir denoted there, indicated that the situation here is, the context is Nepali context, and the language is international language. So it is definitely we have to follow the globalization, system of globalization in our pedagogy. And I would like to thank Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai madam for giving a lot of information on writing system. And I am very happy to know from her that teaching is not delivering lecture, giving lecture, speaking all the time in front of the students. It is rather making them able to learn by themselves, just giving the guidelines, just facilitating. So it is very useful, fruitful suggestion for we teachers. I don't like to take much time. So again, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Avi Subedi sir, Professor Dr. Anjana madam for sparing their valuable time for facilitating NELTA Karnali. Thank you very much. Namaste. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Basu sir, for your wonderful statement. I'd like to again thank to our respected Guruma, Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai ma'am, for her wonderful sharing and presentation. Thank you so much. Have a nice time ahead. I would like to request Mr. General Secretary to proceed ahead.
NELTA Karnali for inviting me in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. General Secretary, Chitra.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Proceed ahead.
Thank you very much, Vishnu sir. Thank our Honorable Guru Ama, Professor Dr. Anjana Bhattrai ma'am, for her excellent presentation. We are really enlightened by her presentation. Thank you very much. Now we are entering into the third session, that is panel discussion session. And this is our second panel discussion. Yesterday we discussed conducted one session, and the session will be on empowering ESL teachers, E-pedagogy, challenges and way forward. And the moderator for the session, Rajan Kumar Karnali, Assistant Professor of Surkit Campus Education, and he is also MPhil scholar. And panelists will be Associate Professor Dr. Gangaram Gautam sir, who is the Associate Professor of TU, past President of NELTA, Mr. Ashok Sapkota, NELTA Central Treasurer, Dr. Suman Laudari, Learning Design and Teaching Pedagogy Specialist, Research Fellow, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. So we'd like to welcome all our respected personalities for the panel discussion session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sidhar sir, General Secretary of NELTA Karnali Province. Namaste and very warm good afternoon to all of you. We are going to start our panel discussion on empowering ESL teachers in e-pedagogy, challenges and ways forward, following Abhishek sir, as it was already mentioned as ESL. The panelists for today's panel discussion are, as Chitra sir mentioned, I'd like to invite them one by one to this discussion. First of all, may I have the honor to invite Dr. Gangaram Gautam, Associate Professor of English Education at Tribhuvan University, and now the Director of Open and Distance Education Center, ODEC at Tribhuvan University, past President of 2009 to 2011, and one of the founding member of NELTA, and he is also founding member and now General Secretary of Teacher Educators Society, TESON, and he has been involved in developing English language education courses in Nepal, and he has authored a number of articles, book chapters, and presented in workshops, seminars, and conferences in Nepal and abroad. So, Dr. Gangaram Gautam sir.
Good afternoon, I am here. Thank you.
So, similarly, may I have the honor to invite Mr. Ashok Sapkota, MPhil from Kathmandu University and MA from Tribhuvan University, a teacher trainer, researcher and lecturer of English at Global College of Management and Department of Education, Open and Distance Education Center, ODEC, Tribhuvan University. So he has completed training and courses from University of Nevada and University of Oregon, United States. And he was a British Council teacher trainer under EPTE project in 2009 to 2011. He is a Fulbright Teaching Excellence Fellow 2014, US, sponsored by the Department of Foreign and Cultural Affairs, United States. And he has presented papers and developed materials in applied linguistics and ELT conferences home and abroad. He is a Microsoft certified trainer in the use of technology, and he worked as researcher under University Grand Commission Nepal, NELTA, and Tribhuvan University, and presently he is the treasurer of NELTA Central Committee. So, Mr. Ashok Sapkota, sir.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Namaste to everyone.
So, similarly, may I have the honor to invite Dr. Suman Laudari, who is the Educational Designer and Research Fellow at the University of Technology, Sydney, UTS, Australia. He specializes in digital competencies of teachers and academics. He designs evidence-based resources and delivers training to promote student-centered approaches to teaching with technology. His research interests include TPAC, digital leadership in education context, instructional design, and digital competencies in higher education. He is also editor of Journal of NELTA as well as NELTA Forum. May I invite Dr. Suman Raudari?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Namaste, everyone.
Okay. So, dear all and respected panelists, we are going to start with the face-to-face and virtual pedagogy in general and in English as foreign language context in Nepal. So may I ask Dr. Gautam to share the present context of virtual pedagogy in our context?
Right. So how much time have I got?
So we have to finish each issue within 10 minutes. So means 10 minutes will be distributed to 3 panelists.
So means 3 minutes, Chanchun? Is that my time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, distinguished NELTA conference participants. I think this the title of this panel discussion is Empowering ESL Teachers in E-pedagogy. Is that what you are trying to refer to, Rajanji?
Yes, right. So that I said EFL, yes, as August suggested already.
Right, okay. Empowering EFL teachers in E-pedagogy. I think I will just touch upon the kind of couple of things there. I will touch upon the empowering terminology here in the sense of teachers, empowerment. And I will also talk a little bit of how the empowerment concept has been emerged and how it has been understood in the literature. And then I think then we can gradually move on to the technology part in the later part of our discussion. So when you talk about empowering teachers, first of all, we need to empower ourselves. That's where I would like to begin. Unless you empower yourself, you cannot empower others. So empowerment is more of inclusive term, both for me and for others with whom I work. So when you say empowering teachers or empowering ourselves, there are 4 distinct characteristics that Murray refers, Murray 2010. So in order to empower ourselves, the first attribute that we need to develop is we need to be positive. So be positive. That's the first attribute that we need to inculcate and nurture among ourselves if we are thinking of empowering ourselves. The second attribute that should be nurtured among us is we need to believe in what we do and in ourselves. So we need to believe in what we do. We need to believe in what we practice in the classroom because we are teachers and we do things with a purpose. When we do things with a purpose, we need to believe in that. We should not feel embarrassed of the work and practice that we do in our professional practice. So believing in yourself, that's second one. The third one, you need to be proactive, not reactive. So do not protest what somebody else has said, rather come up with some kind of innovation. The innovation could be a very small thing that you can do in the classroom. So be proactive, not reactive. And the fourth one is we need to be assertive. We need to have a clarity in our behavior rather than being aggressive in others' behavior. So be assertive, not aggressive. I really like these 4 different attributes that we need to nurture when we talk about empowering teachers. So as the foundation of empowering teachers, I think we need to empower yourself. Or in that sense, in our sense, we need to empower ourselves first, then only we can go beyond us and then empower other people also. I think I'll stop there for now, and I'll come back to this empowerment factor a little later after I hear the other speakers.
Okay, thank you, sir. And may I ask the same query, or may I have Mr. Ashok Sapkota, sir, to shed light on the context of virtual pedagogy in Nepal and in ELT context?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Actually, if I start, if I go with the current conditions of Nepal, virtual pedagogy or online education or distance mode was not well practiced, and it was challenged before COVID-19. Like as a faculty of working in ODEC, Open and Distance Education Center, and Nepal Open University as a faculty there, people had very less trust on online education. But after COVID-19, you can see every day there are workshops, every day there are online education system. People are working with, like there is a flood of online going on. So in one hand, on the other hand, when we go to the classroom practices, still there is a debate. I can give you an instances from a Pokhara municipality which has published a notice that not to use any online classes and follow the curriculum. Government of Nepal has recently published, 3 days ago, published a notice that not to begin new curriculum using online. And teachers are confused which applications to use. There is a bombarding of applications in the market. But what is our access? We were accustomed with the Facebook, with face-to-face. In between, we were not, I believe we were not well prepared, and COVID-19 started. And this remarks has triggered us which application to use, particularly to the context. And as you just said, technology, for example, Zoom. 1 month ago, there was a version 4.6.1 regarding Zoom. And if you see now, that is 5.0.1. It means technology is upgrading in the one hand. On the other hand, we are also upgrading ourselves. But what about the students who are in the COVID-19 period and locked at home? This is challenging.
Context of teacher.
And coming to your context here just now, regarding instruction, it's not clear map coming up regarding instruction. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Ashok sir. And as Ashok sir said, so conducting virtual classes here may create a sort of digital divide. And yes, Gautam sir said, if we be positive, believe in ourselves, be proactive and assertive, such things could be carried out in a nice way. So may I ask Dr. Laudari to shed light on this issue?
Sorry, Rajan sir. So I was making some notes. So you want me to talk about empowerment? Is that right?
So I'm talking about what is the present context of virtual pedagogy. So since we are just trying to shift from face-to-face pedagogy to virtual pedagogy, or we are just thinking about that, what is the present context in Nepal? So this is what I'm...
Thank you, Rajan sir. So look, I'm in terms of my geographical location, so I'm located a bit away from Ganga sir, Ashok sir, or you guys. But from my observation, what I can see is, as Ashok sir mentioned, talking about virtual pedagogy, there's been, I think, a sharp rise in the uptake of technology, no doubt about that. But what we need to understand is, as Ganga sir mentioned earlier about empowerment, I think this nuance, this idea of empowerment, being competent to use technology needs to be nuanced, further down, needs to be understood, from micro perspective, as there are layers of things which Ganga sir, discussed, and I completely agree to that. And I'll probably add a few things when Ganga sir adds to what he has to say. what I would like to talk here within this 2 minutes is that we need to understand that what we're doing right now is not a carefully planned online teaching and learning, which is completely different from what's happening right now. As of now, as I can see, a lot of colleagues, I completely appreciate what you're doing. And look, I'm not trying to vilify you or trying to label that your practice is not good. But I think what we need to understand is replacing your face-to-face classroom, so that's sort of portrays the general virtual pedagogy, Rajan sir. So I'll come back to that. Replacing your face-to-face classroom, which is very, very much content-focused, teacher-driven, with Zoom. So, for example, instead of going to classes, once a week, now if you do your Zoom session once a week or once a day, 6 days a week, all you're doing is you are lifting your face-to-face practice, and so that whole practice is called lift and shift. So you're lifting and shifting it using Zoom, because you can't go to that, you can't go to college, you can't teach it online. So we need to understand, that's the, I think, threshold that we need to start from. So virtual practice is a broader term. And what we need to understand is what's happening right now in Nepal in a lot of cases is a lot of replacement of what's happening, substitution of your face-to-face practice. We need to move beyond that and try to, what Ganga sir said earlier about innovation, try to innovate, try to bring in newness to the practice. 10 seconds more. Plus, as Ashok sir said, technology is not the priority. Technology has no, should not be the focus of what you're doing. It has to start with pedagogy. You need to understand what you can do with the given technology. So I think that's the core. That's at the core of virtual pedagogy, and I'll continue the discussion later on.
Okay, thank you, Suman sir. So I'll come back to the challenges of e-pedagogy. So next issue. So now I'd like to ask on the present context of EFL teachers in terms of their e-literacy or e-expertise. So since we are trying to teach through online mode, or we are talking about virtual pedagogy, empowering them so through the virtual instruction or launching virtual instruction, then what is the present context of EFL teachers in terms of their e-literacy, or what is their expertise in general? So may I ask to Dr. Gautam?
Right. Okay, now I think I will touch upon those foundation that I mentioned earlier and start from there. So at the moment there are two parallel parallel school of thought at the moment. And there is one group led by these online pundits who say that online is the only solution. There is nothing other than online. And there is another school of thought that says that in Nepal, online is not possible at all because 22% people have connectivity access. I think that these are two extreme poles and we need to find a way in between. That's where I talked about be positive, believe in yourself, be proactive and be assertive. So and also, if you look in the practice at the moment, there are two different types of practices. One is crisis management practice. We all are doing at the moment. Whoever finds whatever tools in whatever context, we are trying to use them, which is absolutely fine to create appetite among us. And the second one is there are also initiatives in certain institutions where people are creating a framework, pedagogical framework for streamlined, organized, systematic pedagogy. In Tribhuvan University also, we are working on that. We are working on a uniform, generic framework in which we can bring all TU teachers into that particular framework. So these two practices are parallelly going on. I think in the transition period, that's fine. So what are the challenges now? The challenges are there is no reference. There are references. And from
I'm
those
asking about
references,
present context of illiteracy of EFL teachers.
Right. If you are talking about the literacy level of the teacher, what kind of literacy are we talking about? Are we talking about literacy that Suman Lodari holds, or you are talking about the literacy that Gangaram holds? There is a variation in defining what literacy is in terms of using e-pedagogy. There is a big range. So my observation is we all are literate. Everybody operates Facebook. Everybody operates internet. Everybody uses electronic devices, whatever it is. All teachers use those devices. So let us not say that we are not literate. We are literate. But the issue is not whether we are literate or we are not, whether we can do or we cannot. The issue is how to start, how to approach these varied level of literate professionals among us, right? So designing the customized model to address the varied needs of the technological competence among the teacher. I think that's the key. So there is a growing interest. There is a strong willpower among teachers in jumping into the technology. Some people want to leapfrog, some people want to go it in an incremental manner. So the issue is not literacy, the issue is how to approach to the particular individual, to the particular teacher with the correct mode of beginning from where they are, right? So let us start from there. So that's the right approach. I would like to suggest. Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Ashok sir, so yes, Dr. Gautam says, so we can start from where we are. Even so, we should not say we are not illiterate. In that way, to start off with from where we are. And what do you think about the condition of the teachers on delivering their teaching through online mode in context?
Thank you, Rajan sir, for your thanks. I will not repeat what Ganga sir has stated here. As he just said, having technological competence and being able to use technology into practice are different things. And I mean to say about praxis. So in this COVID-19 period, we are around 50 plus days that we are running up with. For the first 2 weeks, it was okay. But now still parents are thinking differently. If you see from school level, I have seen myself, some kids, parents of some kids who are studying in nursery, UKG, LKG are running here and there just to learn Zoom. Neither their parents know, nor their child know. School says, let's start it. Well, here it means they are not digitally competent. So it could have been, so are we prepared? Is a question. Having discussion is fantastic because these virtual conferences, at least we can be positive and it is creating a positive platform to know what about technology is. So in higher level, I believe it might be okay, but still there are challenges.
Yes, of course.
There was a news by Naya Patrika a couple of days ago, Vidyarthiharu Dana Kana Chardai. You see, where people are, there is no network. Second, 2G or 3G networks, people, it does not accept it. We can imagine yesterday's example. Most of you see, there are 217 people here in the today's platform. And among 217, I believe more than 50 to 70 people have participated in the different, almost all the conferences that is conducting now. You can imagine. And next, I already, as Ganga sir said, I conducted a survey during this COVID period among 50 teachers on the 7 provinces, which have shown that they have known Facebook, as Ganga sir said, they have known at least Zoom, they have known search engines, they have known Google applications, they know YouTube, and they know Google Meet. So at least let's not start to what you have not known. Let's start from what you have known. And let's take it into the classroom. And the last thing I just like to state is, are we in comfort zone or conflict zone? If teacher is in conflict zone, he cannot make the students into comfort zone. So we first, as a teachers, need to be in comfort zone. Then only we can make the students in the comfort zone. That's what my claim is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, so over to Dr. Laurai.
Sorry. To answer your question, how ready teachers are to teach. I think, look, my research, my PhD research focused on teacher educators' readiness to use technology. And I think many of you, some of you who are in the room, in audience, maybe filled out the survey that I sent.
Of course, I did.
The paper is in the press, will come out probably in next couple of months. But my PhD research is available. Because I can't discuss the whole thesis, I just would like to tell you a couple of things. As Ganga mentioned, for teachers to be ready to teach with technology, teacher educators have to be ready. So who are teacher educators? Teacher educators are colleagues, people like you and me, who teach students who study B.Ed or M.Ed courses, especially those who teach B.Ed courses, because B.Ed course is supposed to be the most intensive teacher training that teachers ever receive. But look at the ESL curriculum, even master's curriculum. It's a sincere request. I mean, Ganga sir is in the audience. I'm sure Ganga sir will take it on board. We need to consider, where technology sits within our curriculum. I'm not talking about practice. Within the curriculum, I think in the revised B.Ed curriculum, which was being implemented in 16-17 when I was in Kathmandu or Nepal, there was one particular course on technology use in education or English language education. But the existing M.Ed course had one unit in one of the subjects. And that is also taught within the same classroom where students sit. You go and tell, okay, ICT is this, ICT means, information communication technologies. So, how do you expect, now you teach that to students, and how do you expect teachers to be ready to use technology? That's the first question that, I'd like you all to consider. Second thing, competency itself has to be, Ganga sir briefly touched on it, and Sagunji mentioned it in the chat. It has to reflect the context. Context being what Ashok sir said, people having to run to the top of the hill, or people not having, or students not having ability. So, it has to be context reflective. We need to probably develop our own digital framework, but digital competencies basically needs to, consider what technology do I use, and when can I use it? Can I use it for group work? Can I use it for pair work? Can I use it for writing class? Can I use it for speaking class? And what content do I teach? Can I teach William Wordsworth's, poetry using Zoom? So, if you can make good decisions around those things, which are technology, pedagogy, and content, I think you are competent enough. But you have to know, what your students know and don't know. Plus, what I differ slightly both with Ganga sir and Ashok sir that communicative use of technology does not necessarily translate into pedagogical use of technology. If you know Facebook, simply because you know Facebook does not necessarily mean that you know how to use it in classroom effectively. So I think I'll end there, but we'll continue the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Laurai. And so, yes, Dr. Gautam earlier said, so there are two opposite poles or two extremes. One extreme advocates say that only online is the mode to be discussed now onwards. People are those who think online should be rejected. Online mode should be rejected. That's not the solution. So we can go somewhere in the middle in the one hand. On the other hand, so those people who are little aware of technology, so even they are not being ready to implement what they could have done into practice. they say I cannot teach through online mode, even if they used to have a lecture there in the classroom. They can carry out Facebook Live every day, and they say no, I cannot imagine of this. So there are such extremes. And so now, what are the challenges of e-pedagogy in general in Nepali context, and particularly in the context of English language teaching and learning? We are going to discuss on this particular issue. And I'd like to request Dr. Gautam to speak on this issue.
What are the challenges? What are the issues in EFL, e-pedagogy?
Yeah. So what are the challenges of e-pedagogy in Nepal in general, and particularly in the context of English language teaching?
I think the first challenge is there is so much information available around, so teachers are overwhelmed. So if you bombard them with a lot of materials, it's like you buy 100 books and you bring them home, and then you never know which one to start with. So you never start. So I think that's one of the big challenges at the moment. There are so many things going on. Everybody talks about online. And then if you attend a conference like this, you are given a lot of information on it. So teachers, sometimes there is a great deal of anxiety among them. So overwhelmed with information and not being able to figure out where to start and how to start. That's one. And another one is, as Sumanji very rightly pointed out, there is no mentorship. There is no mechanism of developing teacher in bringing them in e-pedagogical sector. So they are doing in a kind of learning by doing approach. There is no systematic and organized support and mentoring backstopping system for teachers who would like to develop expertise in pedagogy. So I think we need to blame ourselves in that, because we are in the front line of developing and training teachers. So if you look at the pre-service or in-service teacher education system, so technical support for embracing technology in teaching is virtually non-existent at the moment. If you look at the pool of the trainers in the Ministry of Education and also the teacher educator among ourselves, so you don't see that. So there is a missing link between what we talk in the classroom and what the teachers do in their classroom. So there is no bridging between what they learn in class and what they perform in actual classroom. And the next, I think, issue and the challenge is how can we help and support the teachers to identify the appropriate kind of materials, the digital tool and the resources available online. So these are the kind of on teacher's side. The other infrastructure side, the biggest issue at the moment is the connectivity and infrastructure. No infrastructure in the school, no connectivity, and if, as you can see, we are having a lot of issues with the live classes that we run in ODEC at the moment. Every day we have ODECs, regular live classes. And then out of 50 plus students, only 30 to 35 students appear in the classroom. And most of them say that the internet is not very good to attend those live classes. So connectivity is yet another issue. So, so these are some of the kind of major challenges that I can mention now. And I'll come back if there are more.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, thank you, sir. Now, without repetition, so may I request Mr. Ashok Sapkota, sir, to say something about the challenges of e-pedagogy in general and particularly in ELT context.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajan sir, for your query. Without repeating Ganga sir remarks, I will start with the things. Technology is supplement, not everything.
Yeah.
Right? And if we see the users of broadband, the users of data, the use of wireless, it's very nominal in the context of Nepal. So here, as Fin and Ivam says, digital divide will be there in the society, no doubt. It will exist. It was there, it is there, and it will be there. But the concern is, the longer the COVID-19 period, the bigger the gap will be the digital divide. And our task is to minimize this divide, whether we can. There's a haves and haves not in our society among teachers and among students both.
Of course.
There will be. And next, as now there are several cases, as Ganga sir stated, yes, where as a faculty, I teach in ORE. And I have been looking for first semester students and fourth semester students at a higher level. In fourth semester, I'll give you a case number one. I teach seminar class where we have 100 students, and the students in the classroom, we are using Zoom. In the classroom, the number is 37. And yesterday we had a class, it increased to 42. Now still, we are not in the 50%. From this, you can imagine the situation. And case number two, we teach with, no matter if you have in city area, it's okay. At least people could have it. But in urban area or remote schools, it's always a challenging. There is still a digital divide, and there is a panic in the students, what to do. And what happens, the biggest problem is when some students join class and when others fail to join class, the one who failed to join class gets panic.
Yeah, of course.
The more panic is there.
So
I have lots of messages from
among the students.
Panic one. And here also, what the challenges are is, as Ganga sir says, basic orientation to the teachers might be by the administration or by the authority is necessary, number one. Number two, and this is a very big mass. Number two, many teachers don't have electronic gadgets. And sometimes if you have electronic gadgets, you have a power cut problem. And when you are teaching and when there is a power cut, again, you get more panic. And or power fluctuation, still we have. And the next is, still many, we know it. And let me tell you, there are more than 200 plus participants here. How many of you can reflect yourself? How many of you started learning technology yourself? And how many of you were supported by your institution? The one who can say, yes, I learned myself, the number is very high. So the first thing is infrastructure and preparedness. If we are prepared, I think we can start the classes with whatever apps, applications are possible. But the most important thing is that still, are we ready or not? This is a challenging factor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Sapkota. Now, so may I proceed on to Dr. Laudari?
Thank you, sir. So I've got two questions here, right? Challenges of e-pedagogy in general and in ESL, and how do we support? So the challenges is, I think we also need to consider the broader, perspective. So if you look at some of the reports published by United Nations, so what it tells is Nepal stands 140 out of 176 in the ICT Development Index, and it stands at 165 position, 165 out of 168 countries when it comes to e-government index, such as using technology for governmental activities related to government. So that sort of tells where we are in terms of technology adoption when it comes to, tech fields such as banking and many other industries adopted technology quite early on, but technology arrived in education very lately. So I think that's one of the reasons why we're falling behind. But also there are other reasons that you need to consider. For example, in the university where I'm working, they're currently running a technology project, and their budget for this year alone to procure certain technology and to manage technical resources is more than $25 million. So that tells that technology is very, very expensive. However, the good, the silver lining in the cloud is that there are certain technologies that are freely available. Ganga sir can definitely talk about it. They are using Microsoft. Google also offers, Google app. You can create Google Classroom and do a whole lot of things. So while talking about lack of resources such as financial resources, I need to remind you that to everyone that there are resources which are free, available freely. So that's our position in technology adoption in general in society is far behind as compared to many other society. That's what I wanted to say, and that's probably posed a lot of challenges around parents' digital literacy, students' digital literacy, and teachers' digital literacy itself. I think the other thing that I can see is lack of policy clarity. For example, if you look at higher education policy, the most recent one, it does mention that technology will be used in teaching learning activities in higher education classes, but it does not tell. This is very funny. I mean, whoever writes these policies, I just don't understand. So just that one line in higher education policy does not, provide enough guidance around, how you're going to use technology. So, plus, I can go on talking about other policies, such as you look at ICT in Education Master Plan, which was implemented in 2013. It does talk about teachers, enhancing teachers' competencies, but it does not go into detail, how will it go and how it impacts B.Ed or M.Ed courses. So there are a lot of policy clarity issues. The other thing is obviously curriculum reform, which I touched on, earlier. I think we need to make sure that technology becomes an integral part of the curriculum. If we are moving to, if we are moving to, say more sort of blended learning and technology becomes a part of, educational activity. Plus teacher educators and all the trainers, mentors need to obviously, change their practice. And not just using technology. If you use Zoom or Teams and run a particular lesson or a class, afterward you need to discuss with your students, why did you choose to use Zoom, for that particular lesson. Say if you use Facebook private group, you need to discuss with your students why you use Facebook private groups and how it helps ESL learners or EFL learners to learn language better. So that students, as well as getting that practical, experience, hands-on experience of using technology, they also learn the, underpinning rationale behind your choice and your pedagogical choices and how you run your classes. Now, how do we support? Support has to come in different forms. Provide support.
We will discuss support in next issues.
All right. Okay then. Okay. Good. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Launari. In the meantime, while discussing about the challenges of e-pedagogy, Under Secretary of Nepal Government, Mr. Dhirendra Sharma Lamsal writes, capacity development, attitude of the teachers, resource management, and financial management are the main challenges of virtual class as a pedagogical transformation. For illustration, he says, according to the economic survey among the 29607 community-based schools in Nepal, only 8,366 have computer facility and 3,676 use technology in teaching and learning. We have conducted piloting the virtual class of English, science, and math subject of 3 months in Bheriganga Municipality, Surkhet, through using multicasting way, and from that observation, CARF, he writes the acronym, capacity development, attitude of the teacher, resource management, and financial management are the main challenges of virtual class as a pedagogical transformation. And now, so we have discussed about the challenges so far. So I could not take all the questions and comments written over here in the chat box. So now I would like to move towards. So we have said, we have discussed about the present context, the context of the teachers, and what panic does it create or has it created among the parents and the students, and what challenges the teachers may have thought of, even if they have not experienced, what challenges they may have thought of while we are talking about teaching through online mode and this whole thing, and what are the ways forward then for empowering the teachers in ESL and e-pedagogy, the ways ahead. This is what we are going to discuss now. What are the ways ahead then? So what should we do? What are the potentialities? So in the name of not using technology, should we avoid the technology and remain aloof of the technology and stay based on that face-to-face mode of instruction alone? Or in the name of technology, so are we thinking of avoiding the conventional face-to-face mode of instruction, or that teaching through technology is just a mode, medium, not the substitution? So what are the ways ahead for the teachers to empower themselves in the context of Nepal, especially to the English language teachers? Dr. Gautam.
Thank you, Rajanji. I think I'll be brief. Number one, I think this is also visible clearly in the chat box from the participants, Sagunji and other colleagues. I think number one is the policy advocacy. That's where NELTA can play a very strong role at the central level, also in the provincial level, creating a technology-friendly policy. I'm not talking about substituting the physical face-to-face mode of education by technological innovations. I'm talking about embracing technology for enhanced learning and teaching, right? So if we stay with Corona, even then we cannot completely replace the face-to-face thing. We are a human being. So we need to fight with Corona by any means, and we need to get over it. So policy advocacy for embracing technology in education. I think that's the first step. So when I say first step, I'm not talking about the hierarchy. I'm talking about different strategies, and among them, that's one. And the second one is start with a small thing. In order to do that, create a kind of alliance building among the stakeholders, teacher educators, teachers, and let's sit together. And that's also NELTA can play a very strong role in it. Invite teachers, talk about the digital tool that they're using. For example, talk about the Facebook, discuss how Facebook could be used as a pedagogical tool. Is it possible? It is not possible. If it is possible, how it is possible? If it's not possible, why it can't be possible? That kind of thing. So generation, raising, awareness among the teachers and building alliance among the like-minded people. And also the third one, I think, encourage teachers to play with technology. So provide them digital tools, equip the schools, talk to the local governments. If you look at the local government's strategy now, you will find Parvidhi in every, almost in every document now. Parvidhi Maitri Shiksha, Parvidhi Maitri Prasasan. You see a lot of Parvidhi Maitri terminology, but Sumanjali Vanyasto, it's not been very strategically mentioned. There is no strategic direction, but they mention it. To mention strategically, I think we need to play our role there, how we can capitalize their vaguely mentioned policy into a strategic document. That's where we can play our role. And next, the fourth one is engage teachers throughout the process. Do not prescribe them that this is the technological tool and you need to use it. No. Involve and engage teachers right from the beginning in whatever way it is possible. And then approach in an incremental manner, not as a leapfrogging manner when you develop the teacher. So build their confidence and help them through gradual backstopping and technical support. So if you can do that, I think
local people or authorities are doing very good job. Number one, if you see the examples, they are collaborating with local FM stations or televisions and broadcasting the things. Assigning a teacher from one school and encouraging the students who are at home in the morning or in the evening to listen either rhymes or some lessons, some recordings and broadcasting, so that those who have at least televisions, those who can listen FM station can at least get benefit from it. Number one. Number two, every day after 5 p.m. in Radio Nepal, there is a program Bahal Chautari. At least the students who are studying in lower grades can be benefited by the art of storytelling. So secondly is this. Third, government has also shared those who are having internet access, they have E-pustakalay, where they can share the stories, at least they can read our share. But before we see the positive side, but before we go to this positive side, we need to have preparedness. So what to have a preparedness? To have a support system, number one, it is better if each school or colleges or universities, who they have their students, or they can have at least contact, might be a bulk SMS system in a higher level, or in lower level, the students are few, they can call their parents and ask for the well-being, number one. Number two, from that well-being, they can prepare a preliminary data, how much of them have internet access and how much of them don't have internet access. Then number three, decide which application to use at which level. And number four, at least have interaction. It could be occasional interaction with the class. And the most thing is that many teachers are getting problem because there is lack of support system. Whom to ask? At least in one society, one Gaunpalika or Nagarpalika municipality or else, what will happen is that at least we can identify a couple of people in a school who are at least good at technology and take a support system. And when the students are in problem, whom to ask? The most important difficult thing is that at least if we develop a kind of support system, the teacher will not get in problem, the student will not get in, but gradually we can bring to the front. And lastly, in higher level, we have best scholars in Nepal as well. So likewise here, we are having a panel discussion from home and abroad. We can have a recorded and at least keep in the YouTube so that the students could be benefited from the recorded lectures. This could be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashok sir. Now over to Dr. Lauran.
Thank you, sir. It's a bit of a challenge because both Ganga sir and Ashok sir have already covered a lot of this.
Without repetition, please.
I won't repeat anything, but I think what I'll add is I think Sagun sir's mentioned. I read one of his chats in the chat box. He said that we need to develop a local level, sort of localized digital framework, which sort of understands and carefully considers the local context. So when I say local context, it's very important to understand that where Ashok sir teaches, Tribhuvan University, OREC, the facility that OREC has is completely different from what you have, in your disposal, Rajan sir. So, that's one thing. So I think a broader level policy can't cover that. So it's for that reason, all the institutions need to have their own institutional strategies. I think that's what I would say. So, so when I say institutional strategies, all the schools need to consider, what can be done and what can't be done. So I think that sort of provides, and I think also covers what Ashok sir said about, surveying students who have access, who don't have access, who have internet, sort of things. And if you consider, or if you think back to 1990s or maybe late 80s or early 90s and early 2000, there were, I think, programs, radio teacher training programs, and I remember watching, school lessons on television back in 90s, late 90s, through Nepal television. So what happened was, now this is my personal opinion. We started, I think, along with the rest of the world, but we sort of stalled. We didn't move beyond a certain point because of the political things. So what I'm saying is, but that carries a meaningful, I think that still carries a value. Not all places, not in all places we have access. So maybe use radio, FM, or televisions to broadcast lessons. And somebody in the chat mentioned that, I record my voice and I pass it to students. Yes, that's what I was about to say. Use freely available tools and understand your context. I would say use at least one of the LMSs, use conference tools if it's accessible with your students. If not, at least use Messenger, record your voice, send it to students. So, they can at least have access to some of the lessons that they missed. This is, and teachers need to obviously, keep developing themselves. I think I can't stress enough how important it is. Explore, learn, learn from colleagues home and abroad, as Ganga sir mentioned. He talked about why it is important to have that, teacher and teacher educators network and talk about technology and practices. And the other thing is, most of this, again, depends on teachers' attitude and beliefs. So, what teachers need to do is, sorry, that's my daughter. Excuse me. Teachers need to maybe correct their beliefs if they don't believe that technology can be helpful. I think that's what I would like to say. And obviously resources and support, institutional support such as, technological support, time, technical support, manpower, like if you have problems, say with Zoom, Zoom bombing, and, many other supports can come in different forms, such as, resources. So how will, say we are ESL teachers, right? So how will we teach poetry? So sort of a, sample lesson which integrates technology. So those sort of resources, that's what I'm referring to. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And before wrapping up this panel discussion, I would like to ask Mr. Sagun Shrestha to reflect from the side of over 200 participants in this panel discussion. Sagun sir, may I ask you to reflect for 1 minute?
Yes, thank you, Rajan sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear
yeah,
me?
we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome, Sagun sir.
Thanks
Video,
a lot,
video.
Rajan sir. Thanks a lot, Rajan sir, and the entire team. First of all, yeah, today's panel discussion has been really,
Sagun
really
sir,
insightful.
please share your video too.
Okay, is it necessary? Okay.
Welcome,
okay.
sir.
Thanks a lot. Today's panel discussion has been really, really insightful in different aspects. For example, highlighting the challenges and the ways forward as well, and the current situation, like how exactly things are going on in relation to our practices, and then the policy aspect as well. That's what I was actually looking for to learn. So I got it. Yeah, quick things like, as I mentioned in the chat box as well, first of all, we need to categorize our challenges in, challenges, for example, in a broader framework, could be like system level barriers, or let's say school level barriers, and then the teacher level barriers. So whenever we talk about teacher level barriers, we can talk about our confidence, our efficacy, by the way. What technical skills do we need to learn further? So is that there? Again, it will be more context, context sensitive. For example, the context in, let's say, Far Western, we cannot replicate the context in the, urban areas. So again, that also differ. Number one. Number two, system level barriers, which is policies. We talk quite a lot. I came to learn, like, Nepal is going to have the second master plan as well. Now let's consider how many of us are getting involved, or have they taken some insights from ourselves as well. In that case, what could be our roles as teacher educators? The big question that we think of, the system level barrier and the school level barriers. If we have, like, no proper infrastructures as of now, what should be there in the institution to at least, deal with the current crisis situation as well. So we can, check ourselves, like, which issue has to be addressed as a teacher educator, or as a, someone to input in the policy, number one. Number two is digital competency framework or digital literacy framework, which I'm advocating for. Unless and until we have digital literacy framework, we cannot evaluate ourselves where exactly we are in terms of digital literacy. That's needed, which inform the policy, which inform our practice as well. Yes, thanks a lot. More than my points, today's discussion has been really, really insightful.
Okay, thank you very much, Sagun sir. And thank you a lot, the panelists, Dr. Gautam, Mr. Ashok Sapkota sir, and Dr. Suman Laudari sir, for their wonderful insight. And so I take this opportunity to be a part of this discussion. And so as a whole, what we get from this discussion, overall discussion, is let us start from where we are. If we don't have two hands, thanks God we have one hand. Whatever we can do with one hand, let's try from that hand alone. At least we have one hand. And on the other hand, we are not just thinking about substituting the usual trend of classroom instruction. But we are trying to improve it. In the sense of improvement alone, this technology should be integrated in our classroom, and we should start learning e-friendly, or we should try to be e-friendly in teaching, learning, so collecting materials and this all. So this is what I'd like to request you all. And thank you a lot. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Rajan sir. And
that's all for this panel discussion. Namaste.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rajan sir, NELTA Chair Suruket, for your wonderful moderation. Dr. Ganga Gautam sir, our respected guru, Suman Laudari sir, Mr. Ashok Sapkota sir, and complimentary remarks, Sagun sir, and many other and participants here. I think we will have 2 or 3 queries from the floor. 3 queries from the floor. Navratji, could you please make it possible from there? Okay.
Maybe you could ask people to raise their hands if they have any questions.
Betanji?
Exactly.
Yeah, so Arun Nepal sir has raised his hand. I can unmute him. Yeah.
So, okay.
Arun sir, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Right. Okay, sir.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you for this very wonderful presentation. And I'd like to draw the special attention of Gangaram sir. If I'm right, you are also a member of recommendation committee to implement the online class in TU. If I am not, you can correct also. Then you are also a Tribhuvan University teacher. Then just I'd like to share a very recent experience of online class. After TU has published the guideline 2077, and on May 1st, I started online class to teach bachelor fourth year students. And bachelor fourth year students, in my real classroom, there are 34 students regularly attending the class. Then in this pandemic situation, I made a contract. I am able to contract with only 30 students now. And 30 students have, as already Suman sir has said, they have Facebook facility. They can use Messenger also. And they are in contact. And they have very positive attitude towards this class also. They are interested to attend the class. But unfortunately, I am unable to connect them, not more than 9 students, 7 to 9 students. And sometimes this number decreases, but not increase. And only one problem is the easy access of internet, as you have concluded already. And this is the real problem. However, the students have very positive attitude. But here, my concern is the implementation. And for the implementation, the teachers of university, we ourselves have very negative attitude. Then here, we are not ready to implement. And the teachers we are saying that this is impossible. Then why do you do so? It is impossible, then we should not run online classes. Then in your word, they are reactive, I think, not proactive. Then how can we change this mentality or negative attitude of the teachers who don't want to be e-friendly? Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I understand your issue with the students' connectivity. We have had 2 rounds of discussion with Nepal Telecom and also NCL, and they have given us a subsidy package for our students. Still, we are negotiating with them to make it free if that's possible. And according to them, if their facilities are used, then the live class run by Microsoft team might work. So with that, maybe we will be able to bring more students in your classroom. Talking about the teachers, I think the best way to bring those fossilized, non-prepared teachers on board is to demonstrate ourselves by doing what is possible, and gradually they will come back. Slightly few months ago, the majority were on the negative side because of this COVID-19 attack. Now majority are on positive side. So the minority will be reduced into 0 in the next couple of months, I believe. So that's how I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think one more queries. Okay, Ganesh Kumar Nepane, sir. After Ganesh Kumar Nepane, sir, I think one female participant I would like to request. Okay, manage it, please. Okay, proceed ahead.
Thank you for providing me the chance. And I want to agree with the views provided by the genuines of this team. And I have some suggestions for someone. And now we are using technology with the rise of COVID-19, but technology should develop gradually. We cannot use it as a breakout, but we can use it gradually. And at first, we have to make our teachers able to use technology at first. And especially in language teaching, technology has a great deal of support. It provides motivation for the students, and the students with technology, they can learn real English. So we have to use technology in English language teaching, but we are trying to use it as only one mean of learning and teaching. So it is not good, but we have to use technology with teacher support. And at first, teachers should be able, and teachers language and teachers technology language, teachers illiteracy should be developed at first, and we should not be so hopeless. We can use it gradually. This from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ganesh, sir. Nepali, sir. Okay. So if not, you can anyone else? Sanjay Kumar Singh. Okay.
मेरी अनम्यूट करो भएन अझै
The question of using technology is whether we want to be local or we want to be globalized.
If not, if not possible, please go to the Sanjeev Sangal. I think yes, please design.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'm so fortunate to be the part of this panel discussion. My query is that, sir, from past to up to now, we recruited so many teachers every year without having the competency of ICT knowledge. What do you think? In coming days, it should be compulsory to have ICT knowledge to the teachers or not? What the teachers commission should do now?
Sir, can I take
Yes.
Sanjeev sir, to answer, look, I think again, this has to be a local and contextual decision. But if you look at the policy back in 2016, end of 2016 or maybe mid 2017, Department of Education published a framework called Teachers Competency Framework, and it's recognized teachers' digital competency being one of the core competency area. So it has listed 8 competency areas. For example, pedagogical knowledge, content knowledge, and the 8th one is teachers' digital competency. So I think that sort of answers, practice is a different thing from policy, but the policy is directing us towards, that ICT or digital competencies. I think Ganga sir will add to it, I'm sure. Ganga sir?
I think you are absolutely right. That is the policy issue, but I'm talking more of pragmatic issue. Unless you are digitally literate, I don't think you will adventure being a teacher. So you yourself, the teachers who are recruited by themselves, will become digitally literate, if not competent, and they will be proficient enough to use the digital tool. That's part of the life now, so nobody can stay away from there. So I think, so for me, you don't need to teach that. It becomes an automatic, feature inbuilt among the teachers in the future. That's how I see this.
And if I see, sir, if I see Ganga sir, if you see the curriculum of Teacher Service Commission and University Commission, yes, apart there is a separate section even in basic level, lower secondary or even university. ICT component has been added in each curriculum. The only thing is that we don't have, like we have in Service Commission, something practical mask is asked for from ICT or having computer literate. We don't have in Teachers Commission. I mean, Ganga sir and others are in authority. They can make it mandatory as well to make it more computer literate in field of education technology also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, he will be the last one then for this session.
Ramji, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Are you hearing me, sir?
Yes, we are.
Thank you all the panelists. Thank you very much, sir. This is the question for our Ganga sir, respected one. Sorry to say, sir, there are a lot of problems in face-to-face teaching. As Suman sir said, a sentence in a syllabus that higher secondary class will be integrated with technology, which makes him laugh as well. And a lot of examples back to many years of delivering Radio Nepal television classes on teaching. And now having discussion among this sort of contents, are you trying to claim that we are at the second stage at E-pedagogy, despite of your acceptance of lack of infrastructure, connectivity, and many more? Are we almost ready to replace classroom instruction, sir? Thank you.
I think the previous efforts were more of random approaches, but now people realize that we need to systematize that. I completely agree with you. Even in my university, in Trivandrum University, technology was a bit random. And for most people, technology was multimedia projector in the classroom, that's it. Other than that, there was no, I visited a campus and they said that, sir, technology, and what technology are you using? So we have multimedia projector in all the classroom. So that was the technology. The approach and now the thinking, the mindset, whole thing is now changing. If I talk about what I am involved along with the big team in Trivandrum University is, we are in the near future, Trivandrum University is setting up a technical support unit in every campus, constituent campus, all over the country. And there will be a centralized technological governance system in Kirtipur with the decentralized operational modality at each unit of the TU constituents. So Trivandrum University leadership, the current leadership, they have realized that technology should be a part of higher education pedagogy. Similar kind of discussion is also going on in the Ministry of Education. So the new budget is coming with allocation of a huge amount of resources to set up technological infrastructure at the provincial and local level, including schools and higher secondary schools. So I see the silver lining in the clouds. So let's hope that it will be materialized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vishnuji, for your providing great opportunity and to me and to say something. I heard that the debate was very interesting, very innovative, and so vibrant. And we are looking for the very secure and good opportunity to move in technology environment. Ashokji stated that we have the technological and plan and policy of the government. It was launched in 2013 and 2019 together. But what's our stages in a way that where we are in this using technology? What did technology do, and why technology is most important nowadays? What are the parts of technology, and why talking about technology so greatly nowadays? Because I have focused two things together. We can know about the Pinsky theory about 202, and then we know that there are 3% divide in the world. They are the migrant and wisdom and native. And so we are the digital immigrant who haven't been native. We are trying to move in tech environment. That's why we have so many lagging with us. We don't know anything. Something may be difficult for using technology well. Technology is not itself, doesn't do it itself because until adopted by the people. And what is the level of people in terms of using technology well? The people should have very technologically skills, and then digital is the most important. Because if you use the technology badly, it will leave the bad impact in society. That's why we should focus on this situation. If we technology well, it will be more creative and be productive to our young learners and children as well. They can be feel, yeah. Okay. So I can summarize this discussion like that. Okay.
Sir will not ask the question, but share, and I would like to request to you on the behalf of NELTA Center, please honor our guest as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Vishnuji, for your great opportunity. I heard the very good information from the very scholastic person of Nepal and then abroad as well. Ganga sir did great work in field of technology, and he is holding great position in our open education under TU. And Laura is great in abroad in field of technology approach. As well as our homeland, Mr. Ashokji has been vibrant personality. He is so experiential person in field of technology. He did great. So his ideas and his motivation and experiential and information are triggered to us to go ahead. That's why thanks a lot to them for sharing their very innovative ideas to motivate to other participants who have a different part of the country, and hope that these ideas will bring into reality one day. Well, let's see what will happen after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Umra sir. May I request Dhirendra Prasad Sharma sir, training coordinator of NELTA Karnali, as well as Secretary of Government of Nepal. On the behalf of NELTA Karnali, could you please extend your artist acknowledgement to our panelists and moderator and all the participants here for the session? Is he there? Bethanji, Nauraji, could you please make him access? Dhirendra sir, on the behalf of NELTA Karnali, training coordinator. Honor.
Dhirendra sir is unmuted.
Okay. On the behalf of NELTA Karnali province, could you please share your words for their respect to our panelists and moderator and all the participants here? If you are listening to me.
Since he is not listening.
Okay.
He can unmute himself.
Okay, so. Okay, so anyway, first of all, it's our great privilege and to honor to our respected and moderator and to all the participants who provided to us this great input and analyzed a massive discussion over here. And I would like to thank you to on the behalf of NELTA Karnali to all of you here for this session. Have a nice time ahead. I would like to request Mr. General Secretary to proceed the next session ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, all the personalities who have participated and who have shared their ideas in this panel discussion. And now we are going to have the next session. That is, the topic of the session will be prophecies of destruction post-COVID.
So could you please, I think I will share a little bit changes there. I think this is Edu sir's session. I will share then.
Okay,
you will present him, but I will read the title. E-pedagogy in Karnali province, possibilities and challenges. Edu Prasad Kyawali sir is the assistant professor of Midwestern University and MPhil scholar of Nepal Open University and NELTA advisor.
Okay.
So
Edu sir has come.
Yes, yes, of course.
Edu sir.
Changes there. You can just welcome to him. Edu sir.
Okay,
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome in the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Chitra sir. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So all the respected delegates in this e-conference organized by NELTA Karnali province. And at the very outset, I would like to thank for this opportunity. And here I'm going to present on e-pedagogy in Karnali province, some possibilities and challenges. When we talk about the e-pedagogy, really there we can find the different kinds of debates. So what is it? So these debates like maybe connected with the different realities, which may be surrounded by the different contextual patterns as well. But here our consideration for today's presentation is related towards some context of the Karnali province in terms of e-pedagogy connected with the digital technologies. This e-pedagogy is connected with the digital technology, use of digital technology in the classrooms for teaching learning processes, and using different cyber spaces to the phases of teaching learning as well as research activities. So this presentation includes especially 3 sections, that is the context in the Karnali province. Similarly, what are the possibilities here in the Karnali province? That is from my own experience and observations but this is the matter to be researched very soon. Next thing that I'm going to discuss, I'm going to talk about the challenges, and I will be very happy in this session, just like sharing some of my ideas and getting more input from you, and that is my expectation. Then, whenever we talk about the context of the Karnali province, just so we can see, we have 10 districts and they have the different geographical topologies and having the different access or different realities with different resources. Like the area is 40,211 square kilometers that is occupied by the Karnali province. Then population, that is, this all records are taken from the Planning Commission of Karnali province. That is the record from there, and that is of the last year's one. And from that, especially here, I focus towards the internet users in the Karnali province. And that is told that in the report, that is told that only 40% population using the internet. But when we talk about this 40%, that we have to talk about the active population, the user populations one. And by the sense that this 40% internet user is really an impressive number in case of this Karnali province. Because we have the different sorts of the realities in the different districts. Like here is Surkhet, then there is Humla, where we cannot have the access of the telephoning messages. Like we don't have the access of other things, but we have been talking about the e-pedagogies. We have been talking about the e-learning situations. We have been talking about the digital environment, digital framework. So how we can connect this data with these different realities? This is our concern. So with this regard, here, e-pedagogy is concerned with some limited values here. So this is e-framework. At the first, we need to set the framework for teaching learning process. Whenever we are implementing the digital environment in the classroom, whenever we are implementing digital setting in the classroom, the first requirement we have to consider towards the e-framework. So what comes under it? This means like e-framework, in case of teaching learning process, under this framework, there might be physical, there might be psychological, social, different aspects will be covered related with the teaching learning concerns, and under this framework, there we find the teachers and learners and all the social members. We need to think about what is our framework? What is the reality of our society? How the society is going on? Just we want to talk. We talk about e-framework, we talk about e-design, but how our society take and that framework could be adjusted in our society or not. At the first, we have to define this value. Before defining e-pedagogy, we have to think about the e-framework, that how the classroom is going on. For example, we need to teach around 40 students. And that is like the classroom, there is like the desk, bench, and the other material that is fulfilled with the other one. And there is no any month that from where we can deliver our like digital contents or digital friendly environment we cannot do it. Then if we talk about the e-pedagogy there, that will be ridiculous. For that one, at first we have to think of what need to be there one. That's why e-framework is the very important part for the case of the e-pedagogy. The first consideration must be there. Similarly, in case of the e-pedagogy, there is the matter of e-learning. So learning. So what's learning? Here is no need to define what is learning, how learning takes place, what are theories of learning. We don't need to define, but what is the process in the e-learning? What terms of learning management system we apply, and how we are conferencing with our students, how we provide feedback to our students, or how we interact, how could we collaborate each other. This whole situation comes under the e-learning situation. We need to manage this thing, and this is e-pedagogy. This is management of learning management system under the basis of e-framework, under the basis of digital technologies or digital framework, or we can tell the cyberspace. Next thing is later with the e-instruction. Yes, like in case of the e-instruction, there will be tutors, there will be learners, but how it takes place. Especially we talk that in case of the e-pedagogy, just we can take the example that we are doing nowadays. Because of this COVID-19 pandemic, we have been teaching from our home to our learners. But what is the essence or how it is going on? Suppose I'm teaching to my students from my home, but how my students are getting the things or how they are taking these ideas, this is the consideration. And if that is not in the plan or that if that is not already managed, like it may have difficulties to gain the meaning from there. That's why we need to be concerned towards the ethics of the instruction, how or what or where or why. This everything should be well determined by the e-pedagogy in case of the instruction that is done by the tutors, and that may be in the part of the participants as well. Similarly, next very important thing in case of the learning and teaching, or in case of the pedagogical criteria, there is the assessment system also. Like this is the matter of the debate, matter of the discussion. Like we can see in higher education in Nepal, likewise we can see in case of Nepal, the examination of SE and grade 11 and 12 that is on the way, especially we cannot hold that on because of the lack of some policies regarding to this e-pedagogy. Likewise, we don't have the system of how can we assess from the use of the electronic usage or from the use of this digital technology that that may be because of the lack of some policy related issues as well. Like the next thing is in case of the higher education in Nepal also, different universities have been developing the e-assessment criteria, because that is also the part of the teaching learning process. And in case of the e-learning, in case of the e-pedagogy, we have to consider about the e-assessment criteria. How can we develop, or how can we develop? That is the very important part. Next thing is what is its validation and how about its reliability? That is also the consideration parts, and that need to be well organized in case of the e-pedagogy also. This is the next part. And similarly, then the very important part is the supervision and monitoring. Yes, like in teaching learning process, supervision has the very important or significant role by which we can reform our activities, we can revise our activities, or we can form new activities within the land of that activity that is reformed one. So if we create these spaces, like e-supervision space, e-assessment step, instruction, e-framework, e-learning, and next very important for the case of the higher education and other e-research. Like research is also known as the part of the academic development. So in case of the academic development, if we can connect research with our teaching learning process, because research itself a process of reforming the concept that is going on towards the classroom process is one. In this way, we have to have great concern towards developing of e-pedagogy as the first one. And for the concerning of this e-pedagogical concern, really the responsible people of the society with the different responsibilities, like in our society, like there is a government, there are local bodies, like there are teachers, tutors, like instructors, students, social members, they have the different responsibilities, and everyone must have the definition of the thing that which we are going to apply. So for this concern, e-pedagogy is the concept that is talking about the shift of the paradigms. It is not only the paradigm shift, it is also the epistemological shift, that we are changing the meaning. We are changing the trends of knowledge transfer. We are changing the trends of reality transfer. This means what? We are changing the paradigms, and we are changing the epistemology of the knowledge, or the value of the knowledge one. With this reference, e-pedagogy is becoming the need of the days, or in this 21st century, all people are advocating about this one. So for this concern, we have, like in the Karnali province, just I'm talking about this Karnali province and what different possibilities we can have, is introducing the e-pedagogy into the different levels, introducing that into different realities one, that we talk that it is the paradigm shift. Just we are talking about the shifting of the realities one, shifting of the knowledge transformation skills one. So for this thing, so what can we do in this Karnali province? Like we English teachers of Karnali province may have the different opportunities of doing with this one. And this is the opportunity. Like this pandemic is bringing several opportunities, and we have been engaging with different online programs, different digital connected programs. This itself a possibility. Thus we can see, we can realize, we have been implementing this. This is one of the possibilities. So by this concern, here some points have been notified here. That is what one of the possibility use of the social media, especially use of Facebook, use of Twitter, and other social medias, and mostly people use Facebook. Like we can see in the situation, like in this Karnali province, in different schools, different higher education institutions, universities have been using this. It's part of the teaching tool they have been practicing. Like we provide our students some assignments in their messenger, and they reply through their messenger one. Are we using that or not? We are having the learning process. We are exchanging our learning process. Like we can form the group of the learner, we can form the group of the learners, and they can collaborate. They can exchange their ideas. Just for example, for the case of this Midwestern University, just we form like a messenger group, then we send the link of the classroom, then after we join the classes of the Zooms, join the classes of the Meet. That what happens means this is happening, and this is our possibility we can do, and we have to start from what we can do and in which ground we can land on, and from that it is better if we start one. That's why social media is one of the greatest possibility of using, like because it is the Karnali province itself has the low resource province, but like in comparison to the other provinces in Nepal also. And next thing is increased internet facility and speed. Yes, really. We can see different internet providing companies like Telecom, like Worldlink and others, like with their informal talks. They're saying that the internet users are increasing, and they are demanding the internet of more speed. So like in the beginning days, we run the internet of 128 kbps. But nowadays we run the internet of 60 Mbps. By this, the people in the rural areas also, they are accessing it. So is there 4G facility in my mobile or not? When 4G will be there? When 3G will be there? That is the curiosity of the people in the rural areas as well. Now, up to the rural areas, this access is going on, and we can utilize, or we can reform our educational system from this ground. Our next possibility is virtual classes and the training. So just we can, this is the example, and it is not needed to explain more. Thus we can have the virtual classes by using the different applications, different conferencing tools. And we're having trainings, like we can see NELTA has been contributing for these trainings in different provinces, in different districts, and similarly different teachers organizations, different schools, different colleges, different universities. They have been doing on. This is for what means they are looking for the possibilities. They are looking for the opportunities. We are at home. To be safe, we have to be inside of the home. So we are not allowed to go outside the home because of our own self-protection. And we can run the classes, we can run our activities from home. And this is the important part, and that we are doing on. The next thing is very important thing for the case of the possibility is like use of free LMS and conferencing tools. We have several learning management systems. Yes, so there is one reality. If we teach our learners by using Zoom, if we teach our learners by using Google Meets or from messenger groups or that one, but how do we organize, or how do we put our learning systems or learning materials, or how do they get the learning material? That is the important part. Before setting the class, before conferencing the classes, we have to set the materials. Then how can they get access of the material? This is the important thing. For this thing, we have to choose some online accessible learning management system. For example, we can use Google Classroom. or we can use any other ideas that can be used, which are freely accessible. Just for example, like this Google Classroom can be freely accessible, like Edmodo can be freely accessible. And we can use these different kinds of learning management system and where we can put the materials or the resources, assignments, or we can have other opportunity like student attendance or other like grading system, different features we can get within the system. And they are freely accessible for the teachers, and we have to look for them. Because we may have the problem of paying for the different learning management systems. Like the very, very genuine issue is what? Like we are here in Karnali province. If we want to buy some softwares, if we want to buy some learning management system, we cannot, because we have the problem in the payment systems one. Then for that, what we need to look for means we need to look for the free resources. And if there are the free resources in the market, we can use them, we can handle them, and they work in the similar way. Then why to look for the others at the first? That's why this is another possibility. We have to manage the learning management system by which we can organize our classroom. We organize our classroom there. Then after we deliver our classroom, this organizing classroom and delivering classroom are two different parts, and we have to manage this thing. Next thing is organizational support. This is also one of the opportunity as well as the possibility. Really, if we teachers wish to do something different, want to use some technological devices in the classroom, want to or try to change the teaching learning pedagogy, just like we are turning on from the pedagogical phase towards the heutagogical phase nowadays. So in these cases, if we have some sorts of plans, then the administrative, the people who are in the administrative roles and the people who are there in organizational roles, they really support. Just we can take the example. I want to give the example of Midwestern University. Just Midwestern University is trying to launch different online basis programs and encouraging teachers to do what is available, do as per your need. Then after this, we will put under the policy. This means the teacher look for the resources. Teacher look for the different alternative resources, alternative ways. Then after talk with the university, then they can implement the ideas. And if there is no organizational support, really we may have the problem. So this is also possible context, and this is also very much intended concept in case of applying the e-pedagogical concept. Next thing is, the very important thing is professional responsibility. Yes, we teachers, administrators, or the learners, just we can connect this, because in case of the pedagogy, just we connect to the content, context, teacher, learners. Means we have the different responsibilities. If we are responsible in our profession, if we want to get something changed, if we want to do something differently, then after we can have the different proposals of the doings. We can have the different alternatives of doing. Just we intend to develop different alternative ways. Yes, the e-pedagogy is one of the alternative pedagogy. Just we are looking for the shift of the paradigms, and then how can we bring changes? Is being the responsible unit of the profession, then we can look for the different possibilities there, or we can explore the different possibilities there. So professional responsibility is also very important thing, and that is possible because that is in us. Like, is being a teacher, what responsibility or what needs to do from my side, I need to think. I need to be prepared. I need to plan for execution. Then after, I can do. But if I did not concern towards that part, really, it is not possible. And next thing is the collaboration part. In case of the e-learning pedagogy, really we talk that it involves both learners, tutors, and the social our community in the different realities with their different context. That's why there is the more chance of the collaboration and collaborative learning. Like today morning, I was listening one interview that was given by Dr. Uttam Gauli, that is in America, that he was focusing two things there. Learning is possible in two ways. One, collaboration, next, support. So just like we feel peer collaborating ideas. Just whatever I know, if I share with the other people, oh, that will know. But this culture is putting us backward. And this is possible if we can bring changes in the realities, changes in the pedagogies, because this is also the needs of our context. Because here I'm talking about our context here in the Karnali province. We need to develop the collaborative efforts. And there is the support from the tutors. If tutor provide clear instruction, if tutor provide clear guidelines for doing any terms of assignments or any terms of other works that is given to the learners, they can do. But there may be writing support. Just we write something, we get feedback. Sometimes we don't get feedback. Then when to improve writing? This is our problem. This is the serious problem of us. That's we write, but we don't get feedback. Our students write, we don't provide them feedback. Just we have the role of the corrective behaviors. We correct it. This means what? In the phases one, then when the writing will be improved, and this is what means for the improvement of the writing. There is the collaboration of what? Tutors and the learners. Tutor provide the feedback, learner improve within the feedback and work within the feedback. So in this regard, this e-pedagogy can develop the context of collaboration and cooperation. So with this regard, we can say that we have the different possibilities, we have the different realities in our society, in our social ground, in our different like traditional norms as well, but we need to explore as per the need of our contextual balance. Then now I want to move towards the challenges. It's what the challenges are, or what different kinds of challenges we face whenever we need to implement e-pedagogy in the classroom. These challenges are of the different levels. We can define into different levels, just like most of the challenges were clarified in the panel discussion also. So this might be like what that was discussed there, and but like maybe overlapped here as well. So these challenges of e-pedagogy are really associated, especially associated in terms of the different categories in the society, like learner-oriented challenges, like teacher-oriented challenges, and our social framework-oriented challenges. That may be categorized in that way as well. But here, it is discussed that the challenge might be related towards the infrastructure development that we talked. We want to introduce new program with the new paradigm, new program with the new methodology, new program with the new trends, but we do not develop its infrastructure is for the need of that pedagogical options. Similarly, we are in that society and we cannot transform the society with ideas. Like we cannot change our attitudes. We are guided by the same attitude of the past days. Oh, we need to do this. We need to provide the notes to our learners. And learners need to read these notes and they need to prepare, they need to do this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. Like we can say, means we may be in the phase of that attitudinal factors, in these psychological notions. Our social, yes, that's going on. Yes, keep on going, we can see. Our physical, like there are these things which are required in the classroom, but what the change demands, we need to go on. If we can reform, that one, really, this challenge will be replaced by the possibilities. So in the way, infrastructure development is one of the greatest challenges for the case of implementing the e-pedagogy. At first, we have to improve our physical, social, and psychological infrastructure by which we can implement it. Next challenge is the geography. Yes, that we talked. In Karnali province, we have the different districts in hilly areas, in mountain areas, and here. And what different variables are there? One there we have the different diversities. Is there the access? Could they afford? Or is it possible there? These different realities will be there. Just take one example. Here we can talk about one example here. Just for example, we decide to take classes on Zoom to the students, but the students in like Dolpa. There is no internet connectivity, then how can we do? This geography can be the barrier at the time. This geography can be the challenge at the time. We have to think of that. We have to plan these activities. We need to consider these different realities of the different corners of the society. Then what might be the best alternative? What might be the different realities that we need to consider? That's why geography can be the another challenge also. Similarly, the greatest challenge is the learner types, because we have the different types of the learners. Then we have to categorize. So before implementing e-pedagogy in the classroom, before implementing any alternative pedagogy in the classroom, we have to bring out some research activities. Let's see here. Here it is given that we have the three types of students in case of this digital context, digital environment. Like one type of students who has the access of the internet, they can easily access. Next is they have partial access of the internet. Next one is inaccessibility. Means they don't have access of the internet facilities. Then how can we go on? Or how can we plan the activities? By the nature of the students. The first better requirement is identifying these different types of the learners. Then after we need to set the policies. Then after we need to execute the program. Then after this e-pedagogy might be meaningful in the context. Next very important thing is affordability, and this is concerning towards getting values. Then can we get the ideas or not? Can we buy the service or not? That's one thing. Can we use that or not? Can we adapt these ideas towards learning phases or not? Similarly, next thing is technological skills and consciousness. This is a very important part. This is the part for the case of the implementer, for the case of the tutors, for the case of the learners. We must have the technological knowledge. We need to develop the technological knowledge to implement the e-pedagogy at the first one. So what the technological knowledge is, just like handling out like what this means, we need to develop the different circumstances of the digital infrastructure or different realities of the cyberspaces. And there is also talk of digital literacy and digital nativeness and this digital development. So these different realities, not because in the context of developing, we teacher should have concern towards the content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and technological knowledge. So this is one of the part. We teachers have the challenge of developing these things. We need to consider these realities. And if we have some problems, some lacks of technological skills, we cannot handle. Next important thing is the cyber ethics, really. Whenever we are implementing e-pedagogical concerns, we need to keep concern towards different cyber ethics. There might be different cyberbullying activities, like plagiarism activities, and different related activities related to the cyber. Then we have to manage this thing And we need to try to balance the cyber ethics, so to maintain the cyber ethics as per the use. And next challenge is also the supervision, and how to do how can we monitor the activities in e-pedagogy, or how can we develop this? And these all issues need to be well addressed to implement e-pedagogical concerns in our classroom. And this is especially for the case of this Karnali province one, by which we teachers of the Karnali province of any levels, we may be the teacher of the basic level, we may be the teacher of secondary level, we may be the teacher of the higher education, that we have these sorts of challenges, and we need to plan to sort out these challenges one, then after we can implement e-pedagogies, and that is also the need of the days. Yes, this COVID-19 has been knocking us towards moving to the realities of the cyberspace, but how to go on? For this thing, we need to maintain some realities there one. That's why then what we need to do, who or how we can do the things. For this thing, here is categorization of government levels, administration levels, teacher level, learner level, and the society levels one. The government and the local bodies level need to develop the policy. They need to approve the policy, and there we also talked like the ministry, different Ministry of Education and Nepal government is nearly to finalize the policies of about this e-infrastructure that we talked in our panel discussion as well. So there need to be approval of the policies and budget allocation. Similarly, the next part for the implementation is administration part or authority part. They need to execute the program. There need to be management of the budget, infrastructure development, and supervision policies. That need to be well established. And similarly, teachers need to plan and implement the activities. Then after, if people are just for example, we are talking about the e-pedagogy, we are talking about using different digital tools, that may be of using digital tools in the classroom, that may be like teaching through online, or that may be teaching through like any other alternative ways. We need to plan accordingly, and we need to implement that one. Then next thing related with the learners, and learners need to have these different realities of what means collaborative skills and collaborative skills, negotiation skills, and interactive skills as well, that need to be developed through in the case of the learners, and society is to monitor the activities. This means what impact we get, that is in the society. What message we provide, that is in the society. So by this concern, this e-pedagogy is really the concern of this 21st century, like it is in the developmental trends, like we are responsible for the case of developing it and sustaining it. Just like introducing the concept is not enough. We need to develop that concept, and we need to sustain that concept. Then how can we do this? And this framework needs to be well determined by the framework of the society, as per the societal needs, as per the learners' access, and as per the economical value of the certain areas or certain aspects. So in this way, at the end, I would like to say that e-pedagogy especially is the part of the changing reality in case of the teaching learning processes, and it especially focuses towards the change of the paradigms of teaching learning process. And this is not only changing the paradigm, it is also shifting the epistemology in terms of the teaching learning cases. And for the case of the Karnali province, that we find, especially these different possibilities are found, different challenges are found, and we have to make the plan to cope with this, these challenges. And we need to do research, more research, and then how can we implement this e-pedagogy in the classroom? There might be research in school level, there might be research in higher education levels, then after we need to finalize. That's why, like this is one of the questions that is put, then how can we go on? And we start research, and I hope NELTA Karnali province will lead this, so then we need to try to identify the learners of the different levels and learners of the different realities, and we can execute the programs. Okay, so this is all from my side. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our respected presenter, Mr. Edu Prasad Gyawali sir, he is the faculty of Midwestern University English Education, as well as the advisor of NELTA Sukhet, and he is the one of the MPhil scholar at NOU. We have been working together in our Midwestern University. I would like to request to open the floor, and Navara sir and Betanji, could you please make some access for queries from the ground, and hopefully gender balance is preferable. Could you please make it possible?
You can write some questions if you have queries in the chat box as well.
Yes, if there are any queries, please read it out for the further process. Is there? Okay. One question. I think one question I would like to read it out. That is from Nirmala Sapota, I think.
Yeah.
How can we teach accordingly to the beginners in this pandemic situation?
Yes. So thank you, Nirmalji, for your question. Especially this pandemic situation is one of the vital situation for us. And for this, then how could we teach? This is really a kind of challenge that we need to face. For this concern, then what are the possibilities? First, we have to think, and what alternative we can just concentrate towards. Like if you are the teacher of the school level, if you are the teacher of the higher education at the first, just try to identify the possibilities and do not try to copy the ideas that is done by the others. Like for example, like if in any school, the students, so suppose the school in the valley may have the access of the internet and we can run the online classes, or they can have the access. Just for example, we are seeing, and that's also one ridiculous, that schools are running online classes from nursery to class 10. So how a child of nursery can handle the online class? This is one big question. That's why to teach in this pandemic situation, at the first we have to identify the learners, just categorize the learner that we talked, like the learners, their access, their different possibilities they can do. Then after, just implement the program. Likewise, if the learners have the access of the internet, just we can use like some platform. We can use Google Classroom for the LM, for managing the LMS system. We can use Edmondo for managing that is also very easy access also. Similarly, we can design different quizzes to the learners that we can send them and they can reply. We can create a messenger group, we can create a Facebook group, or we can use Zoom also, and we can teach them. But if that is not accessible, just nowadays, that is also, I think this question is also addressed in the panel discussion, like FM, radios, televisions, they have been running different programs. We can ask them. And the next thing is, like for the students of the lower levels, we cannot access the internet, just we can develop some assignments, like this weekly plan, or plan of 15 days, plan of a month plan. Then you can make that weekly plan might be the best one. You can make a weekly plan, you can design some assignments, some creative assignments, or you can send to the guardians. Then after they can complete, or they can send to the schools by maintaining the social distance also. That's why we need to identify the nature of the learners and our context, and we need to determine the teaching learning methodology in this pandemic situation. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anji, could you make possible some other participants? Avraji?
let me share you one question. Then, okay, if there is electricity and if there is a network system well fascinated, we can do accordingly. But and in the situation where there is no electricity, is this province, Karnali province is one of the remotest area. How can we address the students from our side?
Yes, exactly, Bitanji. That is that we talked about the access also. Yes, that's why we need to look for the possibilities. And if there is no electricity, just what may be access to the learners. Yes, that we have to think. Just one example. That is the programs from FM. Maybe the best way for that one. We can run educational program from the FM stations, and they can hear that one. Because like the radio, the FM facilities may be accessible for all. That might be the solution for that, in my thought.
Okay,
but there might be other ways as well.
I've been Narendra Kati sir.
Okay, Yaduji, Gabraji, let me chance to share one issues not question to our Yaduji.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yaduji, I'm so glad to be delighted to get a very nice presentation about E-pedagogy. That is very challenging and very complicated case in Nepali context. But yes, I know that you extremely focus on the technological access to everywhere, and the collaboration, and then free LMS and free access there. This is etc. Right? You focus on this. But I know that there are two factors most important for handling online education and for applying E-pedagogy. That is the human resources development and for inspired development, right? What is the consideration over there for human resource development in the regard? Just I have made a lot of schools there, right? And there are a lot of the computer and internet is there, right? Yeah, but I haven't found that they have been utilized well. It is unknown about everything. What is the way for empowering to them? What's your perception over there?
Yes. So thank you, sir, for your feedback and one query. Especially there is more focus, like I try to include some of the possibilities and challenges one, like that women resource that I think I put into the challenge one, just like. But we have to we getting technological knowledge is not enough, but administration of the technological knowledge is essential for the case of implementing the e-pedagogy. So for this one, at the first we need to train, or we need to the policy need to be formed by the government or the local bodies or the provincial governments one. Then how can we train our teachers, or how can we develop the modality of the different trainings or programs? Just we can take one example. Just different universities may design the program, like teacher education program, like I want to give you one example. Like Nepal Open University introduced one course, postgraduate diploma in distance and e-learning. Like such kinds of program, from this we can produce the human resources, and that could be utilized. So, and thank you, sir. Thank you for your feedback.
I think we are not be able to take any more queries. Or what is the I think there is anything that is to be managed here. Laura, sorry, is there any questions?
Here I'm seeing one question from Binduji. That is only professional responsibility enough? Or exactly not. That is one of the part, Binduji. Yes.
Let our Binduji to speak.
Okay.
Sorry. Navraji, could you make her possible to speak? Bindu ma'am.
So if a problem, exactly our question related with responsibility, but exactly that is not only the part, and there are other associative parts also. That is one of the part, but mostly we need to be more responsible.
Okay, thank you all of your queries, and maybe we have a couple of queries there in the messenger group as well. I think we will share later on as well. We are running to the time factor. So our guests are already arrived there in connection. So on the behalf of NELTA family, is there Sarita Devan ma'am, training coordinator from center? Could you please give thanks to our presenter, Edu sir, on the behalf of NELTA Center? Is she there? If not, Kunjar sir. Is there Kunjar sir? Navara sir, can you manage it?
I think Kunjar sir is not available.
Is there anyone? Ganesh Sumagai sir is there? Ganesh Sumagai sir, President of Bagmati NELTA and Central Committee member.
Oh.
Can you make him access?
Ganesh Umagai sir.
Yes.
I think he left.
Oh. Okay, so who is there? Let me know. Let me check once.
Motikala ma'am is there.
Okay, Motikala ma'am, respected President, could you please thank to our presenter, Mr. Edu Prasad Gyani sir, for his presentation on the behalf of NELTA Center. I think she has something to work. I heard. Okay, I'm also a Central Committee member. I will speak myself at first then. Okay, so on the behalf of NELTA Center as well as NELTA Karnali, I think from NELTA Center, I would like to thank to Edu Prasad Gyani sir for his wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And on the behalf of NELTA Karnali, I would like to request to Deependra Khatri sir, member of NELTA Karnali, as well as the Secretary of NELTA Surkhet, to express sincere gratitude and acknowledge to the presenter. Could you please?
Oh,
okay.
I hope I'm audible. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, as the responsibility given to me, I would like to say thank you to Edu Prasad Gyani sir. He has presented very nicely with nice slides and good thoughts and preparation. And I hope all of we enlightened with his presentation. And I hope in the days to come, Edu sir will be encouraged more and enlighten such kind of things in the future. So now, from our side, as the NELTA Karnali and NELTA Surkhet, would like to encourage you, would like to appreciate your effort. Thank you, Edu sir, so much.
Okay, thank you, Deepan sir.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you,
Edu sir, for your wonderful presentation once again. I would like to request the General Secretary to proceed the next session. Okay, Chitra sir. Chitra sir, General Secretary, is he there or something else? Could you please make
He's muted. He's muted soon.
Oh, could you please make him unmuted there? Betanji.
Okay, he's on mute.
Okay.
General Secretary,
you can unmute yourself and proceed. Okay, start.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So now we're at the fourth session, and the session goes like this. This is the presentation. The topic of the presentation is exploratory action research. Can all teachers do it? This is very interesting topic, and for the facilitation, we have got Bhogendra Lamichhane, British Council Nepal, Sagun Shrestha PhD scholar, Dublin City University, Ireland. I would like to welcome both the scholars in the session. Bhogendra Lamichhane.
Yes, thank you.
And Sagun Shrestha.
Yes, thank you, Chitra sir. Namaste, everyone. And then the team, we have Bhogendra Lamichhane sir as well. So could you, I think.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you. So, probably you are quite tired listening to a number of presentations and, kind of panel as well. But we think since we are going to talk about exploratory action research, which is more teacher research rather than academic research, which Professor will highlight later as well. So probably you will enjoy. We'll to ask questions, through chat box or at the end. Most probably, if there will be time, then we'll also take some questions. Probably, let's say, if you are interested to speak yourself, so you can unmute that at the end as well. So let's try to make our session as interactive as possible. So let me, again, we'd like to thank organizers for this wonderful opportunity for Bhogendra and me. Let me share a screen and we'll begin. Can everyone see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, something wrong. Okay. Okay. We hope that everything will go. This in the title, the subtitle, the question we'll try to answer at the end as well. Can all teachers do it? So in today's presentation, let me check the time as well. It's 11:32. So, okay, our outline of the presentation will first deal what is exploratory action research. And secondly, we'll show a few cases for analysis. So here we'd like your responses quite a lot. And thirdly, we'll talk about steps to conduct EAR, which will be the crux of the presentation as well. That will enable, when we talk about steps, you'll focus what steps you will take if you are interested in carrying out your exploratory action research in a one context. And fourthly, we'll deal the particular or specific from Nepal itself, so that you will see if it is doable, if it is feasible in your context or not. So these are the outline of our presentation. First of all, before going through, let's say the ideas that we have collected in relation to exploratory action research, we would like to learn from you the background information from you. What is exploratory action research? In short, ER. Could you please respond by going to www.menti.com and use this code 726000 is the code to respond. Just write whatever you know. It can be in phrases or it can be in short sentences as well. The code is easy. 726000. And I would also like to request my co-presenter Bhogendra sir to type this code in the chat box in case you're confused. And I would also like to request we'd also like to request either Mr. Sir or Chitra sir to go to the chat messages, and if there are some concern or questions, then you can you can forward them to either Bhogendra sir or me. Thank you. So let me run the Mentimeter application now. It's easy. Simply go to www.menti.com www.menti.com and use this code. If you have Mentimeter application, then run your Mentimeter application and use this code and type your answer. We'll give you a minute time to respond. So your time begins.
Could you please make it?
So what is exploratory action research for you? If you have heard of.
Sir, your sound mutes quite frequently.
Is it audible now?
Audible, not very small. Sound is heard frequently. Again louder. Again.
Oh, okay. So in that case, let me use the okay. Now is it audible now?
Right.
Yeah, I think it is audible now.
Okay.
Proceed ahead.
Okay. So still we haven't got any responses so far. So could you please, it's very simple. Okay, but we got one response. Our teacher results to help solve the practical problem faced by the teacher in his or her teaching and learning practice to enhance it. Pushparaj Paudel, sir. Well done. Yeah. To acknowledge Pushparaj Paudel, sir, or if Pushparaj Paudel, sir, who has responded here, is the Pushparaj Paudel, sir, who took part in our action research as well. So, I mean, Pushparaj Paudel, sir, contributed really well in the exploratory action research project that we conducted for a year. Next, a research used to investigate a problem. It's done on the basis of classroom problem faced by the teachers. Okay, problem-solving research. That's correct. Yeah, that's good. Response. Research allows for the research to be creative in order to get the most amount of the subject. So again, getting insight from students. It's a practical type of research, reflective and collaborative endeavor. Teacher research. So solving problems of a teacher. So what else next? We have got 10 responses so far. Teacher conducted research to solve practical problems. Reflective and collaborative endeavor. Okay. A research that explores the various aspects of pedagogy. So a research that explores the various aspects of pedagogy. If you have not been able to get into menti.com, you also can drop your message in the chat box as well. And Bhoginder sir can read out and navigate as well. So reflective and collaborative endeavor. So a research that explores the various okay. Exploratory research seeks to find out how people get along in the setting under question, what meanings what else was that? What meanings they give to their actions and what issues concern them. Dr. Sir has mentioned this. Okay. Okay. A research done by teachers to find the problems of the students. That's it. A research which aims to improve, not to probe, but to improve. Okay. Not to. That's a really good statement. To improve, but not to probe. A research which is carried out to investigate the problem. All right. A research done by teacher to find the problems of the students. Done on practical problem in classroom activities to okay. So far we have received 19 responses, and we can see some common issues that you have. I mean, some common, let's say, statements or some common phrases that you have come across as well. So it's a teacher research. It's to deal with some classroom activities conducted by teachers. So. And it's to solve any classroom situation or problems, basically classroom problems based in the classroom situation. You're right, by the way. We have got 23 responses. You can keep on inserting your responses here, or if you can mention a few of them in chat boxes, like if you have not been able to get into menti.com. Are there any responses in the chat box, Bhoginder sir?
Yeah, there are a couple of responses, and then they have defined exploratory action research as a small scale research practically done in the classroom.
Okay, so thank you, Bogenda sir. So yes, it seems like you are already familiar to exploratory action results, so it will be easier for us as well to deal more. Here you go, Bogenda sir.
Thank you so much, Salman sir. Exploratory action research is a very simple way of finding out and improving our practice as teachers. The term research in general sounds like a heavy academic thing or task, so which requires a great deal of energy and the resources. So that most of the teachers, they hesitate to carry out any source of resources. But EAR is a type of resource research through which teachers know about themselves. Teachers know about their own classroom context to find out their own challenges and their own success factors. So exploratory action research helps the teachers to understand their own classroom context better and then bring positive changes in the classroom. Teachers do action research for their own professional development and improve their teaching and learning. Do you want to add anything, sir?
Oh yeah, just I would like to highlight what or let's remember that. So whenever something like whenever cause like we need to spend quite a lot of quite a lot of time to explore the situation and so on. So but this will not be the case here in exploratory action research, because like in a very limited setting, let's say, which you will be able to explore. You will be able to explore the problem, actually, to solve your own problem or puzzle there. So yeah, I think it should be kept in mind. So just I highlighted this. Thank you, Bogenda sir. I would like to proceed to why ER is important then. So we have taken ideas from Smith and Revoludo, 2018. You also can go through this book. This is to understand the situation, as many of you have stated clearly. So understand the situation, that means like there will be puzzles or there are problems that you might have come across. So you'll understand and you will explore them. Why exactly? What are the causes of that problem? Or what are the, let's say, why there are exactly these puzzles? So what could be the some strategies to address those problems or puzzles? So you understand the situation. You come across informed decision. See, by the term informed decision here, because after exploring, you come across some strategies to deal with your problem or puzzles. So the decision that you will have taken will be informed by your exploratory phase, by your exploration. So you come across this or informed decision. And of course, it can also help you create teacher self-help group. For example, you as a teacher in Surkhet, working in a Surkhet, will be working on particular, let's say, a particular problem. For example, problem might be students not motivated in writing an essay, let's say, in our context. Now the teacher will is to deal with. Once you come across your results and then your informed decision, so you also benefit from your work. So it also can, and since we'll be devising more context strategies.
That we have taken from Smith and Rebolledo, 2018. Please go through the case. The teacher's responses in case 1 and 2 in the chat box. So what common things do you notice in these cases? You have 1 minute. Okay, these swing songs, funny clips, and film since the teacher decides to add more group work to his classes. Okay, please write your thoughts in the chat box.
How do you react to the teacher's response?
Of the year to dictate, transmit, and this and that. He has written something else. I think it's not related to this first issue.
Okay. Another response is good. They explored the possibilities. In the first case, the teacher needs to evaluate the possible consequences. Okay. From Puspa sir. The teachers should not have jumped to action. They should have explored first. Thank you. So yes, Puspa sir mentioned, in both cases, the exploration phase is missing. The teachers, they have directly jumped into action. Thank you so much. The teachers have missed the exploration phase. They didn't explore the situation, but they directly went to action. Someone, sir, do you want to add something?
Oh yeah. Once again, yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah, for bringing this issue of exploration here. So yes, like in case one and case two, actually it relates to our practices as well. What happens is oftentimes we come to the direct conclusion. Then the conclusion means we think of like certain actions, and because we make quick judgment. As a result, we come across some certain actions and we try to implement. For example, let's say, our students are not motivated in writing, and then we don't want to explore, but we would say we would probably start from, we would say, boss, this section C, they are never interested. They are always as such. We happen to talk about them. Then we say like, okay, they're not interested. So probably I will download the video and then I will show them, and probably those video will help them to get the tips, and they will be able to write. And we might think of the kind of very straightforward solution as well. But the problem might the problem might be the different one. For example, they might be lacking vocabulary, which might be needed to enhance their writing. Could be. They might be the instruction that you have given might not be so much clear. As a result, they were confused and they couldn't initiate writing. Or the problem might be like they don't know how to begin, most probably, and your little prompts might help them to write as well. So these things only we will know by asking.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. Sound didn't work. What about speaking without headphone? Is it possible?
Okay. Let me select a microphone, same as a system. Yeah, I did it. So okay, I'll just switch on the microphone as well, and then hopefully it will work. Hello, now.
Yeah, much better, sir.
It's much better.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So what we were talking of is, sorry, I just took a long time here. In case one and case two, what I was talking, I'll just briefly summarize what I exactly told. In case one and case two, we all have the tendency to jump to a quick conclusion, and then we happen to think of certain actions which can be implemented in our classroom without exploring the situation. So this might happen. So for example, in the case of writing, what I was mentioning is, if the problem is like the students are not interested in writing, we might think of, okay, no, so let me use some, videos and which will help them write. We might, think of like simply using videos would help, but the problem might be lack of vocabulary of the learners as well to initiate or to begin their writing. So there can be some multiple issues. So I think the exploration phase is necessary, as Pushpa sir mentioned, and then Bhogendra sir highlighted as well. So I don't want to spend quite a long time here. Now, the ER process or stages, which is really the crux of today's presentation as well, is like you can divide the ER process into two, like exploration phase and intervention or therapeutic, stage. In the exploratory or diagnostic stage, what you do is you select an issue, or you identify a problem or puzzle, and you formulate certain questions related to that problem. For example, if your problem is students not interested in writing an essay, if that is the problem, now you will formulate some questions to explore that problem. For example, what different tasks that I used to give to my learners in relation to writing an essay could be one. How have students found the tasks that I have given to them in relation to writing an essay could be question two. So there can be multiple questions to tackle this issue, to explore this issue. So you need to be very, very careful of making your questions very specific, so that you can explore the problem and you can find some causes of that problem. Then after formulating questions, what you do is you explore. And to explore, you conduct either a field study, or you observe yourself, or you ask your colleagues to observe your class and then inform you. Or what you might also do is you take interviews of learners and interviews of other colleagues who are teaching the same subject, and then to find out strategies. Or you also can have background reading to have some information about this issue that you are exploring. So this is what you do in exploration phase. In, let's say, third phase, what you do is after exploration, as you have some data, let's say, you will analyze, you will reflect them, you will reflect on them, you will analyze the data, and you will conclude, oh, these are the problems are due to blah, blah factors. Now you will see, like, these are the causes of this problem. And on the basis of, your finding, you also devise some strategies. For example, they might say like, oh, we don't have sufficient amount of words to begin our essay, and we don't understand the instruction that is given there. So now you will see the problem lies in the vocabulary, by the way. And now you will focus on enhancing their vocabulary. So the plan for action, the action plan for change will be enhancing vocabulary in learners, because you identified it's basically, okay, they are not interested, they are interested, but the problem lies in vocabulary, you will find it. So this is, then you will come across these strategies to, make strategies to, deal with your problem. So this is formulating action plan for change in the intervention stage. Then later, what you do is you implement your action plans, by the way. So you implement the strategies that you have devised. Then, yes, you document your actions and outcomes at every step so that you can reflect as well. After implementing, what you do is, again, you analyze your results. To what extent those strategies that you have implemented in your classroom helped resolve the issue. And then you draw a conclusion. See, it's a reiterative process. And what you do is you first explore, and later on the basis of the exploration, you devise some certain strategies to deal with your own situation or deal with your own problem. And later again, you evaluate, most probably by running survey or asking questions in a form of interview, and then you conclude. And then if necessary, you present the report as well, so that it can benefit the other colleagues or other teachers who are interested in exploring that kind of issue. So this is what the ER process is. Now I will show you the ER example from Nepal. So this example is, again, we have taken from, the book edited by Janak Singh Negi, which is really a good book, Exploring for Action, Acting for Change, Stories of Exploratory Action Research in Nepal. You can find quite a lot of examples. So hopefully, they will all be useful for you, because, as I told, the context that we are working on is similar to the context, the teachers who have submitted their report and who are published here. So Devisara RC, my students do not understand the text in English in the classroom. This is the problem. So how did she, conduct the how did she conduct EAR, and how did she resolve her issue? You can go through it. So you can get some strategies, by the way. Again, Purna Prasad Paudel, my students do not take part actively in group work. So the problem is, students not taking part in group work. So you can, again, explore some strategies, what Purna Prasad Paudel has implemented in his classroom, or had implemented in his classroom then. So go through them, and then they will be really useful for you. Okay. Okay, so now we'll deal the particular example from that book, which is of Indu Adhikari. See, the problem was my students do not appear to be interested in writing. The problem was not interested in writing, as I gave you the example above as well. And they have difficulties in writing by Indu Adhikari. This was the problem in her classroom. So the questions that she framed was, what problems are there in students' writing? She wanted to first of all explore the problems that there are in students' writing. For this, asking questions to the learners, asking questions to the teachers as well. So this could help. So next, what do students do when I give them writing tasks? See the behavior, checking the behavior. What do students do when I give them writing tasks? So again, she's exploring this problem by taking help of the students. What do students say about different kinds of writing tasks? Perception of the learners. She wants to learn their perception, behavior, and yes, she wants to explore this situation. So these are the questions, specific questions that she formulated to explore this problem. Wagendra sir?
Yeah, I was on mute, sorry. Now I would like to say the methods that she adapted to explore. She developed questionnaires and then collected data from her students. She also invited her colleagues to observe her class and provide feedback. She also observed herself by keeping research questions in mind. These are the methods that she adapted, but you can also take interview with your students. You can also go through research reports. You can also read various articles. So these are some of the things that you can do. Now I want to move on. Okay, after she explored, she found out that her students were not interested in writing. However, they had some. They didn't have adequate vocabulary to write. If she had not explored, she wouldn't have found out why her students were not interested in writing. So exploration is really important. Okay. Now I want to move on. Then I want to share her plan for action. She taught vocabulary writing on a topic. She also helped her students to generate ideas for writing. She also helped her students in writing sentences in English. She also supported her students to brainstorm ideas for a paragraph in English and Nepali. She also helped her students to write a paragraph in English. Then she used group work and then pair work. Sagan sir, do you want to add something and then move on?
Yeah, it seems like quite a lot of, what she did is see the actions that see the kind of different strategies that she had in her plan is, quite a lot. And then, yeah. And again, use of group or peer work, or making them write a paragraph in English, slowly beginning focusing on the vocabulary, which is really good thing. Let's see like whether she would be successful or not. Thank you, Bogindra sir. Now we'll see the action for tense. What she did is she prepared the activities for practicing vocabulary. She prepared, first of all, the activities for practicing vocabulary and making them generate ideas, assigning some writing tasks to the students. And she also, prepared a separate worksheet, particularly which had STAR technique. The STAR technique is a, technique, STAR box, which I will show you after some time in different slide here. So she used the STAR technique to generate an idea. So the example of a STAR technique is here. For example, if it is tell me about yourself was the heading, and what she did is she created the star here, and and then this was the when she developed this star, they were blank. Actually, these boxes were blank, and she had got prompts here. For example, what's your best friend name? Where do you live? What is your favorite sport? What is your favorite movie? Do you like to play football? These questions, again, questions can be, questions can be based on your own topic as well. So you frame these questions and you create blank, and they fill certain words or phrases in the boxes. So this is how she slowly helped them to, think of certain ideas on the basis of certain prompts.
Okay, then she asked her students to make a short paragraph, putting those sentences in any order they like. Then the students fill out the stars in pairs. So if she had given the text individually, the students would not feel comfortable. So in pairs, she built up their students' confidence. Then she asked her students to write as many sentences as they could based on the worksheet. So I want to move on. Then the next technique that she used was clustering, which helped her students practice vocabulary, generate ideas, and discovering relationship among them. Then she gave the clues for clustering in the worksheet and asked her students to fill out the worksheet. Then the students fill out the boxes on the worksheet, either individually or in pairs. Then she asked them to make a short paragraph on the basis of their answers on the boxes. Okay, now we like to show an example on how she did. The picture is blurred, but we want to show you how she has clustered the ideas. The arrows in the middle shows that the ideas have been presented in different ways. They are the associated ideas with the schools have been presented. Saman sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Bogindra sir. See, now later she asked her students, what she did is, you can see the progression of her in the action. Like first of all, she focused on developing vocabulary, and then making them generate. First of all, she asked them to write down certain words or certain phrases, and later she took slowly to make them generate ideas so that they can develop further in a paragraph. So this is how she guided her learners. Now later she asked her students to write as many paragraphs as they can on a topic they want, using those techniques that they had practiced. And also this shows, like, again, as I was focusing on, like, first of all, making them think of certain words or phrases using those prompts, and then now she made them write a paragraph. So she slowly drove them to a kind of to the level where they could develop their own concepts or ideas into a paragraph. Later, what she did is she also applied learn 5 words a day technique, where students had to learn 5 unfamiliar words from their textbook and share their meaning. So again, this learn 5 words a day technique, actually the problem lied in her vocabulary. It's not, the problem was not on the students were not interested. Rather, the problem was the students didn't have the sufficient vocabulary. So she also had this learn 5 words a day technique to address this issue, by the way. after the action or observation, what she found was she found a very big change in her students' writing, and their behavior in the classroom as well was positive, most probably. So here, even if she has used the word drastic here, yeah, sometimes what you can do is, like, to make it more specific, you also can conduct a survey, or you also can, ask students again, and you can say to what extent there's a change in students, writing in this case. So next is students, who could not write earlier even, a single sentence in English. Later, they wrote a paragraph, which is really a massive change, by the way. So you can see, like, how there's a progress, by the way. Now our question,
Okay, do you really think that you all can conduct exploratory action research in your own context? Let's do a poll in the Mentimeter. Please go to Mentimeter and then type the same code, 7260000. You have 1 minute to complete.
Yeah, thanks, Bogindra sir. And in the meantime, like, if they can't go to menti.com due to, some reasons, and they also can write it in chat box, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we have 2 responses, 3 responses. We have 6 responses so far, 7 responses, and there might be some, messages in the chat box as well. So we'd like to request either business or other friends to go through the message and, write to us.
I can't see anything up to now.
Okay. It's a
Let
12
me share.
Yeah.
Do you think you all can conduct EAR in your context? Most of the participants have written here as.
Okay, which is good news. Thank you. So we have 16 responses as of now. And we have got responses in the chat box as well. So yeah, Bogindra sir, do you like to highlight the graph?
Yeah, most of the answers are S. So I think we are able to meet our objective. So all the teachers can conduct action research, and then there are a couple of no answers too.
Even in chat box?
No, but in the chat box I can't see S. Of course, most of the answers are S, and then some answers are I will try my best.
Okay.
Almost all the answers are S.
Okay. As Bogindra sir mentioned, like, we're really happy to see you, because like we just shared the steps, and we just shared what exactly exploratory action research is. And I think, like, as Bogindra sir mentioned, like, we're happy to say that let's say today's presentation met the objective that we set for as well. So our answer is the question earlier, which we had asked in the title slide, was, can we all teachers do it? So our answer is yes, again, with your support, yes. So it's very easy peasy kind of thing. It's not difficult. It's a teacher research. It's done by teachers for teachers, in a sense, because it helps you to explore your problem and address your classroom issues. So the resources that we have here is Negi's book. There is probably we'll be able to bring, let's say, the book edited by Dr. Suman Lodari, Professor Laksman Giwali, and me myself as well soon, which will have a lot of stories from the teachers of Nepal, including Pushparaj Paudel sir as well. So hopefully it will come soon because we are working on this still. Let's say we haven't, managed, the time at which we have to spend there because of different reasons, but we'll hopefully it will come soon. And next is the Rebolado, Smith and Bullock. And next is Smith and Rebolado again, and Smith, Mentoring Teachers, which is the new publication. You can go through them, and yes, you can get a lot of ideas from there itself. If you have any comments or questions, you're welcome. Please.
Okay, let him chance.
Okay, yeah, please. I will just stop sharing the screen. So before questions and comments, if you want to learn about exploratory action research or some other issues like you have, particularly, let's say, since today's presentation is an ER, so if you have any concerns or questions further as well after our presentation as well, if you have on ER, here's our email addresses. You can contact us through the email as well. So I would now stop sharing the screen and then take some questions. Thank you.
I have taken some questions from the chat box, Sagun sir. So one of the question is why is an action research not academic research? Do you want to answer this question?
Yeah, sure. See, if you say action research is an academic research, let's say. But if you talk about exploratory action research, this exploratory action research, particularly, let's say, whether I can say, let's say, introduced to me, or introduced to the NEPLIS community by Richard Smith, Professor Dr. Richard Smith from University of Warwick. So if you talk about exploratory action research, it's not academic research that way, because it's a small scale classroom research. It's a small scale classroom research done by you, exploring your situation in a small scale. And then normally you don't, it's up to you. You don't generate that kind of, report as well. If you generate the report, and it has value, but generally you don't do it. It's just to explore your own situation. So we don't take it as academic research as such. We don't label it. Academic research has its own rigor, by the way. Academic research has its own, let's say, one sphere. You do it taking quite a long time. You explore the situation in such a way, and you come across the very, solid report later, so that the audience will be different again. See, the audience there in the exploratory action research, let's not call the audience. Actually, in exploratory action research, it's to, explore your own situation and then to handle your own problem or puzzle. But in academic research, the audience can be sometimes policymakers, can be teachers, or can be, the other stakeholders. So it has got, I guess, I answered your query. So, but if you talk about only action research is one of the, again, methods in academic research. So, and action research does not have the exploratory phase. You don't explore the situation and you don't, try to address that, problem or puzzle that you have. Rather, you have some certain issues, then you intervene with some intervention, and you just report it later, whether that intervention went well or not. So again, this is different. Yes.
Thank you, sir. So, Virbar sir, would you like to share, please, with your query? So, Betanji, Ramaraj sir, could you make it possible to speak? If it is not sure. Okay. If there are any others?
Bhogendra sir, why don't you take the question from Narayan Prasad Sabkota sir here? Can ER be called a redundant research? See?
Yeah.
So I don't think that EAR is redundant research. I think even the experienced teachers might have challenges in the classroom, and then they might have something good, and then they want to experiment something. So I don't think that EAR is redundant for experienced teachers. It is equally important for all the teachers. Experience, less experience, and then all the teachers.
Yeah, I completely agree with Bhogendra sir. And there's a question by Narayani Timul Sinha ma'am. Are there any easy steps to do ER? This is very easy. See, in ER, what do you do is you identify a problem. For example, in your classroom, let's say, students are not motivated to get involved in a group work that you have designed. Okay, that's a particular issue. Then you frame your problem into research questions. For example, 2 or 3. Probably you will ask questions to on the basis of those research questions. You ask your learners or colleagues to observe your class and then again see what exactly going on. You identify the causes. See what you do. First, you identify the problem or puzzle. You frame them into questions so that you can explore on the basis of that. And then you explore it by interview or by focus group discussion or by making your colleagues to observe your classroom. And then on the basis of those exploration, you come across some certain strategies and you use those strategies in classroom, and again you check the final outcome, okay, whether it has gone really well or not. So it's easy. See, it has just 2 steps. Let's exploration and intervention, let's say, and there are multiple other sub steps in between.
Another question is there any differences between EAR and AR? Generally in AR, we follow steps such as plan, act, observe, reflect, and then replan as well. Okay, do you want to answer? Or,
Okay. Simply, it's very straightforward. Exploration phase is missing in action research, by the way. That's it.
Yeah.
See, what happens in action research is like you have observed someone, you have observed the issue, and on that issue, what you do, you intervene your action. You're not sure whether your intervention will really address that particular issue that you have seen or not. Okay, in exploratory action research, you have an issue, you explore what are the causes of that issue, and on the basis of information that you have collected, you develop some strategies to deal with that. So basically, this is to solve your own issue.
Thank you, Sagun sir. Pushparaj sir, are you there speaking here, listening to us? Could you please make your complimentary remarks here, Pushparaj Paudel sir? Can you make him possible to speak? Nagaraj sir, Pushparaj Paudel sir, could you make him speak with his remarks?
Okay, Pushparaj sir now can speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Vishnu sir, Bhogendra sir, Sagun sir, and all participants. No, I don't have any query. I completely agree with the presenters. Since there is one query, whether action research is exploratory action research is formal or not, it's totally formal because we follow the rigorous processes of carrying out a research, because there are certain procedures of carrying out a research. In exploratory research, there are 2 parts, exploration and action. That's what we learned from Sagun sir himself. He is presenting, so I don't think I need to elaborate much on this. He will elaborate. So since we follow the rigorous steps, it's formal, and it's for me it's a research to the fullest, because you can produce a research report, you can publish it, you can share, you can disseminate in any seminars, conferences. I think nowadays even the universities have also given permission to carry out research as part of the dissertations in different levels. So for me, action research is formal research, and it is I think the most useful ones for the teachers, because teachers are better researchers. They know the context very well, and then those who know the real context, and when they carry out the research is really useful for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pushpa sir. So on behalf of NELTA Karnali, I would like to
just a minute, please. Sorry. I just let me take few words of Pushpa sir, because Pushpa sir's words, I mean, he highlighted few things really well. So I would just reiterate them. Number 1, see, since it is done by teachers, so the importance in the classroom, it can help us gain context sensitive strategies, because we know better our context than any other. So this is what Pushpa sir highlighted. So therefore, it's really relevant, one. And second thing is like it's formal, no doubt. You go through the rigorous process, and there are, and you devise your own solutions as well on the basis of the problem that you have identified, no doubt. What we wanted or what we focused was like, if we say academic as such, there will be a big concern in teachers like, oh gosh, academic, no way, it's not my cup of tea. There might be such feeling. So we said not that kind of academic, but definitely like if you check in terms of the possibility of publication, in terms of sharing your things in conferences and so on, yes, it has its own strength, which you can tap, and then which you can present further in the conferences or write as a paper in some publication as well. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bhavan sir, would you like to say something?
Okay, I was on mute. Thank you, business sir. No.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. On the behalf of a collaborative organization of the e-conference, I would like to request Nain Singh Khotri sir and Papsan Karnali president. Could you please extend your thank and sincere gratitude to our presenter on the behalf of collaborative organization? Can you make him possible to speak? Navara sir, is it there? Oh, if so, if he is not there, I would like to request Mr. Pavitra Thapa sir, our advisor of NELTA Karnali, to extend on the behalf of NELTA Karnali to the presenters and oh my, I have seen this now. Okay,
He is not, sir.
Oh, if he is not there, it's okay. Who is there then? Some ma'am, is there Tika Tamang ma'am? You make her speak on the behalf of Karnali NELTA. Member of NELTA Karnali. Tika ma'am.
Tika ma'am, speak.
Yes,
Okay.
sir, I'm here.
Okay, could you please extend our sincere thanks on the behalf of NELTA Karnali to the presenter?
Okay, sir. On behalf of NELTA Karnali, there are more intellectual heads before me, but I got this opportunity, so thank you, Vishnu sir. So I would like to thank all the presenters, all the participants here who just patiently participated our this mission, and everyone. I'm not telling that all the presenters, the scholars, but everyone who has been the part of this our mission, our NELTA Karnali, this e-conference. Everybody deserves the very heartful thanks from our side. So thank you, everyone. So despite all some technical threats, we are coming up to here, and which is not bad. I think we all went well, and we are going, and we promise to go well as well. Tomorrow also, let's see how it's going, because in Surkhet we are getting lots of problem because of this poor network. But even though we are trying our best, and our page, the special thanks goes to our technical support, Betenda sir, Navra sir, and our NELTA chairperson Vishnu sir, who this day night he has been struggling a lot. He has been moving here and there from mentally, not physically, but mentally he's moving here and there and making this program successful. So thank you, Vishnu sir, our team, and everyone who has been the part of this glorious mission.
Thank you, ma'am. On the behalf of NELTA Center, I would like to request to Dr. Sivaram Pandey sir, could you please extend your sincere thanks on the behalf of NELTA Center Committee member, Dr. Sivaram Pandey. Could you make it possible to speak? Dr. Sivaram Pandey is here with us. Ethan, sir. I've seen him there. Yeah, I think he's speaking, but could not see, could not listen. Dr. sir, are you speaking? Oh, could not listen. Oh, so is there Sarita ma'am, training coordinator of NELTA? Sarita ma'am.
Oh.
Okay, welcome.
Okay.
Thank
you, Mr. Namaste, sabaijanalai. It is actually, you have a very long sessions since the morning. So everyone, we must appreciate the patience of everybody. I would like to thank Sagun and Bogendraji on behalf of NELTA Karnali and from the center. It is actually I was when I was listening to and I was watching your presentations. I was thinking I wish I could do exploratory action research with my students. It was quite late when I left my teaching career. Then it started. Actually, some of my colleagues started doing in my past school, but the action research are very beneficial in my experience as a senior teacher. So it is very exciting, and you can solve some of the problems yourselves. It is not only requesting the experts to how to solve the problems, but in my opinion, teachers can solve themselves. So it was wonderful, Sagunji and Bogendraji, giving your expert opinions and sharing what you had done. Actually, there were some internet problems, so I missed the first part. The internet is not very strong nowadays. So anyway, but I know what you are doing because I have witnessed the seminar and other things that British Council has been, and it's wonderful. Thank you so much. And Vishnuji, congratulations for the second day. You are doing well. There are some technical issues. It is always there, but overall, you are doing very well. Thank you so much, all the participants. Sagundi, good to see you again. And all the other participants.
Okay,
And
thank you so much for your wonderful sharing and sincere thanks on the behalf of the center. Yeah. Thank you, Bogendra sir, and thank you, Sagunji, for a wonderful presentation, and have a nice time ahead. We'll be meeting again. Thank you so much. Mr. General Secretary, could you please proceed to the next session? This is the last session. Dr. Kamal Devkota sir is waiting. Praise wonderful.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bogendra sir and Sagun sir, for your wonderful presentation for us. So now we are at the end of the session. Today, the last session is issue of social inclusion, EFL policies, right? EFL policies and pedagogies and enactments in Nepal. The session will be facilitated by Dr. Kamal Raj Devkota, Assistant Professor, Serid, Tribhuvan University. I would like to request Dr. Kamal Raj Devkota sir for the presentation.
Okay, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, please, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Is the sound clear?
Clear, sir.
Thank you so much, NELTA NELTA Karnali, for organizing this wonderful, let's say, e-conference. And thank you, Nelta. I see here Sarita Devan ma'am, Sagunji. We all are together, yet I'm a little bit disconnected these days because after I completed my PhD, I fully got engaged at SERID for conducting a lot of researches, especially in education policies, pedagogies, and let's say enactments in school education and higher education. So that I'm sorry, but I'm also connected because I'm currently joined as an editor for NELTA Journal, so that we will enjoy, and as I did in the past as a NELTA member and the executive body of Gorkha NELTA, as well as English Access Micro Scholarship Program, I worked for that. Only I got disconnected for some years for my PhD study in Denmark and Nepal. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, NELTA Karnali, for welcoming me for this session. Especially the current session is concerned with, as expected by our Vishnu sir and many others from, let's say, Karnali zone, issues of social inclusion in EFL policies, pedagogies, and enactments in Nepal. For this session, I would like to challenge myself. How can we frame English language policies and pedagogies within the framework of education? That is the most important thing that we have to understand. While talking about policies, ELT policies, pedagogies, and classroom enactments, we have to take care of, let's say, we have to consider educational issues of Nepal. Even we have to go beyond that and relate the social issues so that we can find some crucial understanding related to, let's say, social exclusion and inclusion that are being exerted in the ground of education and English language teaching. So that this paper is basically based on my critique on English language policies and pedagogies. Critics means actually I'm not going against English, I'm not going against education, but I'm challenging how English and education must be made integrative so that we can, let's say, mitigate social exclusion. Okay, so for this presentation, I think you have spent many hours just listening. So I kindly request you to see just the photograph there. What do you think about, let's say, the photograph? What is happening here? Could you tell me, please, any of you? I can see, or you can write just in the chat box so that I can let's say, see. What do you see in the photograph? Could you chat or something like? Anybody,
Sir,
please?
could you please unmute them?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah. What do you see in the picture?
Female participants are encouraged.
Yeah. Girls are deprived of education.
Yeah. Could you
Women
please
carrying
speak aloud?
water. Okay. Thank you so much, because very funny answer that I got, and I start my, let's say, presentation from that. The photograph is nothing, just women carrying water. Because if you do not see as a researcher, if you do not see this photograph, or as a layman, if you see this photograph, then you do not see anything. It is just, let's say, the girls, they are carrying water, nothing else. But actually, this photograph has a certain meaning. You can see all girls are carrying water. Actually, they have to walk for about half an hour to bring water for their home use. So that here is a question, and they are at the same time, they are included in the schools and they are learning. They are also school students. This means actually students are engaged in domestic works and household chores, and also they are engaged in schooling. So we have this situation, and let's start from this situation. Now, in this presentation, I have, let's say, designed, let's say, 4 things. First, I will talk about conceptual understanding of social inclusion, social exclusion in relation to schooling, in relation to English language, let's say, teaching. Second, I will go to, let's say, talk about landscapes of social inclusion and exclusion. Then I related this situation with English language teaching, learning practices. Third, I will reflect myself with the help of the field that I let's say, conducted during my PhD study. And later, for the last 2 years, I visited different districts, including Karnali zone, including Karnali province, and I got a lot of experience, especially concerned to schooling and English language teaching. Especially, I will reflect how the school children from marginalized. If you see their single quote, this single quote is quite important for understanding. Marginalized here, I talk with reference to cultural, social, religious, mother tongue, and different things. And social disadvantaged groups, okay, with reference to their schooling, their participation in schooling and English language learning, I will reflect myself here. Finally, I will consolidate my ideas, and I will talk pedagogical implications, even research implications concerned to policy enactments, and pedagogical practices in Nepal as well as Karnali, let's say, province. So my presentation will be this. If you, to understand, let's say, this may be a little bit theoretical, however, this is very important to understand as most of us are engaging in different types of researches. Even just before Sagunji talked about action research. Action research could be research is in the past. Action research was considered as non-professional and non-academic, but now we have been working action research with academic rigor and so on. Now here, when we talk about social inclusion, we talk about the integration and reciprocity, how it is constituted irrespective of one's race, class, caste, gender, and let's say poverty, mother tongue, disability, regional background, and so on. If we integrate, if we constitute integrative situation, reciprocal situation, then that is considered as social inclusion. And another extreme you can find in the right-hand side, actually social exclusion. Social exclusion, it is a construction of distance. Society, in the society we constitute or we construct a distance for or against a person or a social group for his or let's say its race, class, gender, poverty, mother tongue, disability, and so on. The same thing occurs here. Just very, very interesting thing is this. When we talk about social inclusion, there is automatically the talk of social exclusion. When we talk about social exclusion, there is automatically we have to talk about social inclusion, because social inclusion and exclusion are two extreme points that exist, that coexist, but one, let's say, in the absence of another, one exists. So that we have to think about that. But I have problematized in my research, published in Globe, you can find in Google Scholar, I have constituted the thought space. I have constructed the thought space. I will talk later as well. social inclusion and social exclusion. Sometimes we talk about social exclusion. Yes, there is exclusion in the society. And at the same time, we see many children from so-called excluded communities integrated into the schools, integrated into the education. Then there exists inclusion. If so is the case, where is the exclusion then? There is exclusion, but not in the extreme form, but as a relative aspect, as a relative, let's say, concept. Social inclusion and exclusion both exist. That's why I have constructed the third space. Now, this is an epistemological challenge for your understanding and for your research in the future. This is what I developed in my research paper, and I hope many friends who are working in this field have to think over this, because we see many children included in the school ads today. At the same time, within the school ads, they are experiencing social exclusion, so that in the policy framework, they are included, but in the practice, in the real practice, in the ground practice, they are excluded, so that there is somewhere between exclusion and inclusion. This is the frame, epistemological frame, that we have to work in the globalized world today. Now, here when we talk with social exclusion with reference to, let's say, education in Nepal, why am I not talking much about, let's say, theoretical literature of exclusion and inclusion? It is not necessary, you can go through that. But we have to relate the concept of social exclusion and inclusion in our context, in our education, and finally in our language teaching. If you see the driving forces of education in Nepal, you can find modern education was started as an elitist, let's say, ideological intervention in Nepal. The Darbar school was opened by Rana rulers. Even before, there were some schools, and they were initiated by Ranas and, let's say, other people as well. However, modern schooling, when we frame in the field of education today, we see modern schooling was initiated by the intervention of elitist ideology. The second phase, when let's say mass schooling movement, mass schooling movement was taken place in Nepal, education was very much connected to Vikasi ideology. That was, let's say, Western ideology of development, and that framed modern education. This means education or schooling became a social agent of Vikas and modernization. Then after, in the 1970s and 80s, even after mid-60s, we can find schooling very much close to working as the mechanism of panchayat ideology. That time also, education became a part of patriotism, national integrity, favoritism to crown and panchayat rulers, and also, let's say, development. So that framed, panchayat ideology framed education. Next, in the 80s and 90s, the ideological process, especially neoliberalism, because the market became very powerful and neoliberalism became very powerful in driving school education in Nepal. However, not in all area in an equal sense. In the hilly area, the panchayat ideology was still prevalent that time, but in the cities, especially Kathmandu, Pokhara, and so on, many missionary schools were, let's say, opened for quenching middle class thrust of English learning, getting open with the international communities, and getting connected with that. That, let's say, worked on the base of neoliberal market, let's say, ideology. Now, finally, after 1990s restoration of democracy in Nepal, both neoliberalism and globalization, these two, let's say, driving forces work for shaping or framing modern education in Nepal. Currently, globalization phenomenon, globalization process is very much powerful in shaping, let's say, school education in Nepal. However, still we have sometimes there is overlapping of the concept of development ideology, neoliberal concept of, let's say, market, and also let's say, competition and standardization of education. If you see these driving forces, you can see also, you can read also different policy documents that I have, let's say, put here in the box. You can see the education very closely. Now, education, though we define education with reference to these driving forces, at the same time, we can understand how social exclusion was reinforced on the base of education here. For example, in the first phase, elitist ideology, all mass, this means people were confined. People were not given opportunity to get education. This means exclusion existed there. During Bikasi ideology, actually many schools were open, yet the people from, let's say, marginalized and disadvantaged communities, they didn't get opportunity to go to school, or even they were ostracized from the school for their caste, class, and even region, and so on, gender. So they were excluded. In the third phase, Panchayat ideology, schools were not so, let's say, widespread, though they were widespread in open, this means they were widespread in establishment, but they were not widespread in, let's say, in providing access to all children of marginalized and disadvantaged communities. So that exclusion existed there. And neoliberalism, actually many new schools were established, especially boarding schools, private schools, missionary schools were established, and these schools, let's say, brought a concept of competitiveness in the market, and those children who could not compete from the rural areas, they felt socially or educationally excluded. There also existed exclusion. And now current globalization and neoliberalization phase, which is, let's say, shaping or framing education. In this phase as well, we can see, let's say, social exclusion, and even deeper, even realized at a deeper level, so that here education itself is, let's say, connected to social exclusion. At the same time, many children who are from privileged social backgrounds, they have been included in the system. As English language teaching as a framework exists within the framework of education, we can see different, let's say, driving forces in framing English language education. English was used as elitist choice in the very beginning. Later, because ideology used English to influence school education and tertiary education. Later, Panchayat ideology also could not challenge English language spread in Nepal. And finally, later in the 80s and 90s, neoliberalism market, actually that let's say framed the English language spread in Nepal. English language spread in Nepal. Right? English language, let's say, spread in Nepal. Especially many schools, new missionary schools were open in diverse, let's say, urban spaces. And that, let's say, sustained social exclusion in Nepal. And finally, current time, when we talk about globalization and neoliberalism, neoliberal globalization, just a few seconds. Okay, I'm so sorry. Actually, the last phase, that globalization and neoliberal globalization, which I talk with reference to that, English has been realized as a very important, let's say, tool for getting connected with wider communities, getting connected with international communities, getting connected with global communities, and to become a global citizen. But at the same time, there are many children who haven't got access of English language learning opportunities. At the same time, even if they have got, let's say, English learning opportunities, they haven't got, let's say, better English learning opportunities. That's why there exists a kind of social exclusion within the inclusion, because still there are many children out of school, but as our ministry record shows, many children, let's say about 91% children are in school. If they claim that within the school, children are, let's say, within the educational framework, children are also, let's say, getting excluded in practice, okay? So here, second thing that I talk with reference to that, and what are the mechanisms then that reinforce social exclusion, if so? Now, if you see this, let's say, this chart here, you can find how the social issues, social factors are deeply interconnected to educational, let's say, educational aspect of the society, and how these, let's say, factors are again deeply connected to ESL, EFL policies, pedagogies, and classroom enactments. You can see here, when we talk about landscapes of social exclusion or inclusion, gender, caste, ethnicity, class, here poverty, okay, we in Nepal, we have a discourse poverty, okay. Now, gender, caste, class, integration or intersectionality of gender, caste, class, parental capitals, linguistic backdrop, regional background, cultural religious base, urban, rural settings, digital divide, disability, sufferers of natural disasters and pandemic, for example, corona. Now you can see these are different factors that are deeply connected to reinforcing social exclusion in education. For example, in Kathmandu and Pokhara, in urban cities, people are getting connected with internet. Children are, for example, here in Kathmandu, my son took 3 hours online class. I don't speak in favor of it, because he is also getting marginalized in some sense, because that 7 years old child. But at the same time, this access is a quite distant for many children, almost 60% children of Nepal, almost 70% children of Nepal. Don't you think? Here, the children, for the sake of, let's say, 10 to 15% school children who have access, internet access, other children are getting excluded. Very, very important point. I'm not speaking against it, but I'm speaking against why are so many children, let's say, out of getting connected in education. It is not near normal. When you become a child and think about it, you realize how it is difficult to suffer, to be excluded in this sense. Just a day back, I made a call with a student studying at TU, but now in Humla. Now she was telling me, she was crying with me that she could not come to class because she had to walk 1.5 hours to go to the peak of the hill so that she could get connected with internet access. Now, in this way, education is very much, let's say, connected to social exclusion, not only inclusion. Now here, even the exclusion can be, let's say, found in policies, in school pedagogies. When we talk about pedagogies, there is learning activities. There are learning activities. Teachers design that. Students, let's say, may take part in designing, and then they enact in the classroom. Now, here, okay, we can find, let's say, social exclusion. Nevertheless, the child appears in the class, attends in the class. He feels, or she feels excluded. That's why a kind of complicated situation to understand social exclusion. Now, as education itself is connected to social exclusion, then English language teaching, or in EFL context here in Nepal, actually that is a part of modern education. For example, our children learn English for 45 minutes, English medium instruction for 5 hours, and Nepali medium instruction, let's say, for 45 minutes for Nepali subject, or something English Nepali medium instruction for, let's say, for 5 hours and English medium instruction for English subject only 1 hour. In this way, we have diversities here, but within this diversity, we can see complexity. And within this complexity, we can see social exclusion and inclusion interacting at a deeper level. Okay. Now, very important, let's say, framework to understand social inclusion and exclusion is this. You can see society, education or schooling and language classrooms here, especially I am talking with reference to English language classroom. Now, they are very deeply interconnected. And society has a kind of expectation. Society has a kind of national agenda, national objectives to fulfill through education. Global cultural influences exist there in framing educational policy, so that society and education or schooling, they are deeply interconnected. At the same time, society and language classrooms, I mean language teaching, they are also deeply interconnected. For example, society construct meaning. English is very important. Without learning English, how can we go to America? How can we go to Australia? How can we go to Dubai? How can we communicate and how can we on? Now, this is the belief of society. Society constructs such beliefs. And in the language classrooms, in the schools and language classrooms, people enact as per these beliefs. That Prem frequently talks with reference to language ideology. And at the same time, schools have a kind of, let's say, objectives, goals, policies, policy framework. For example, let's say schools frame policy. What sort of policy? There is a government policy. स्कुलमा नेपाली अथवा अंग्रेजी माध्यमबाट सबै विषयहरू अध्यापन गराउन सकिनेछ. This is government policy that has been written in education directive. How does the school frame the school policy? Okay, in our school, we have to teach all subjects in English medium except Nepali. That is school policy. And finally, actually that is enacted in classrooms, language classroom and classrooms. Please, if you speak Nepali words or if you speak other your mother tongue words in language classroom or in classroom, you will be fine. You have to pay fine. This is how complicated situation is it. Now, I do not talk much about society and education, but I talk much about language classrooms. How, let's say, how children are getting a kind of, let's say, exclusionary practices within classroom. So the English teacher makes a choice. Okay, the first student or second student or third student gets a chance to become English monitor. In my PhD research, I have already taught English monitor. What does an English monitor do? He writes, he copies down the name of his fellows. This means other students who speak Nepali or other language words in the classroom. Then next day, the students get slapped for nothing. This is deeply interlinked with society. This is deeply interlinked with, let's say, education or schooling. I remember my PhD field. Let's say my students, not students, PhD participants of very young of schools, very young children, how they realize if we speak English at home, our parents become so happy, sir, so happy. They thank us. Now see, they do not say thank you. Oh, मेरो छोराले English जानेछ, मेरो छोरीले English जानेछ. Now, who constructed this reality and how is this reality is working in framing educational policy in the school and how it is being enacted in the classroom and how it is, let's say, how it is reflected in English language classroom. Now, if so is the case, I have already talked. English has become some sorts of mechanism of social inequality and social exclusion. Those children who cannot speak English, those children who have who do not have good English proficiency, they are facing a kind of, let's say, exclusion there. If so is the case, let's start with these 4 questions. how do you see the possibilities of social inclusion and exclusion in education or schooling? This is a broader perspective. Second, how do you situate a social exclusion or inclusion in EFL classrooms? This is another but quite, let's say, focused question. Third, how do you think modern schooling in general and English language teaching learning policies and pedagogies in particular are the key agents of reinforcing social exclusion? Why and why not? Many students of my MPhil degree of Nepal Open University, actually they challenge me on this issue. Now, final question, how do you situate educational practices including English language teaching in the nation in general and Karnali province in particular? Now, this is the question for you. Okay. Now, if you see some studies made in Nepal, I don't want to talk much about these studies. These studies are, let's say, available. You can go through that. Skinner and Holland, they talk, these studies are concerned with, let's say, educational ethnographies, critical educational ethnographies. And these studies quite talk about how education has become a mechanism of social exclusion. Yes, we know education has also brought some, let's say, betterment for privileged social groups. That is very good, that is okay. But at the same time, for those children who come from marginalized and disadvantaged communities, who come from remote areas, rural areas, they experience a kind of social inequalities and exclusionary realizations they have. So these ethnographies are, let's say, concerned with that. Skinner and Holland, they carried out, let's say, their critical ethnography in a hilly region in Nepal, especially Naudana. Karen Valentin, she carried out her PhD dissertation on the community, especially the squatter families, which is living in the very rural part of Kathmandu. Rural part, I don't mean rural part, but the people who are living in the side of the rivers and living Sukumbasi life is squatter families, okay? Now, Khanal, actually, he has talked with reference to symbolic violence, school symbolic violence, especially with reference to language and education. Liti, actually, he has talked how English is connected, English and modern education, they are connected to middle class construction in Nepal. And Carney and Madsen and Carney, these two articles are quite important articles for your, let's say, future research as well. They have new epistemological break, especially education is bringing confusion. That confusion could be exclusionary inclusion in Nepal, as I am claiming with, let's say, third space. Okay. Now, in the same framework, okay, I'm talking with reference to critical ethnographies on English education in Nepal, especially when we talk about English education, there are two meanings. First meaning, in the earlier phase, modern education was also called as English education. But now, when it including ELT, English language teaching, English as a medium of instruction, and policy enactments related to ELT and these studies, for example, Litti 2003, if you have gone through the book Suitably Modern, it is found in Kathmandu market. You can read that. It is written through cultural anthropological perspective, and it is very important. And has talked with reference to say, indigenous languages with reference to so are the intersecting in order to constitute social inequalities and social exclusion in Nepal. By the way, I am not, let's say, I do not see the possibility of absolute exclusion because we have mechanisms, schools, government, and many, let's say, things to bring children into the school yet. Within the schoolyard, within the classroom, students are facing a kind of social inequalities that I have termed, let's say, exclusionary inclusion. There is inclusion, but that inclusion is critical ethnographies, especially concerned to policies, practices, and classroom enactments. There are many critical ethnographies. I could not, let's say, bring here for the time being, but there are other many critical, let's say, approaches of understanding English language, English education, English language teaching, English medium of instruction, and so on. Now, these ethnographies, with reference to these ethnographies, we have to understand. Let's say we have to see the position and see prayer. I did not talk much about field. I carried out my field work in Gorkha, especially concerned with Dalit families, Dalit school children, and in its core. But I, let's say, tried to explore how English escapes. That I haven't written somewhere here, anywhere here. English escapes means a fractured reality that English has been creating in Nepal. Okay, English escapes have been constituted in Nepali society. Second, how schools, let's say, frame English language, let's say, policies and pedagogies. And third, how the school children of, let's marginalized and disadvantaged, particularly girls, particularly, let's say, Dalits, they are experiencing their participation or their engagement in English language classroom. In this way, I framed the field and I carried out FGT. I made the children write diaries, daily diaries. I bought diaries and gave them to write diaries. Many students participated in that. I used a number of, this means multi-site ethnography and multiple, let's say, methods of data collection. Then later, after I completed my PhD writing, I fortunately got a chance to work at Serid, and I visited a number of districts, including, let's say, Surkhet, including, let's say, Khotang. And there I closely observed how English is working and how people are working with this and how English is working with people. Very interesting thing. I sometimes, two questions I make: how English knows Nepali people, how Nepali people know English. Very interesting thing. Now, it is better to, let's say, talk one example here. When I went to Khotang, there was a school I visited, and in that school, I found a small talking teacher. Talking teacher means there is a small device that when there is a small book as well, and when that device, pen-like device, is scrolled over the book, then it reads out the word, English word. And teachers told me that, sir, this is very nice because we cannot pronounce the words well, but it pronounces the words for the students. Now, how English is, let's say, deeply working in the life and livelihood of people here. Very interesting thing. But at the same time, English, because of that, I found many children of, let's say, Khotang Rai families, they are cut off from their mother tongue. This is what I want to challenge. I'm not, let's say, speaking against English, but I'm very much worried about how could we save Rai language, how could we save Gurung language, how could we save Limbu language which are our property, which carry heavy culture, which carry our civilization. How are we making our children just to speak English for nothing? How can we, let's say, integrate English with Rai and then Limbu? Then we can, let's say, make a fruitful situation for learning. And how can we, let's say, develop competencies in our learners? For example, if you see one book that has been published by CDC, and it was published in, let's say, it is moral education. And if you see that book, page number 1, there is only one paragraph in page number 1, just below the picture. That is the name of the book is Beams of Life, okay, moral education. And in that book, there are 29 content words, and all content words, most of the content words are polysyllabic. And in the first line for grade 1, there is a destructive life. The word destructive. Can a student of grade 1 understand the word destructive? And can he get the concept of destructive? How are we, let's say, imposing English language in this situation? However, again, English has been in demand in Nepal. Here, I would like to talk a little bit, a few cases, and then let's say come to a discussion on my points, okay? This is case 1. And here English is integrated in education and livelihood as well. Now you can see here just the yellow. First, you have to understand how, let's say, English is deeply integrated, deeply imposing in the life, in framing life and identity of school children. You can see here, let's say, the quotes. For example, I could not go to, you can see here, I could not go to good school, boarding means good school. Now how the meaning has been constructed. And what to do? I have to know our condition, family economy. I have to work a lot. Now in the second paragraph of the same goal, both my father and grandfather drink a lot. Very often my father beats my mother. They work, but they spoil all in Roxy. I myself and my mother solely maintain livelihood. I do all the household chores and mother goes to Dhalan. I also work there on holidays and Saturdays. Teachers scold me for not working hard. I make a promise to read more. I follow for a few days. Maybe because of heavy work, I feel tired, and English, maths, science are very difficult. I know I have to read more to pass the exam, but I don't have time to do so. I'm worried if I could pass SLC. Now, this is the story of Sunmaya. And here, let's say English is also just like math and science subjects for school children. English is also, let's say, intricately connected to, let's say, social inequalities and social exclusion. And this is girl, and she is facing a kind of challenges for being girl. So in the gendered space, she is experiencing a kind of exclusion. She herself does not say, I'm excluded, but I am the researcher who can make the meaning with. So I see here a kind of exclusionary practices because of, let's say, her school or her learning opportunities. Actually sees exclusion. Second, I'm not sure if you can see Purna Kumari's story. Now, this is a very important thing. I know that my mother, she was depressed. Now, I would like to relate Purna Kumari. Purna Kumari was trafficked when she was 13 or 14 years old. She was taken to India, then Dubai, then Egypt, and one, let's say, person helped her to bring back to Dubai. And finally, she came back to Nepal, and she again started her education. She told me that she was saved by English language because she spoke English language too. The person who came to, who she had to serve in Egypt, okay? She spoke English language. That's why English saved me, she said. But later, she came to the school, but unfortunately, she could not pass the subjects, so she failed in English, maths, and science. And she, when I met her, she was quite frustrated, and she could not. She was facing kind of problem, okay, because she could not pass her. Let's say.
Dr. Saab, could you make it little bit come to the conclusion, sir? Certain.
All right. Oh yeah. I will check just 15 minutes, okay? That's enough? 15 minutes, 10 minutes, okay, 10 minutes. Then I will, okay. Now very interestingly here, Punya Kumari experienced a kind of, let's say, inequalities or a kind of exclusionary matter because she could not pass the exam, and because of her household situation, she could not get more opportunity to learn. Now, this photograph, I don't like to talk now, but I want to ask you to go through the material. I'm planning to go to English language after my class. I know I won't have to go to language class if I were a boarding student, but here, public school, who cares? Now, this sort of, let's say, narratives from the field makes me to challenge how the children from disadvantaged communities and marginalized communities are experiencing, let's say, social inequalities. And again, I found a number of, let's say, stories, especially these are the scanned stories from the media. You can see how English is shaping or framing our educational policies. I mean, school policies, because here, Sukla Gandaki municipality, okay, sorry, just a minute. Oh, okay, just a minute. Okay, just a minute, okay. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, just a minute, okay. Sorry
So,
for that.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I have just a few slides, but I'm not sure. Okay. Okay, just a minute, okay. Just I'm working here. Okay. Now here, if you see, these are the, let's say, things from media. You can see Sukla Gandaki municipality education section chief Navaraj Chapagai said that love of English language teaching had pushed students into private schools. This means community schools. Students do not go to community school. Another, English as the language of instruction to enhance their appeal among students and guardians. This is the news from Kathmandu. Another, let's say, my sister had to face too much hassle in getting, let's say, admission in nursing college as she was not from English medium school. And there are other many, let's say, stories that you can find here, okay? Just a minute, okay, just a minute. Now here, these stories are, let's say, making very, just a minute, okay? These stories are making very challenging for us. Why? Because English is deeply connected in our education for exerting, let's say, maybe sometimes social inclusion, but mostly social exclusion in the case of, let's say, disadvantaged and marginalized children, culturally, religiously, linguistically marginalized children. Now here, if so, then social issue can trigger. This means, can a social issue trigger social exclusion in schooling and language learning? Can we relate that? This is my challenge to Karnali people, because you all of you are very much familiar with this, let's say, video. Are you? I'm not sure if I can go through this. Just a minute, okay? Vishnu sir,
Yeah.
can you hear this?
Yes, we hear you, Dr. Devpata.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, are you hearing this song?
We have
No.
this
No.
song.
Just
from
a
the
minute, please. This is very important for Karnali province. Just
Right.
give me a chance, okay? Give me a chance. I want to make all of you. Okay.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Now,
It's our song. Premdev Girisar is acting there. Could you please make it sound? Sound is smaller.
that?
Sound is not.
Okay. Now is it audible now?
Not yet.
Very small? Oh my God.
Yes. Now. This event happened nearby my home where I've been residing now.
Yeah. Okay. Now, please, this is my objective is something different. This is a social issue that happened some years back. Hello, are you with me, please? Okay, this is a social issue that happened. This is a natural calamity that happened in Surkhet some years back. Now, can this social issue be related, or can this social issue trigger social exclusion in schooling and language learning? Now, I have some questions here. What issue of social exclusion then? Where is the issue of social exclusion then? How do you relate the voice of this song, social exclusion, relate the issue of education and English learning opportunities among the children of flood victims? Because I have heard the stories of flood victims. Just 2 months back, I went to Surkhet and explored on this. I found many students going because of this problem, and they left. Even one student, she is going to her education for majoring Nepali language because she faced that problem and she could not, let's say, major English language, but she wanted to have that. And how did the children from these flood victim communities navigated schooling and English learning? How they engaged? How are they engaged? How did they engage? My question is this: did they experience social exclusion in the language, even in the language classroom? Please, if we go through sociological perspective, if you go through, let's say, sociological perspective, you can find that. So, my question here is: issue is everywhere. Issue is everywhere, but we have to see how that issue could be related to, let's say, education and English language learning. So what I feel is, to conclude my, let's say, talk, gender space, caste, class, linguistic, ethnic, regional backdrops, natural calamities, I mean, let's say, for example, pandemic. These issues, they are deeply connected to reinforcing social exclusion in the case of social exclusion in education and even in language classrooms. For example, the students from, let's say, marginalized social background get, let's say, less opportunities in classroom. They are afraid of teacher hegemony. They are afraid of talented students, let's say, domination, and they could not take part in their classroom as they are expected to take part, and they experience social exclusion. So that the issue of social exclusion has become a very important issue in the case of let's say, education, and finally, language education or language teaching. For example, the students, I remember, I give you one example from a Dalit girl of Gorkha. She usually came to classroom, but she never talked to her teachers and friends in her classroom. Why? Because she could not know better English. And when she spoke for the first time, her teacher slapped her for not speaking in better language, so that she left to speak and she was getting punished every day. Now, this is a kind of exclusionary practice in the classroom, so that we do have some pedagogical or research implications. For research, social exclusion or social inclusion, particularly social exclusion, social injustices, should be our epistemological framework for knowledge seeking. This is my honest request to Karnali people. Compared to Kathmandu and Pokhara, school children from Karnali are experiencing less opportunities for language learning, English language learning or whatever. So you have to do so. Second is, let's say we have to think about our classroom and educational policy. First, educational policy means we must, let's say, integrate multilingual education policy in our education. Otherwise, we just speak for the sake of speaking, and we do not pay much attention to our children who are forgetting their language. Not only language, they are forgetting their culture, which are our properties. For example, Rai, Limbu, or let's say Khas culture from Jumla. And third, we have to integrate that in, let's say, in our educational policy. We have to integrate in our indigenous knowledge and skill. And third, actually, we have to challenge teachers' role. In the beginning, we taught, before this, we taught textbooks, we taught just curriculum, and we could not challenge the curriculum and textbooks. But now we have to be critically aware of that. We have to challenge the textbook, we have to challenge the curriculum, and we have to integrate local knowledge, indigenous languages, and learners, let's say, learners' experience in the language classroom, so that our learners can enact. Our learner can enact with their agency. When we talk about enactment, there exists agency. Learners come up with their agency. They become critically conscious on teachers' role and their social positioning, and they can challenge, and we can bring social transformation from the grassroots. So Karnali has a greater role in this regard, and NELTA has a greater role in this regard. As a part of NELTA, I should have a part of role for this. We have to think about this for bringing social transformation in education. Let's start from social issue, come to educational issue, then go deeper into the language issue and challenge social exclusion, social inequalities for the sake of social transformation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamal Raj Devkada sir, for your wonderful presentation and a massive review, and with insightful sharing to all of us here. Without delay, I would like to request Associate Professor Motikala Subbadewan, President of NELTA, to congratulate and to extend artist acknowledgement to our presenter and sharing. I think it's not to have a discussion further because we have already late. It's not say discussion, say it's being late. So therefore I got this whole floor open session, and I would like to request
thank you, Vishnu sir, for providing me this opportunity to thank Dr. Devkada. I'm very much honored. Due to poor connectivity, I did not open my video. Sorry for that, Kamal sir. And actually, Dr. Devkada, it's nice to hear from you after a long time. So you share about why girls are socially excluded and also from the mainstream of education. this is still a burning issue in Nepal. So I think Dr. Devkota elaborately explained about the socio-cultural construction that plays a vital role in exclusion and inclusion. And he also talked about that causes and factors of exclusion and inclusion in ESL and EFL. And he rightly mentioned about the policies and pedagogies of EMI practices in Nepal. So I think about this topic, we are going to have a panel discussion tomorrow with Dr. Labadev Avasti. This is very kinds of burning issue also in Nepal. So on behalf of NELTA and Karnali province, also on behalf of the participants, until they are here, still 89 participants, I could say. Yeah. So I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Devkota for sharing such a rich sharing. We are really enlightened. Thank you very much, Dr. Devkota and Karnali province, and also all the participants.
Thank you, Madam President. Without delay, I would like to just share for tomorrow's session, though I will send you in your email and in our Facebook, other medias as well. For tomorrow, our first session will be panel discussion. That will start at 1 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. panel discussion. This is our third panel discussion. The issue is the current issues of language and learning in education with reference to EMI. In the panel discussion, moderator will be Ramesh Khatri sir. He is the assistant professor of Midwestern University. For the panelists, we have Dr. Labadev Avasti, President of Language Commission Nepal, Motikala Subbadewan, NELTA President, and we have Dr. Bhimlal Gautam, Assistant Professor of TU, Linguistic Department. Similarly, we have next session of Professor Dr. Lakshman Gyawali sir, maximizing learner engagement in teaching learning remotely. Our third session will be of Professor Dr. Anand Prasad Sharma, Professor of TU. He is talking about reading to close reading of a text. Then we have a new session for this is new practice for NELTians, and we have NELTA Discussion Forum, Discourse Forum. The theme is NELTA Professional Development, NELTA Professional Development Practices and Way Forward. In this session, we will have moderator will be Dipendra Khatri sir. He is the assistant professor of Surkhet Campus Education TU, Secretary of NELTA Surkhet, and we will have the panelists, Professor Dr. Jairaj Avasti sir, founder, past president of NELTA, founding VC of Far Western University. Similarly, we will have all the president of all provinces, Mr. N.P. Pandari from NELTA Province 1, President, Mr. Dinesh Yadav Astik, NELTA Province 2 President, Ganesh Umagai sir, NELTA Bagmati Province President, Dr. Navaraj Neupani sir, NELTA Gundagi Province President, Mr. Loknath Upadhyay, NELTA Province 5 President, me myself, Vishnu Kumar Khadka, NELTA Karnali Province President, Mr. Ramji Hamal, NELTA Province 7 President, and we will be discussing on the what NELTA say, how NELTA was born and how it has been working, and what NELTA presidents are doing in this current session. Most probably, I will talk to Matikala Subbadewan, Madam President, as well to be included in this session. I will talk about this thing later, and we will have a next wonderful session from India. Associate Professor Dr. Ramnita Sarda. She will be talking about prophecies of deconstruction of post-COVID reading of Westland, and she is the Dean Innovation at Hangsaraj Mahila Mahavidyalaya, India, and she is the Associate Professor of English. Then we have a very wonderful session. There is a Karnali Festival that will be presented by Navaraj Paudel sir and Betendra Kumar Dahal sir on Karnali, Hidden Identity with Harmonious Human Civilization. We will show our documentary film for 15 minutes. And then we will have a closing session. This is what for tomorrow's sharing. I will share to you in email and messenger box. Please, I think, join with us. I would like to humbly request to you, all of you, for your wonderful participation. Still, we are not, escaping from here. 80 are remaining, though. It's a long, from 1 to 7, nearby 7. We are running up to that. It's a great participation and your support, your contribution. I will not forget. NELTA Karnali and NELTA family will always honor for your wonderful sharing and presentation and participation. I salute you all and say good evening to all of you. We have a nice time ahead and have a safe stay. And thank you so much. Thank you. This is how the today's session close. Thank you so much. We'll be meeting tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Now slowly decreasing. Everyone, say namaste. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.